In Ireland, 3 coastal fortresses created a covert military stronghold. How was this strategic defense hub designed to protect against enemy attack? And years after its construction, what new role has it taken on?
It's hard to imagine a worse place for a person to be kept.
Buried in the remote hills of northern New Jersey, a vast underground world with an illuminating history. What bizarre natural phenomenon was found here? And what part did Thomas Edison play in its discovery?
I never get tired of this. This is what ignited my love for science.
And in the frozen fjords of Norway, a top-secret Cold War submarine base lies hidden under a mountain. Why was it built? And why has it been kept functional for almost 60 years?
There are some parts that are still classified.
Beneath our feet lie extraordinary subterranean spaces.
We're miles away from civilization down here.
Caves, mines, and networks of tunnels.
The jewel in the crown for underground technology.
Some designed and built by humans. Others formed by nature over millions of years. How were they created and adapted? By whom and why?
If the enemy takes one section, he's not able to stand down there and shoot into the other section.
Throughout history, life underground has captured our imagination.
It creates very frightening but also very beautiful experience.
Now we're taking you further and deeper.
There's all kinds of wild theories about what could be below.
To unearth the mysteries, the secrets, and the wonders of these underground worlds. Situated off Ireland's southern coast is a strategic military fortress. It has protected against enemy invasion for over 400 years.
They were trying to defend the largest empire in the world.
Constructed with the most advanced military technology of the time.
This would have made Cork Harbor impenetrable.
No matter where you found yourself standing, you were under constant attack.
In a strange turn of events, this powerful stronghold went from turning people away to ensuring they never got out.
It's not surprising we've earned the title Ireland's Alcatraz.
How did this harbor play a pivotal role in the outcome of a major war?
This marked the arrival of the American Navy as a global force.
For the last 4 centuries, many of the world's military superpowers have searched for a foothold from where they could launch an attack on the British Isles. One place that drew a lot of attention was Cork Harbor. Located on the south coast of Ireland, it's the second largest natural harbor in the world.
Cork Harbor is key to the western approaches to the United Kingdom.
The British recognized that the harbor offered an exceptional military advantage, and so, in the 16th century, the government moved quickly to claim it as their own. Professor John Borgonovo has been studying the island's military history for nearly 20 years.
Since the 1550s, there were cannon emplacements here to defend the mouth of this harbor to prevent ships from entering.
The 18th century saw an abundance of military activity in the harbor. While the Revolutionary War raged on American soil, U.S. Navy Captain John Paul Jones chose to wage a transatlantic attack in British waters. It was a wake-up call.
As a result of that, the Royal Navy invested in improving the harbor defense.
Shortly after the rebellion of the American colonies, another threat lurked off Britain's coast, in the form of French revolutionary forces. the British government invested further resources in the harbour, this time building almost entirely below ground. But Cork Harbor posed a difficult problem for the British Navy. Although it was a powerful strategic position, some of the Irish people weren't happy about a prominent British military fortification in their country.
Throughout the centuries, Irish nationalists have sought to secure independence from Great Britain. Ireland presented a potential threat to British security because a potential landing here would be supported by local folks, the platform essentially for a proper invasion of Great Britain.
In the late 18th century, the British Admiralty chose to redouble their efforts in Cork Harbor against foreign and internal adversaries. Building 3 semi-subterranean fortresses around the narrow straits, forming the only entrance to the harbor. Spike Island lay at the head of the triangle, looking directly out through the harbor mouth into the Irish Sea.
They were trying to defend the largest empire in the world. Nothing in the whole of Britain would be on the scale of what we're standing in today.
John Crotty has studied the history of Spike Island extensively.
Charles Valency was the designer of the fortress here on Spike Island. He saw the importance of using this harbour to defend the entire British Empire.
Spike Island stands right in the middle of the harbour. Its first citadel, Fort Mitchell, was completed in 1802 and was at the cutting edge of military technology.
It took thousands of men, almost 50 years, to build this fortress. They carved off the top of the island. They set the fortress down, strategically placed out of the line of cannon fire, so you couldn't even see what was hitting you when you were coming into the harbour and being attacked. It's one of the largest star-shaped forts in the world.
The fort's distinctive shape was strategic. The points of the star meant the British troops had overlapping arcs of fire, covering all parts of the island, making the whole area one effective kill zone.
They started creating these protruding walls and bastions. If an attacker did manage to get to the fortress, there was nowhere safe to hide. There were sniper galleries inside in those walls, and no matter where you found yourself standing, you were under constant attack.
2 additional forts were built to protect against enemy invasion. Fort Carlisle was built on the eastern approach, and Fort Camden on the western side. Together, the 4 forts housed 61 heavy cannons, all aimed at the entrance of Cork Harbor in the event of an attack. But all this heavy artillery required a colossal reserve of gunpowder. So in the early 1800s, the British excavated munition stores and tunnels to house the hazardous loads of gunpowder underneath Spike Island.
These tunnels were built by the British in the early 1800s. They wanted to keep the gunpowder in a safe place. Where better to do that but by burying it in these bomb-proof, cannon-proof shelters.
The problem with gunpowder is that it's innately unstable, no matter where you store it.
It wasn't uncommon for gunpowder to explode, not only as a result of enemy attack, but it was a very dangerous substance to begin with. It was just so volatile that it would take nothing more than a candle to make that gunpowder go sky high.
To prevent explosions, the fort's designers came up with a clever solution.
They built lighting tunnels all around the back of these rooms, and they put a pane of glass in between. So a man would be able to go around this lighting tunnel with a live flame lamp.
Each chamber had a lighting window, allowing a guard to safely shine light into the gunpowder stores without risk of explosion.
The pane of glass would allow the light to penetrate, so there was no danger of the gunpowder being ignited. They had to dig these tunnels tens of meters underground. They're wrapped all around, so it was an enormous project, the largest construction project in the British Empire at the time.
Across the bay, Fort Camden's 25 heavy cannons required even more underground gunpowder storage.
This was the main entrance to the magazine.
Jason Byrne volunteers at what is now known as Camden Fort Mayher, helping to revive the site.
Soldiers would come in here in their outdoor uniforms with hobnail boots and brass buttons and metal on them that could create sparks. Down below in the magazine is where 960 barrels of gunpowder were stored. You had to be very careful that there was no source of explosion. This was known as the shifting lobby. Soldiers would come in here and they took off their outdoor clothes and hung it up. The magazine clothes would have been like a pajamas, white cotton or linen top with wooden toggles and white cotton or linen trousers and slippers. Once they were safe, they entered down into the magazine.
The staircase leading to the underground space was carefully engineered to provide maximum protection and the fastest possible access to the hidden gunpowder magazines.
Even though we're 30 feet underground, the ground was originally dug back, and this was built as a freestanding structure, and then the earth was filled back in around it, sort of like a lighthouse or a tower. Each stone is cantilevered back into the wall, supporting it. So there's no central support. In the center originally was a timber-lined shaft. The barrels were brought in here and could be winched up to the top and then just brought out to the different gun positions. It's a very, very well-made structure.
Deep beneath the fortress, there was space for enough gunpowder to keep the guns firing for several days.
This was built to store 960 barrels of gunpowder. There's nowhere really that you could have put the magazine to protect it from enemy fire, except for underground. And then they covered it over with 12 feet of soil. So we're very well protected under here. It's double walled. The walls are 3 feet thick. It's probably the most critical part of the fort. One enemy hit to the magazine and it's all over. If you were sailing into the harbor, you can't see this building.
Going underground minimizes the chance of the gunpowder magazine from getting hit. But subterranean spaces are plagued with damp conditions, and that presented another major issue.
One of the big things about keeping gunpowder, and especially keeping gunpowder underground, is you want to keep it dry. Wet gunpowder is no good to anybody. To control that, there's a fairly elaborate ventilation system in this building. If you look along the walls here, you'll see a lot of holes in them. There's a 500-foot-long tunnel that goes down towards the sea with vents in the roof of it. The vents capture the air, and the air is brought up the tunnel to the front of the magazine here. If it was getting too damp in here, you can open the vents, the air flows in, and it flows in fairly evenly around the magazine, and is taken out, bringing the moisture with it, hopefully keeping your gunpowder dry.
The Cork Harbor forts were so powerful, and the risk to invaders entering the approach channel so high, that throughout the Napoleonic Wars, the guns were never even used. But by the mid-19th century, a new crisis had emerged in Ireland, and this time it wasn't war. Soon, the fortress that was originally designed to protect its residents from danger was about to become hell on earth. In the mid-19th century, Ireland was engulfed in a crisis. By 1844, the repeated failure of the potato crops had driven millions of people to the brink of starvation. This disaster, along with political tensions associated with British rule in Ireland, forced 1 million people to flee the country. During the turmoil, British rulers offered little compassion or aid to those suffering, instead compounding the problem by enforcing harsh punishments for the desperate actions of the starving. Prisons were overrun, and Spike Island was converted to hold the destitute inmates.
The famine pushed the numbers being arrested to such a high level for such trivial things as stealing food to stay alive. So they converted the entire fortress into a prison. It was a bad solution, but it was the only solution that they had at the time. There's never been a larger prison in Britain or Ireland before or since. It's hard to imagine a worse place for a person to be kept. We're 20 meters underground where sunlight cannot penetrate. You're completely in darkness, you're completely in silence. It would just have been a horrific experience for a person to be held there for any length of time, but that's exactly what they did. It's not surprising at all that we've earned the title Ireland's Alcatraz.
By the late 1850s, the world had seen many upgrades in warfare. With the widespread introduction of steam propulsion in ships and the growth of the French fleet, a commission proposed that Britain's coastal defenses, including Cork Harbor, needed enhancements. Fort Camden's massive overhaul began in 1861, with over half of its new structures now built underground.
During the industrial age, military technology is evolving rapidly, just as all technology is. You basically have cannons that are able to shoot much further and much more powerful shots, and you can also mass produce artillery shells. The cannon technology isn't just one way, it isn't just land shooting out at ships, it's also ships shooting in at land. And so you have to protect your gun emplacements and yourself from shipborne cannon assaults.
In the 1880s and 1890s, the artillery was upgraded with breech-loading, rifled guns, and newer cannons.
This is where the gun would have pointed out. It's a 10-inch gun, the barrel fitted fairly neatly out this hole. The mouth of the harbour is only 1,200 or so yards away. So any ship coming in, these guns are firing pretty much at point-blank range. The ships had very little chance. This battery was only one of 4 in the fort, and the other forts in the harbour also had other batteries. You're looking at over 40 guns pointing at the mouth of the harbour.
The fort upgrades also brought improved protection of the artillery battery from incoming threats.
This is the iron shield that protected the gun. It's layered iron, bitumen, iron, bitumen, iron. There's a sandwich. It's over 2 foot thick. The idea being, if it took a hit from the outside, the vibration on the outside is damped by the bitumen in the middle. There's 20 feet of concrete above us and soil covering all of that. So from the outside, you can't see any of these positions.
In 1891, new tunnels were dug at Fort Camden for the installation of the world's first practical guided weapon, the Brennan torpedo.
The torpedoes were incredibly advanced for their time. They had a payload of 100 kilos of gun cotton, which would have been a fairly nasty explosion. It would have been slid along here. There's a rail up on the roof, over to the launch rail. The torpedo could be guided into the side of a ship. If it missed, it had the ability to turn around and do a 180 and come back into the other side of the ship. So anything coming through the Narrows into Cork Harbor would have had to face with the guns above, underwater mines at the mouth of the harbour, but also these torpedoes.
By the early 20th century, as a world war was getting underway, a new military technology surfaced, which posed a huge threat to Cork Harbor's coastal defenses.
It became quite strategically important during the First World War, and a new threat emerged.
The Germans, with a navy significantly smaller than that of the UK, began deploying U-boats to improve their odds at sea.
German submarines prowled this entire area. The numbers of sinking off the Irish coast was massive. Hundreds of ships were lost.
Once the United States entered the war in 1917, they needed a naval base to protect their ships from German U-boats. And Cork, as the strongest position west of Britain, was the perfect spot.
You would have seen probably about 60 or 70 warships, probably about 10 to 15,000 American sailors here. And this was really critical to winning the war against the submarine. The American escort vessels were able to basically beat back the submarine menace. And it really marked the arrival of the American Navy as a global force.
By World War II, with the advent of aerial warfare, the stone forts were finally beyond viable upgrade. Cork Harbor had watched over the western approaches to Ireland and Britain for 4 centuries, and today it's remembered as a site that helped shape Irish and world history. A kilometer beneath the mountains of rural New Jersey lies a surprising world. A sprawling network of tunnels, caverns, and valuable riches spread over 50 kilometers.
Our minerals are so strange and so uncommon on the rest of the planet.
Deep underground, the dull gray rock is transformed. And that just scratches the surface of this world-famous site.
The miners never realized these hidden effects were here.
What is this mysterious geological phenomenon, and why was Thomas Edison to thank for its discovery?
I never get tired of this. This is what ignited my love for science.
"120 years ago, beneath the New Jersey hills, a truly enlightening revelation was made. Best known for its beautiful beaches, busy highways, and diverse culture, the Garden State isn't typically recognized for its geology. But nestled in the small town of Ogdensburg, New Jersey, is the location of the world's richest zinc ore deposits.
We're on the property of the Sterling Hill Mine in Sussex County, northwest New Jersey.
Bill Croft is a geotechnical engineer at Sterling Hill.
There were over 400 iron and copper mines in the state of New Jersey.
In the 1600s, early Dutch settlers flocked to the area in search of two valuable resources: copper, used to sheath the hull of ships, and iron for everyday objects, tools, and weapons. Several attempts were made to extract the precious ores, with little success. However, the Dutch didn't leave empty-handed. Their efforts led to the discovery of an unidentifiable mineral.
So this is a piece of ore, this black material, and this is what fools a lot of people, is called franklinite. And when this weathers out in the atmosphere and rain hits it, it starts to get a bronzy color.
The bronze-looking mineral was like nothing anyone had seen before, and some of the rock was even sent to Wales in 1772 for further research.
It wasn't until decades, even a century later, did they figure out it was zinc.
By the 19th and early 20th century, zinc was in high demand across the globe. It was used to galvanize other metals to keep them from rusting.
Its heyday was during World War II, when there were ships around the clock to produce zinc to mix with copper to get brass. Brass is used in making shell casings.
But zinc wasn't the only treasure hidden at Sterling Hill Mine.
It doesn't look like much from the surface, but there's over 35 miles of tunnel in this mine. It's over half a mile deep, so you're talking 2,700 feet deep.
That's more than twice as deep as the Empire State Building is tall. But the most impressive parts of the mine are not visible to the naked eye.
So this looks like regular rock, and this is regular rock, but we're heading to a very special area where we're actually going to be in the ore body.
This amazing discovery was almost missed by early miners, until Thomas Edison became interested in the industry. In 1890, Edison invested nearly $2 million in an operation that employed over 500 workers. He introduced new techniques in blasting, conveying, crushing, and magnetic separation, and of course, electricity. Prior to Edison's involvement in the industry, miners worked strictly by candlelight, which was not an ideal working environment to uncover hidden treasures.
Now we're coming into the region where our rocks are world famous, where they're really going to blow us away. Wait till you see this.
Thanks to Edison and electricity, the miners here got more than they bargained for.
You'll see why in a second. Look at these minerals. Look at this. Amazing. No other place on the planet, such beautiful colors.
With the help of electric lighting, the rocks and minerals suddenly turned a vibrant orange, pink, and green.
Amazing. The miners never realized these hidden fluorescent effects were here until Thomas Edison's light bulb.
But electricity was still in its infancy, and the miners were cautious using it.
When you throw the switch, there's an air gap in between, and it's quite a large air gap. We ionize the air in between, and we get an electrical spark that jumps.
The electric sparks contained a wavelength of ultraviolet light that reacts with the minerals.
You can imagine like it was back in those days, but it had these beautiful hidden colors that were revealed under sparks. I never get tired of this. This is what ignited my love for science.
The miners discovered the glow created by the fluorescent rocks could make their work underground a lot easier.
It wasn't long before they used these magical colors that were hidden in the rocks to not only locate but identify various minerals using this light.
When the rocks turned green, it meant the miners were getting close to the zinc ore vein.
The green happens to be the ore of zinc called willemite. It's the color of money, so we'll go after it.
But the sparks didn't last for long. So the miners took Edison's lead and came up with an ingenious solution of their own. The fluorescent mineral deposits had clear aesthetic value. But the ability of the glow to lead miners to ore deposits helped accelerate the innovation. Instead of short electrical bursts for illumination, the miners needed a constant energy source, which would allow them to go further into the cave for longer periods.
They improved upon the spark by raising the voltage, and they could carry these around.
The device they created, the iron arc, runs between two iron electrodes that produce a continuous current. It has a transformer and is controlled by a switch.
And that's where we create the iron spark that will emit the ultraviolet light. Check this out.
However, utilizing this new technology came with its own challenges.
You're walking in a mine that's dark, tripping hazards, your feet are wet, your hands are wet, and you're carrying a machine that's got 75,000 volts. But to see these colors, to pinpoint where the ore was definitely worth the risk.
Since their discovery, the extraordinary fluorescent rocks have amazed the miners working in the tunnels, like former Sterling Hill miner Doug Francisco.
Boy, this brings back memories. I'm home. You could take home specimens. One guy was bringing a large chunk of ore on the cage to take home with him, and he dropped it and it broke the foot of a guy down below him. From that moment on, the mine said, you can take home specimens, but they have to be able to fit in your lunchbox.
Drilling and blasting these rocks took great technical skill. The miners were required to follow specific procedures, although the newcomers sometimes learned the hard way.
A couple weeks after I started, they put me working with this old timer. We had spent 6 hours drilling this pattern out. At the end of the shift, we're gonna fire it. So we go around the corner and he bends down and I started to lean down. I said, "You're not gonna," and boom, he set it off. And literally I was 15 feet away around the corner and it knocked me on my butt, blew my helmet off, and he's just laughing and laughing. Another lesson for the new guy.
The miners at Sterling Hill drilled and blasted tunnels deep into the mountain to find the glowing minerals that indicated precious ores were present.
You can almost trace some of these hole patterns, but that's where it ended. And we would call that a boot hole because it didn't break clean. Here's a trace of a drill hole for blasting that was drilled in there. So that means this drift, this tunnel was driven in this direction. Boot hole, boot hole, boot hole.
Once the ore had been blasted off, the heavy rock needed to be transported through a maze of tunnels back up to the surface. The fastest and most efficient mode of transport was the train cart.
I can't tell you how many times I've driven these things.
The Sterling Hill mine operated continuously until 1986, when the owners were forced to close its doors for good, due to rising production costs and falling prices of zinc. 4 years later, in 1989, new owners purchased the land, determined to bring the mine back to life for the next generation. Today, it has been transformed into a place of exploration and research open to the public. Dr. Earl Verbeek is a resident geologist at Sterling Hill. His passion is studying these unique rocks formed over 1.3 billion years ago by a chain of volcanoes.
In many places you will find maybe 1 to 5 fluorescent minerals. In a very rich place, a very complicated geology place, you might find as many as 20. 100 is just outlandish.
Thanks to the discovery and further development of fluorescence done here, it's now part of our everyday life.
Pretty much any of the light that we use indoors and at night is produced by fluorescence these days. We have a fluorescent stripe in every bill, and the color of that stripe differs from a $5 to a $10 to a $20 bill. Credit cards, driver's licenses, most of them have hidden fluorescent emblems in them to make them difficult to counterfeit.
Sterling Hill Mine remains invaluable to scientific research and provides the opportunity to deepen our understanding of the interactions between the Earth and light. And it provides a lasting memory to all who have seen it.
No way could I pick a favorite out of this batch of minerals here. I just couldn't do it.
Within the Arctic Circle is the site of Norway's best-kept military secret. A massive underground complex carved into a mountain, hidden below 300 meters of rock.
We're quite safe right now.
Equipped with more than 3,000 meters of deep-water docking space, ammunition depots, and barracks, this submarine base served as a vital stopping point for Norwegian and NATO forces during the Cold War.
This was a store for torpedoes. It's concrete built into the rock itself.
How does this covert military facility resemble a villain's lair? And today, how is it being restored to serve a new purpose in the event of another global crisis?
There are some parts that are still classified.
Norway, a nation traditionally known for its wartime neutrality, was shaken after its Nazi occupation during World War II, and the country wanted to protect itself from future attack. In 1949, Norway was the only member of NATO to share a border with the Soviet Union, and there was an uneasy peace between the two nations. By the 1960s, the relationship had deteriorated. And in 1964, work on the top-secret nuclear submarine base, Olavsvern, began.
Norway has a border with Russia. Olavsvern was the northernmost base for NATO.
Geir Bentsen was a commanding officer at Olavsvern for 15 years. The location of this top-secret naval facility within reach of the Russian Kola Peninsula was crucial, because just across the border was the center of Soviet military activity.
Tromsø area is well suited for having a navy base. For political reason, you wanted to be close to operating areas, but not provocatively close to the Soviet border.
At just over 480 kilometers by sea from Russia, Olavsvern offered support to naval operations in the Barents Sea and surrounding areas.
We have vast areas, seawards, that Norway has jurisdiction over. We needed to have submarines, ships in northern Norway at all time, continuous presence.
The covert facility was built in 3 successive stages over 30 years and cost over $500 million. For Norway, building this massive complex was a huge undertaking, but the country was up for the challenge.
It was kept a secret during the entire period of operational use for the Navy. It was very little known by the public.
During the first phase of construction, engineers built a subterranean tunnel system which served as a weapons storage facility.
You can see the entrance into the old tunnel system.
Olavsvern's discreet entrance was built into the mountain bedrock. The strong, coarse-grained igneous rock, known as gabbro, allowed for tunneling and excavation with unsupported voids.
The rock is solid gabbro. It was drilled and blasted. Right where we are now is like 900 meters from the entrance into the mountain. And we have about 275 meters of solid rock above our heads, so we're quite safe right now.
The entire base, some areas of which are almost 300 meters underground, covers 25,000 square meters and includes over 3,000 meters of deep water underground docks to house and maintain nuclear submarines. The 900-meter-long entrance tunnel, with a large blast door at the front, leads in and out of these berths.
It's about 25,000 square meters with tunnels, stores, workshops, and everything's inside.
During the second phase of construction, engineers built a massive seawater basin and dry dock deep inside the rock.
This mountain was suited for building an in-rock facility. Out of sight, of course, well protected. In this climate, it's also nice during wintertime to have a place indoor for ships. Much more easy to do things, repair works and so on.
Bringing submarines and small craft into the dry dock via the main gate was a complex operation.
This is the main gate from the sea, where the ships can come in from outside.
Before the vessels can enter, the water levels on either side of the Mammoth door need to be equal to reduce the pressure on the structure.
Then we start opening the gates. Slowly it opens. You will see straight out to the sea.
But once inside, the base and its facilities moved like clockwork.
Replace a propeller or inspecting the hull or whatever was needed. Then the submarine could go back into operations the next morning.
In 1990, upgrades were made to the base, including an enlarged docking berth that could accommodate a new submarine class.
The dry dock is about 70 meters long to support and dry dock Ula-class submarines. We used to have 6 submarines, and they could all fit in there.
The hidden entrance to the facility allowed this new class of subs to go in and out undetected.
One of the benefits is that during the Cold War, you could be hidden in the in-rock facility and quite safe, actually. No bombs or anything could harm you in here.
With temperatures outside dropping below -30, it was imperative that the environment inside the facility was comfortable.
The concept was for the technical crew on board to be able to help themselves as much as possible. You can fix electronic components, for instance. You can do all that inside.
Deeper inside, parts of this military base are highly sensitive. Even today, some areas are still off limits.
This facility would still be one of the best ammunition depots.
During the Cold War, Norway's top-secret naval base, Olavsvern, operated as a high-security submarine base for NATO forces. It provided incoming vessels with access to maintenance facilities, but the deeper parts of the base were highly classified.
Please don't film details of the blast doors. This was top secret. The capacities and so on were restricted information, and we still keep it restricted.
However, a few of the weapon depots are currently accessible.
This was a store for torpedo. It's concrete built into the rock itself.
The storage units have been carefully constructed to safeguard the fragile torpedoes.
One obvious one is to make sure no stones will fall from the ceiling. Another is to have full control over humidity and temperature inside where the ammunition is stored.
The torpedoes need to be stored over water for safety reasons.
You have the store rails, the cradles, and you have a water basin underneath them. Because if you had a leakage of some of the torpedoes, it would start a fire on the concrete even.
In addition to its massive underground arsenal, Olavsvern also contained barracks, offices, and workshops.
Now we're heading into the old operational room. We had operational control over coastal fortresses and had to keep track on activities in the area. The officers had the view over the maps and plotting and everything.
By December 1991, the Soviet Union had collapsed, marking the end of the Cold War. In 2009, Olavsvern was decommissioned and sold to private investors.
We saw that we could combine a civilian-military operation here at this base.
Geir Michelson is now in charge of the future of this extraordinary subterranean facility. His connections to the base run deep. His father and other members of his family served at Olavsvern during the Cold War.
Our plans going forward is trying to attract both military and civilian activity that could be combined with military activity at the base.
The base is already a trusted military training facility.
We managed to get the Royal Dutch Marines to train here for 2.5 months. They came here with amphibious vessels and trained on landing operations from the base. We see an increased military activity, especially of Allied Navy vessels. Our hope is to attract these Navy vessels to come in here for logistic stops, fuel stops, and crew changes where they could use the mess facilities, the accommodation for the crew, either signing off or signing on the vessels.
Far from being a Cold War relic, the Olavsvern subterranean military base is managing to reinvent itself. But the balance between civilian and military use at the base could change at any time.
There are some parts that we are not willing to share with you. It's somewhat still classified. If we turn this base into a more permanent military operation, these facilities may be used again.
Hidden 18 meters underneath the town of Ramsgate, England, lies a wartime labyrinth with a story to tell. What role did this secret underground network play during World War II? And how did it protect citizens during one of the most brutal periods in the town's history?
It must have been like going into a scene from Dante's Inferno.
Thousands of kilometers away, underneath Butte, Montana, lies an abandoned network of mine tunnels, once known as the richest hill on Earth. Now, years after its closure, what is shaking the foundations of this once thriving town?
Fire in the hole!
Kaboom.
Not bad.
And in northern Europe, just 300 kilometers from the Arctic Circle, is the site of the world's largest subterranean sporting venue. How did engineers build this Olympic-scale feat of engineering? And how is it continuing to drive innovation?
No one had ever dared to build such a hall.
Beneath our feet lie extraordinary subterranean spaces.
We're miles away from civilization down here.
Caves, mines, and networks of tunnels.
The jewel in the crown for underground technology.
Some designed and built by humans. Others formed by nature over millions of years. How were they created and adapted? By whom and why?
If the enemy takes one section, he's not able to stand down there and shoot into the other section.
Throughout history, life underground has captured our imagination.
It creates a very frightening but also very beautiful experience.
Now we're taking you further and deeper.
There's all kinds of wild theories about what could be below.
To unearth the mysteries, the secrets, and the wonders of these underground worlds. Buried beneath the seaside town of Ramsgate, England, lies a hidden network of almost 6 kilometers of tunnels. Although people flock here to enjoy the sun, it was once a vulnerable wartime target. The safety it provided underground made an indelible mark on history.
The tunnels were known to Hitler, but they couldn't be destroyed.
This unlikely civilian bomb shelter became a permanent refuge after a devastating attack known as the Murder Raid.
They turned over the town and dropped 300 bombs.
What was subterranean life like for tens of thousands of people? And how did construction innovations make this life-saving network possible?
It was one of the largest construction projects in the country.
Situated on the east coast of Britain, the town of Ramsgate was one of the great seaside resorts of the 18th and 19th century.
Princess Victoria stayed in a hotel just up on the cliff top.
Although the town's well known for royal visitors, its most significant features were built beneath, starting with the subterranean railway that connected the harbour with the main train line. Helen Seton is a local expert.
The railways arrived in Ramsgate in 1846. In 1863, this tunnel was opened and it came out onto a station right next to the beach.
But this seaside getaway sometimes fell in the line of fire. From 1914 to 1918, World War I was raging. Ramsgate's proximity to France was now attracting a far more unwelcome visitor.
The mighty Zeppelins and those early aeroplanes would use Ramsgate as a target, and they would follow the coast around and then up the Thames to drop bombs on London. As they came over Ramsgate, they would drop bombs as well.
29 residents lost their lives in these World War I bombing raids, but more was yet to come. By 1936, as potential conflict loomed with Germany, local engineer Richard Brimmel came up with an ingenious plan to protect the town's residents from a future attack.
He realized, watching the newsreel footage of the Spanish Civil War and finding out about the tunnels underneath Barcelona, that the people of Ramsgate could do better than inadequate surface shelters.
Brimmel designed a network of air raid precaution tunnels beneath the town, using the railway tunnel as its hub.
The council turned them down flat. Far too expensive. What do we need this for anyway? There's not going to be a war.
However, in 1938, Ramsgate elected a new mayor. A.B.C. Kemp, as he was known, supported Brimmel's proposal and enlisted World War I Air Force Captain H.H. Balfour to assist in the construction of the tunnel system.
The need for tunnels after the experience of the First World War was made even more imperative by the fact that there was an RAF fighter base 2 miles outside the town, and Ramsgate was in the direct flight path.
In 1939, after several rejections by the British government due to cost and foreign policy conflicts, Kemp and Balfour finally received approval to break ground on their 4-kilometer-long network. And by March 1939, just months before Britain entered World War II, excavation began on what would become the largest air raid shelter in Britain.
80, mainly Kent miners, were employed. They worked in 2 shifts of 40, 12 hours a shift, and the work carried on 7 days a week.
By August 1939, Hitler invaded Poland and Britain declared war on Germany. Bombing raids were now only a matter of time, and these tunnels needed to be finished quickly.
They started work at a rate of 24 feet a day, which is roughly where I'm standing, back to you.
In an amazing feat of human strength, skill, and back-breaking labor, the 80 miners managed to dig out 4 kilometers of tunnels by hand in just 9 months. How the tunnel system protected the 40,000 residents from the German Air Force was remarkable.
12 permanently open entrances meant that no one in the centre of town was further than 5 minutes from safety when the sirens started. It was essential that people could get underground rapidly because it only took the German fighters 5 minutes to get across the channel.
But how they constructed the tunnels needed to take into consideration the soft chalk they were digging in, as tunnel manager Isaac Naylor explains.
As easy as chalk is to dig through, they still had to employ pneumatic shovels to be able to cut away at the front, and then that was then broken up and shoveled by hand into some small minecarts. The tunnels were 7 feet wide by 6 foot high. Any larger than this and they would have been made unstable.
Despite their stability, the tunnels still required some reinforcement, so engineers utilized a unique building material for the time.
We've actually been walking uphill on a gradient of 1 in 600. We've now got the concrete reinforcing, some 12 inches of reinforced concrete, primarily because as we go above 30 feet, chalk becomes weaker and weaker.
Construction shafts were built to provide access for miners.
This is a construction shaft, one of 11 that was bored down from the surface to allow the miners to excavate the spoil that they had created while digging. Their diesel locomotives pulled the trucks to points like this. The trucks were turned 90 degrees before being pushed into the centre there.
At the heart of Brimmel's design was the use of Ramsgate's existing Victorian railway tunnel and infrastructure.
We've got the ventilation shaft above our heads to make sure that all of the smoke and debris that was being created as the trains ran through, it had a chance to escape out up into the atmosphere.
When the siren sounded, warning of an incoming attack, people only had a few minutes to get below ground.
We're now standing at one of the original entrances. This would have all originally been open to the elements.
The entrances were designed to have a funneling effect, to fit as many people in as possible at the initial entry point.
By the time they got down towards the tunnels themselves, there would be no more than 2 people standing abreast, so they could filter off into the smaller tunnels.
The shelter's capacity was intentionally designed to accommodate double the population of Ramsgate.
There's enough room within these tunnels to house 60,000 people. That was 30,000 permanent residents and an additional 30,000 holidaymakers who Our mayor, ABC Kemp, felt that even during the Second World War, people would still want to come on their summer holidays. The town were then marketed as the safest resort in the country.
Once safe inside the tunnels, life was cramped and uncomfortable. However, a few were given special privileges.
People in reserved occupations, so firemen and doctors and nurses who needed to be able to get in and out more quickly were housed in here because there are more access points. The air raid precaution wardens would issue them with a permit. They would have a bunk.
Most were forced to remain inside the tunnel, safe from the fires and destruction left by the heavy bombardment of the Luftwaffe. This confinement was far from pleasant.
Of the 250 alcoves that would have contained not one, but 2 chemical toilets, you'd been separated from your neighbour by a nice healthy sheet of asbestos. There was no light in there. There was nowhere to wash your hands in there. We know the smell was dreadful.
Richard Brimmel's custom-built tunnels were like none seen before in Britain. Engineered to protect the lives of every man, woman and child in Ramsgate, as the Luftwaffe bombarded them from above.
Each of the entrances, we had 2 right-angle bends to counteract bomb blast and shrapnel. Should a bomb land on or near the entrance, it wouldn't be able to penetrate any further into the tunnel network.
These right angles were to prove incredibly effective on one particular night, known as the Murder Raid. On August 24th, 1940, at the height of the Battle of Britain, the Luftwaffe sent a bomber squadron to the nearby Royal Air Force Base. Ultimately, the RAF prevailed, but Ramsgate was attacked in what's known as the world's worst assault from the air.
They turned over the town and in the next 5 minutes dropped 300 bombs.
Britain's largest underground shelter, the Ramsgate tunnels, valiantly protected its residents from this deadly assault.
During that raid, 300 bombs killed 27 civilians and 3 service personnel. The rest of the town, thousands and thousands of them, were safe down here. Even with 300 bombs going off, deep in the tunnels right here, you would not have heard anything. It was this day that was known as the Murder Raid.
The bombs destroyed 78 houses, left 300 unfit for habitation, and a further 700 damaged. The Murder Raid left thousands of Ramsgate residents homeless, and the tunnels suddenly took on a new purpose.
This is the beginning of our tunnel town.
Jill Gilmore is an expert on Ramsgate's turbulent history and its underground tunnels, known to locals as Tunnel Town.
When people finally had the all clear after the Murder Raid, they left the tunnels and they went up out into the open, and it must have been like going into a scene from Dante's Inferno. There was smoke, there were flames, there were buildings that had collapsed, buildings that were on fire. You were confused because landmarks had gone and the road was blocked. And then imagine the horror of getting to your house, only it wasn't there.
The chalk tunnels were not designed for long-term habitation, and while some people moved back above ground, some chose to continue living in Tunnel Town.
You would think, why on earth would anybody want to live here? It's appalling conditions. But they had to make the choice of, do I live in a house that may be already damaged, that could be damaged again, and worry every night? Or do I come down here where I am 100% safe? So the people just said, we're staying here. People gathered what they could from the remnants. They gathered old clothes horses, old curtains, blankets to make a screen. And the council even found the deck chairs that they'd put in storage for the duration of the war. But over that first weekend, this is how they stayed.
Gradually, the place evolved into a subterranean neighborhood with a strong sense of community.
In the evening, there would be all the families around playing games, the kids running around. This is where the main part of Tunnel Town was constructed, and this was a cafe that they could come and get food, and also the cafe owner was obliged to let them have hot water at night if you have a baby and you needed to heat up a bottle.
Even the children growing up in Tunnel Town maintained a relatively normal life.
The schools that were left had very few teachers, so the pupils just went in for an hour a day, and then they were free to roam around. Every entrance to the tunnels leads onto a public open space. The mums could just say, oh, go out and play football, knowing that they didn't have to go any further than the top of the staircase to be in an open space.
After the war, many families remained in the tunnels while the town was being rebuilt above them, until the last Tunnel Town residents left in the late 1940s. Thanks to Richard Brimmel's engineering genius and the persistence of A.B.C. Kemp and H.H. Balfour, today the tunnels are a lasting testament to how great feats of engineering can change the course of history.
The tunnels were known to Hitler, but they were so well constructed and so deep in most places that they couldn't be destroyed.
Nestled in the Rocky Mountains of southwest Montana is Butte, arguably one of the most significant mining towns in American history. Within an 11-kilometer radius under the city, there are a staggering 16,000 kilometers of tunnel. But how did Butte, Montana, come to be known as the richest hill on Earth?
A quarter of all the copper in the world was coming from Butte.
How are the mines continuing to drive innovation today?
Fire in the hole!
And why did Evel Knievel spend time in the town's underground jail?
That's when he got his nickname, and the name stuck.
In 1864, the first settlers established Butte as a small gold mining camp. By the early 1870s, the gold ran out and silver mining took over, keeping Butte in business. But it was copper ore that really put Butte on the map. The copper mining ramped up and the city thrived. The town became known as the richest hill on Earth.
So this is the 100-foot level. This is the only accessible original workings that we have here.
Engineer Logan Dudding is responsible for the refurbishment and preservation of the Orphan Girl Mine, located on the west side of Butte.
We're only able to access this 100-foot level, nothing below, because the groundwater has been allowed to recharge here. This shaft is 3,200 feet deep. 3,100 of it is water.
The upper levels that have been restored give us an insight into what life was like for the miners here in the late 19th century.
The miners are paid based on a volume of rock that they're blasting during a week. So a lot of them would cut corners and would ultimately be crushed or killed, trying to speed things up so they could get paid.
As miners dug deeper, shafts were propped up with wood to prevent collapse.
The old shoring techniques was all done by timbers. You don't see any exposed rock.
At peak construction, Butte mines were using more than 1,000 tons of wood every week.
Just give you an idea how much timber that the mine swallowed. The company would use over 30,000 board feet of timber per day.
And if digging deeper into the earth wasn't hard enough, getting the metals out was an even bigger challenge. The tunnels here still have both the original rails and ore carts that were used to remove the mine material.
So these were the style of ore cars that would have been used in the Orphan Girl. If they have a load of rock, they'd weigh about a ton. If they had a load of ore, they'd weigh 3 tons. It gives you an idea of the weight of the metal versus the weight of the rock. You know, you weren't shoveling dirt or small pebbles, you were shoveling boulders. After these things were filled up, you had to shove them by hand, and that was called hand tramming.
In the late 1800s, Butte became a hotbed for mining, and the metals excavated here were exported all around the world.
Here in Butte, we have more than 10,000 miles of underground tunnels.
Dick Gibson is an expert in the town's extraordinary history.
In the early 1900s, 1905, 1910, about a quarter of all the copper in the world, not Montana, not the United States, a quarter of all the copper in the world was coming from Butte.
Mine engineers studying Butte created a 3D projection of what is now beneath the town. It shows just how vast, deep, and complex the network of shafts and drifts is. Yet, the natural resources underneath the richest hill on Earth wouldn't last forever. And by the mid-20th century, the town's lucky streak was running out. By the turn of the 20th century, Butte, Montana, known as the richest hill on Earth, was thriving. The demand for copper drove the entire town to become an around-the-clock operation.
Everything in Butte followed the shift change. Every 8 hours, somebody else was coming off shift. Just as the churches were, the brothels were, the grocery stores, everything in Butte was 24/7.
As the mining industry here boomed, Butte's population peaked to nearly 100,000 residents, and soon the city's uptown district was running out of space.
With all those people up on a hill that was pretty constrained, we had to do what we had to do, which included building up, making skyscrapers, and going down under the sidewalks to find more space.
Over 130 businesses began operating beneath the sidewalk.
Sidewalks in Uptown Butte are vaulted sidewalks. That means that there is or was a space beneath every one of them. These used to have glass bricks in them that allowed light to go down into these under the sidewalk spaces.
Despite the rigorous laws imposed during Prohibition, Butte's nightlife during the 1920s was roaring.
Speakeasy.
Trixie sent me.
The name Speakeasy comes from the fact that you had to speak quietly, speak easy when you said the password at the hole in the door. We're standing below the sidewalk. These skylights above me once held elegant stained glass that brought the light down through glass bricks in the sidewalk to light this otherwise fairly dark place. It was a high-class place. It was the kind of place that regular run-of-the-mill miners probably weren't coming to. We have so many touches of elegance. We have nice arched ceilings here. We have carved columns. We have terrazzo tile floors. Welcoming these people, these elegant flapper ladies, bankers, lawyers, these are the kind of people that would have been coming here during Prohibition time.
But in the mid-20th century, Butte started to shrink almost as quickly as it had grown, and Butte's underground town was all but forgotten.
When this place was rediscovered in the early 2000s, it had been abandoned for quite a few years. Prohibition ended in 1933, but the place continued as a saloon for a while. But Butte's population was declining. It was no longer a popular place and may not have been used at all for a few decades.
Just around the corner from the Speakeasy was the Butte Underground Jail, built in the basement of the old City Hall.
Butte had quadrupled in population, so we needed bigger and better of everything. So the City Hall was built at that time. In the dungeons, the basement below it is where the jail was built. We have about 46 beds in here. They were typically occupied, maybe by murderers, maybe by drunks. The places were crowded, they were hot, they were humid, because the boilers for the building were down here too. The toilets were open. There were no places that you could go for privacy, no privacy whatsoever, and it was a place that you did not want to come back to.
In 1956, the infamous Evel Knievel was held here for reckless driving.
When Robert Knievel was arrested, another guy was already here, William Knaufel. William Knaufel already had a nickname with the police. He was called Awful Knaufel because he was in and out of jail all the time. The jailers said, look at this, we've got Awful Knaufel and Evil Knievel. That's when he got his nickname, and the name stuck, and he kept it, and he was proud of it for the rest of his life.
By the late 1950s, global competition caused the town's growth to level off and then enter a long period of decline. In the early 1980s, high production costs and low copper prices resulted in a full shutdown. For the first time in its history, Butte was a mining town without a mine. Now, decades later, a new generation is bringing Butte back to its roots. After a century of weathering the booms and busts of the mining industry, the town of Butte, Montana, began to revitalize. Scott Rosenthal has spent 30 years working in mines all over the world, and now leads a hands-on mine engineering course at his alma mater, Montana Tech University.
We're standing in one of the original underground drifts constructed in 1937 here in Butte. The students have rehabbed this.
Down the entrance ramp, students are brought into the mine, where they spend each class drilling, digging, securing, and blasting different drift areas.
So the students are working on getting new mesh to replace the old mesh and the old rock bolts out. Fire in the hole! We do want to come up a little bit. Yeah, because it was really low right here now. When they're down here and they're working, they're learning how explosives work, how mechanical systems work, how air systems work, how the water power works. They also understand that if they plan to get something done today, it might not get done. If something goes wrong, it's going to take me a little bit longer. So in the future, as engineers, they can build a better plan to build in that contingency.
Unlike the working conditions of the original miners, there are now some modern upgrades.
Underground, we have Wi-Fi available, which is, if we're doing an experiment, we can then tap into that experiment that's happening underground in the classroom, so we can demonstrate.
The School of Mining is not the only department using the tunnels.
The Geological Engineering Department comes down to look at rock type. Occupational Safety and Health Departments monitor the noise, look at different hearing protection. We've also had the Geophysics Department down here. They thump the rock and they're looking for, is there a big fault or some discontinuity in this rock wall?
The hands-on classroom also serves a larger purpose for the university. In 2013, a Department of Energy grant supporting a geothermal project is reducing energy consumption on campus.
So we're actually using warm mine water to partially heat one of our buildings. These pipes go down 300 feet into the water. The water's about 78 degrees. Then we pump that over to our natural resources building. There, a heat exchanger pulls out some of that geothermal heat out of the water, and the water comes back here at about 65 degrees.
New life is growing roots in these tunnels, giving back to the land what the mining industry once took from it.
This is an underground greenhouse, and the reason I'm down here is I don't have to heat it.
The research is led by Dr. Paul Conrad, a specialist in mine reclamation and environmental restoration.
We're looking at pine trees and there's sagebrush that's growing here right now. Sagebrush is a big thing here in the western United States.
The goal is to one day replace what was lost to excessive deforestation during the building of the mines.
2 years ago, we actually planted about 65 trees that we had developed down here on it's a reclaimed site here in Butte. We actually had about 60 to 65% of our trees that we planted out there survived the winter. And so we're pretty excited about that.
Since the mid-19th century, Butte has faced adversity head-on, reinventing itself time and time again, and it has a very bright future ahead. "96 kilometers above Norway's capital city of Oslo lies the small town of Gjøvik, and a subterranean world that exists in plain sight, with one of the world's largest unsupported man-made caverns, 30 meters above the town.
This is the entrance to the largest underground stadium in the world.
Hidden away 400 meters inside Fjellhallen Mountain is the Gjøvik Olympic Cavern Hall.
It's quite unique to have a world attraction which no one can see.
This is construction on an unprecedented scale.
I don't think there is anything like it in the world.
What kinds of innovative engineering techniques made this possible?
It's only supported by around 60 iron bolts mounted in a bedrock.
And why is it unique?
It is the jewel in the crown for underground technology.
Hidden just over 400 meters inside Fjellhallen Mountain is the Gjøvik Olympic Cavern Hall. When Lillehammer won the 1994 Winter Olympic bid, the small nearby town of Gjøvik vied for and was awarded the host site for 16 ice hockey games. But they didn't have a facility large enough to accommodate the world stage. What they set out to create was on a level that had never been attempted or achieved. Geologist Rajinder Kumar Basin played a key role in creating the solution.
This is the entrance to the largest underground stadium in the world. There are still several houses up there, but of course during the construction of the stadium, the houses were vacated, but everything went very smoothly and people have returned back.
Although digging underground may seem like an unlikely choice, Norway has a history of building within mountains.
The mountain is there, so if you can make a hole in that, then you have not used any space outside, so it's environmentally friendly. It's impressive because no one had ever dared to build such a hall.
It's quite unique to have a world attraction in the middle of Gjøvik, which no one can see.
Torvild Sveen is the mayor of Gjøvik.
When I very first came here, I was just feeling that it's a boom, 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 and it's kind of, yes, you are actually hoping to see a troll when you come here.
Tales of trolls and prehistoric cavern dwellers became an unlikely inspiration for the Winter Games held here, where building below ground is a Nordic tradition.
In Norwegian folklore, there is quite a rich tradition about telling stories about trolls. As a nation, we remember our history, we remember where we came from because we were a mountain people.
The rich Norwegian culture would influence this underground space in another way, through the ancient runic writing system.
There is carvings called runer. That is the signs of the first people that were living here as fishermen and hunters. In the Olympics '94, we made pictograms of how would the first men have been drawing us as sportsmen. So it's a little history, but also a little funny moment.
Perhaps the greatest marvel of this entire facility is the earth itself, and the Nordic tradition of building within it.
This hall is very impressive because nobody had ever dared to build a 62-meter span underground object.
In 1994, the Norwegian town of Gjøvik was approved to host the Olympic Ice Hockey Championship Games. Engineers got right to work.
This is the pilot tunnel, and this is where the construction started. Drilling and blasting technique was used, and this tunnel is approximately 150-200 meters long, and it came right up to the cavern roof.
But before they could start the actual stadium construction, engineers needed to first assess the integrity of the mountain rock. To do so, the team used cutting-edge mapping equipment, created especially for the excavation by the Norwegian Geotechnical Institute.
The rock type here is called gneiss. This is a metamorphic rock and has a lot of micro cracks. As you can see here, you can basically peel off the rock, so they're not very good rock quality. We were mapping every joint of the rock to see whether there is any weak spots in the rock mass. And these weak zones can present some stability problems, but it was important to see that many of these weak zones died out after a few meters. So we were recording these weak zones in a very systematic manner and simulating how the structure will behave when excavated.
In April 1991, construction began on the new Gjøvik Cavern Hall ice hockey stadium.
Construction took less than 1 year to complete the excavation of the stadium. And it's about 27 meters high and more than 90 meters long.
The team was able to map the rock in such detail and with such accuracy that they could move forward with a bold plan to design and build the cavern with no supporting pillars. The arched roof would support itself.
The key is constructing such a structure in different stages. Stage 1 of the construction, which is the pilot tunnel. Then you have stage 2, where you're slashing on the sides. Then you have stage 3, removing the abutments. All the stages of construction were computer modeled.
The plan for a self-supporting dome called for extra diligence during the excavation stage. But hollowing out a mountain is rough work.
It took about 170 tons of explosives to blast this big hole, which is here. 140,000 cubic meter of rock was taken out, and we were surprised when this construction was completed.
When performing precise excavations with hundreds of tons of powerful explosives, careful monitoring is crucial.
The observed deformations on the top of the mountain are of the order of 5 to 8 millimeters, which matched very well with our predictions. We're allowing the rock mass to bear the load itself.
Building underground has some other unforeseen benefits.
We know that the temperature underground does not vary as much as outside. For example, today outside it's -10, and here inside it's more or less constant temperature. So the ventilation costs and other costs are dramatically reduced.
Maintaining a comfortable 16 degrees Celsius inside for players and spectators comes at a minimal cost. Yet keeping the ice frozen was a much bigger challenge. Temperatures inside the cavern are constant, but above freezing. And what gives visitors a pleasant experience causes problems for the maintenance of the venue's centerpiece, the ice rink. Operations manager Adam Erstman experiences firsthand how being underground can change the equation.
The design of the refrigeration plant depends on the heat loads imposed to the ice sheet. And in here, you have contributors to the heat load. Skaters and ice resurfacing system, and the light, and the temperature and humidity.
Energy use has been minimized using ingenious passive and active processes.
We have 25 millimeters of ice sheet, and under the ice sheet, there's a concrete slab. And in a thermodynamic view, we are here removing heat from the concrete. In the concrete slab, we have around 2,000 meters of cooling pipes transporting a salt fluid. And this salt fluid have a temperature around -6 to 10 degrees Celsius. Under the chilled concrete, there is a layer of isolation, not to spreading the cooling downwards.
Suspended above, more innovative solutions were applied.
Above me in the technical grid, you can see this silver sheet, and they are reflecting the radiation heat. This technical grid just hanging from iron bolts that is mounted in the bedrock. The weight of this technical grid is around 50,000 kilograms, and it's only supported by around 60 iron bolts. The iron bolts are going as deep as 12 meters inside the bedrock.
At every opportunity, heat from the ice system is recaptured to reduce overall energy use.
Ventilation and the ice rink are the biggest energy users in the Olympic Hall. The arena has a great design of temperature movements. From the ice rink, we are removing the heat from the ice-making process. And this heat is used all around the building to heat up the facility.
While the Cavern Hall is what the public sees, there are many more secrets to this underground facility. Reminders that you are actually inside the earth.
The stadium is basically a dry structure, so the seepage of water has not been a problem at all. But now, when we are inside the pilot tunnel, you can see some moist conditions and some small drips of water. And these drips of water has created the icicles, which look like what we see in fairy tales. So it's a fantastic structures, and there's a lot of huge icicles. Incredible structures, I would say.
As world leaders in excavation, the Norwegian tunnelers used highly adaptive approaches to address real-world eventualities.
We design as you go in the Norwegian method of tunneling. When you do this seismic measurements, it's just like an X-ray. And we can see here that the cavern is located here.
Gjøvik's Caverns Stadium delivered on its goal to host truly memorable Olympic experiences for players and spectators alike.
During the Olympics, we had 16 ice hockey matches here. The ice hockey players were quite fascinated to play matches inside the mountain.
This structure is basically the state of art in underground technology. Within a relatively small budget, the structure cost just $25 million. So it's not an expensive structure.
Even today, Gjøvik Olympic Hall leads the world in technical innovation for cavern excavation.
We usually get a lot of visitors from various countries. Japan and Korea, where there's lack of space. The United States and also India, where they're building a lot in the Himalayas. The first thing they ask is, where's the pillar? And then, we have to tell them, there's no pillar here. We allow the rock mass itself to bear the structure. It's regarded as the jewel in the crown for underground technology.
Gjøvik Cavern Hall isn't just a unique sporting environment and feat of engineering. It represents Norway's commitment to sustainability, along with just a hint of Nordic magic. In Kentucky, a vast network of natural caves stretching hundreds of kilometers. How was this massive labyrinth discovered? And how did a raw material found buried in the caves help change the course of history?
We continue to explore the cave because we have by no means found all of it.
Thousands of kilometers away in Croatia, this underground military base was one of Eastern Europe's best-kept Cold War secrets. How was this impenetrable fortress destroyed? And how are the locals keeping its legacy alive?
It's unbelievable that things like these actually survive.
And in the UK, this once prosperous mine was the center of a booming industry. Yet a century later, it was suddenly abandoned. What happened to this forgotten frontier? And how is it being rediscovered?
We can actually see this mud has been completely undisturbed for at least 120 years.
Beneath our feet lie extraordinary subterranean spaces.
We're miles away from civilization down here.
Caves, mines, and networks of tunnels.
The jewel in the crown for underground technology.
Some designed and built by humans. Others formed by nature over millions of years. How were they created and adapted? By whom and why?
If the enemy takes one section, he's not able to stand down there and shoot into the other section.
Throughout history, life underground has captured our imagination.
It creates very frightening but also very beautiful experience.
Now we're taking you further and deeper.
There's all kinds of wild theories about what could be below.
To unearth the mysteries, the secrets, and the wonders of these underground worlds. Beneath the wooded lands of Kentucky lies the longest cave network in the world. This massive labyrinth, consisting of over 800 kilometers of passages and cathedral-like caverns, has uncovered some of the earliest prehistoric artifacts in the region, including human remains over 6,000 years old.
Native Americans had to be pretty hardcore cavers. We continue to explore the cave because we have by no means found all of it.
This subterranean maze has many mysteries, including one that may have changed the course of American history.
They would pump it to the ceiling to be made into gunpowder.
And an intrepid explorer and guide whose legacy is famous to this day.
Stephen Bishop was the very first person to see this. He was the first to ever cross the bottomless pit.
For thousands of years, humans have been exploring Mammoth Cave in Kentucky, the longest cave system in the world.
It is indeed massive, but it's got a great history. To me, that's one of the coolest things about Mammoth Cave is the original explorers.
Dr. Pat Cambyses is an expert in cave geology and is fascinated by those who first discovered this underground lair.
The unique thing about it is the Native Americans explored easily 12 or 13 miles just with the technology that they had. They didn't have boots, they didn't have lights like we have lights, and they saw an amazing amount of cave.
The limestone caves, formed over 1 million years ago, were a lure for the early adventurers. Jeff Rose has been a ranger here at Mammoth Cave since 2015.
Prehistoric Native Americans would have utilized Mammoth Cave for shelter, not only from storms during the summertime, but also sheltering from just the heat. In the summertime, this entrance behind me expels cold air that can be felt clear down on the Green River, which is about a quarter mile from where we're standing.
When the first humans scouted the area, they would have stumbled upon a gaping hole in the earth. As the early explorers ventured deeper into the caves, they came across mysterious, glistening walls.
The cave would have just literally sparkled, the walls, the ceilings, the floor even. When the light hits them, they just reflect that back at you. And they found out that this stuff was soft enough to knock it off the walls. Here we're looking at hammer marks where the prehistoric Native Americans chipped gypsum off of the walls of the cave. This gypsum calcium sulfate, they would harvest it. It could have been a ceremonial thing. It could be used in paint. It could even actually been an agricultural product. We find it in fertilizers, paints, and food today that we consume.
Using mussel shells gathered from the nearby Green River, the Native Americans mined many different materials from the passages of the cave.
The other minerals, selenite, only has one use, and that is a laxative. Epsonite is fertilizer and for soaking aches and sprains.
The mining was extensive.
The prehistoric Native Americans would travel upwards of about 20 miles of Mammoth Cave. There were several other entrances that would later be connected to Mammoth Cave, that they would have utilized those sections of cave as well.
Quite by accident, an incredible find was made that shed light on how the first explorers worked inside these caves.
One of the guides that worked for Mammoth Cave discovers a body underneath a rock.
Archaeologists for the National Park Service carried out a forensic examination of the body to discover how this prehistoric miner died. It appears he had been digging on a sandstone ledge. The rock above slipped and he was trapped. His body was well preserved when it was found centuries later. He became affectionately known as Lost John. In addition to the prehistoric miner, thousands of artifacts, including pottery, woven cloth, and a handful of drawings were also unearthed.
So here is one of the prehistoric Native American drawings that we see in the cave. They believe that the cave became more ceremonial.
Mammoth Cave lay undisturbed for around 1,300 years, until European settlers once again uncovered the extensive passages in the late 1700s. It was around this time the most noteworthy discovery occurred in these caves, one that may have changed the course of American history.
Europeans would have tested the dirt in the cave, and it contained saltpeter.
Also called calcium nitrate, the valuable saltpeter can be used to make gunpowder.
Word spread about the quantity and the quality of saltpeter that was available here.
During the Revolutionary War, the demand for gunpowder skyrocketed across the country. The saltpeter operation in Mammoth Cave became an essential part of the war effort.
They produced 400,000 pounds of nitrates. That number by itself is just amazing. Without this nitrates, it's hard to tell where this country would have been at that time. This right here is one of the leaching vats that were used for the War of 1812. Still in place here when the war ended. The boxes were used to leach the nitrates out of the soil.
Leaching is a process of extraction by dissolving the nitrates.
Once they got that nitrates out in liquid form, they would pump it to the ceiling and gravity feed it back outside, where they would cook it down to the nitrate crystals, and then they would ship that off to be made into gunpowder.
Dry conditions and a stable environment in the caves have preserved the remnants of a 200-year-old operation. But after the War of 1812, there was no longer a demand for domestic saltpeter, and the cave's owners needed to find a new source of revenue to keep it operational. Thanks to the pioneering work of one brave man, new discoveries were about to be made.
No one had ever done this type of exploration before.
The War of 1812 ended with the signing of the Treaty of Ghent in 1815, and guns were laid down by both sides. Gunpowder was no longer in high demand, and Mammoth Cave saltpeter deposits were all but abandoned. But new light was on the horizon for the cave network, and it came in the shape of tourism. people traveled from all over to see the vast caves.
New industry began, which was tourism. The first tours started at Mammoth Cave in 1816. One of the main routes that they began to tour was up in this passageway called Gothic Avenue.
Jackie Wheat is an expert in this chapter of Mammoth Cave's history.
Kind of resembled the old Gothic architecture. A lot of old stalactites and dripstone formations. And in this passageway, you can see numerous candle smoke signatures on the ceiling. We call this historic graffiti. We wouldn't allow it today.
This candle smoke writing dates back to the early 1800s.
Some of these names written on the ceiling are the old gods that worked here early on, the Miller family, the Gatewood family. Another signature you find in this passageway is one of Stephen Bishop.
In 1839, Stephen Bishop, an enslaved teenager, was introduced to Mammoth Cave by the owner of the site, who wanted to open it up as a tourist attraction. Soon, Stephen began exploring the depths of the caves and became a legend to all who followed in his footsteps.
Throughout his career at Mammoth Cave, he became very famous for his discoveries.
Soon, Stephen began giving tours himself. He took visitors to the deepest and darkest parts of the cave, where only the bravest explorers would dare to go.
As visitors read more about Mammoth Cave, they would actually know to ask for Stephen by name because they wanted the discoverer and the explorer to personally take them on a tour.
Using ropes and a small lantern for light, Stephen navigated his way through the unknown caverns, discovering tunnels, underground rivers, and the bottomless pit.
He was actually the first person to ever cross what's called the bottomless pit. Behind me you see a steel bridge today that spans the bottomless pit, but in Stephen's day, it would have been just a black void. No one had ever done this type of exploration before. To span a ladder or a pole across it, hoping that it hits something on the other side, and then trying to scoot out on it, not knowing how deep he might fall, what was beyond it.
And while his journey to the other side of the bottomless pit was extraordinary, it certainly wasn't his last accomplishment.
We're now at the very bottom of the cave system at the water table. The next big discovery that Stephen Bishop made was the underground river system.
Word of Bishop's discoveries spread, and scientists flocked to see for themselves. One find in particular caused great excitement.
The eyeless cavefish are very unique. They're an endangered species, no skin pigment, no eyes. They live their entire life in a dark environment.
Unique to Mammoth Caves, the incredible eyeless cavefish, Amblyopsis spelaea, has adapted to the lightless and low-energy environment of the caves. As it evolved, the species stopped growing eye structures and unnecessary skin pigments.
Stephen Bishop was the very first person to see this. He actually went beyond the river system and found many more miles of passageways. It's a remarkable achievement for him to accomplish with very limited resources.
Today, Stephen's legacy lives on. His courage and determination continue to inspire the next generation of explorers.
It was his map that was used decades after he was long gone and had passed away that many generations continued to use and explore off of that.
While over 600 kilometers have already been mapped, experts estimate there may be another 1,000 kilometers still to find. Thankfully, one organization has made it their mission to follow in the footsteps of Stephen Bishop and to document as much as they can of the seemingly never-ending passages.
We continue to explore the cave because we have by no means found all of it, and we also document what we explore.
Dr. Pat Kambisis and her survey team now make regular monthly exploratory missions into the caves on the hunt for new tunnels and more answers.
You start with one point, and you pick a second point, and you set your measuring device so it measures the distance between the 2 points. And then you have a compass of some sort so that you could get the bearing between the 2 sites. There is a person who is taking notes and making a representative sketch of the cave.
The data they collect can be turned into highly detailed maps.
Maps tell us how long the cave is, how deep the cave is, and where it is in relation to the surface. We use these maps as the basis for continuing our exploration work and our survey work.
Mammoth Cave, a tunnel system that truly lives up to its name. Its enduring allure is the promise of secrets hidden in the depths. From ancient times to the present day, people have sought to understand the mysteries of this labyrinthine network. But the lasting lesson when it comes to Mammoth Cave is that there is always more. Precariously located between communist and democratic Cold War enemies, the country of Yugoslavia was forced to protect itself. Their answer was to build a top-secret lair inside a hollowed-out mountain.
It was built in complete secrecy.
With the latest weapons, aircraft, and communication systems, this base's underground complex included over 3 kilometers of tunnels.
The idea was a strong enough base that could sustain a 20-kiloton nuclear bomb.
As times changed and Yugoslavia was torn apart, what led to the demise of this impenetrable military facility?
Some undeveloped films. It's unbelievable that things like these actually survived.
How are locals keeping its legacy alive for the next generation?
The majority of its people wanted democracy and independence.
World War II hadn't officially ended before the next round of geopolitical tensions were already brewing. This time in a Cold War between the communist nations of the Eastern Bloc and the democratic countries of the West. Caught in the middle was Yugoslavia. Made up of 5 member nations, it chose not to side with either Cold War superpower. In 1944, Yugoslavian revolutionary Josip Broz, nicknamed Tito, and his formidable resistance army, the Partisans, led a ferocious campaign to drive occupying Axis forces out of the country in order to establish their own communist state. When the Cold War began, Tito did not fully align with Soviet Russia and was the first communist leader to openly stand against Stalin and the empire he created. Tito embarked on one of the most ambitious military defense projects in history, codenamed Objekat, to protect Yugoslavia from foreign attack. Today, Croatia is full of remnants of the past military might of Yugoslavia.
Croatia is a country full of famous sites that many tourists are visiting. But also, there are some fascinating locations off the beaten path.
Historian Eva Perikovic is on a mission to keep the legacy of Croatia's dark past alive for the next generation.
In a small village of Željava, there is an underground abandoned military base and military airport.
Željava Air Base, part of Tito's top-secret Objekat military installations, was built deep into the mountains near where Croatia meets Bosnia.
Strategically, it has been chosen because of the good position. It was deep enough into the Yugoslavian territory, but also close enough to the important points of the former country.
Hidden for 5 decades, no one knew about Tito's military masterpiece while it was operational.
Inspired by hangars used by Swedish Air Force. The construction of this place lasted from 1948 till 1968. It was a top secret project. Throughout that time, it was built in complete secrecy, and over $6 billion American was spent on it. This makes it the biggest European military project and definitely the most expensive one. When I came here for the first time almost 7 years ago, I was shocked by the size of it and by the story about this place, but also with the fact that prior to that point, I did not know that this place exists.
The facility played a key role in Yugoslavia's early warning network, with short-range tracking and targeting radars. It was also armed with surface-to-air missile systems.
The idea was to build a strong enough base that could sustain a 20-kiloton nuclear bomb, equal to the one dropped on Nagasaki. The huge amount of knowledge, expertise, and experience was put into this place.
This massive subterranean airbase was able to house 2 full fighter squadrons and 1 reconnaissance squadron, all within its 3.5 kilometers of strategically planned tunnels.
The total length of the inside facility is about 3.5 kilometers, with the middle part wide enough to fit about 80 MiG-21 airplanes, each with its own power and fuel station.
It was also designed to be a fully self-sufficient underground city.
Power generators, fuel tanks, kitchen and a cafeteria that could host up to 1,000 people at a time, rockets and bomb storages, doctor, classroom, crew quarters. Those were all parts of this complex for a normal, everyday functioning of the base. The complex had its own underground water source, and fuel was brought by a network of pipes.
Fuel lines were cut through the mountains from oil stores, running underground for 21 kilometers into the center of the base. The top-secret airbase, operational throughout the Cold War, was almost entirely impervious to outside attack.
The base had 4 armored doors that could be opened and closed by a mechanism. They would actually slide on a track, which would push them into this little room so they can stay open.
But as Eastern Europe entered the 1980s, everything was about to change, and the Željava Air Base was to serve a new purpose. During the Cold War, Tito and his resistance army had established and maintained the communist state of Yugoslavia. But soon after Tito died in 1980, the communist threads that had held Yugoslavia's territories together began to disintegrate. Once the USSR and Soviet bloc also began to unravel, the end was inevitable.
Fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989, East European countries went through democratic changes.
Jorgo Vartin is a curator at the Karlovac City Museum, not far from Željava.
Yugoslavia was one of those countries. The majority of its people wanted democracy and independence.
But there was a faction within the country that opposed reform, and a tense period of civil unrest began.
Those democratic changes were opposed by Socialistic Republic of Serbia.
Tito's surviving Yugoslav National Army was Serb-controlled.
So Serbia used military force, the so-called Yugoslav People's Army, to prevent those democratic changes in other countries. So that is basically how the Croatian War of Independence started. Or we call it in Croatia the Homeland War.
The Croatian military was outnumbered and outgunned compared to the Serbs.
Croatia had inferior weaponry and a lack of equipment. On the other side, there was a much stronger Serb-controlled Yugoslavia People's Army that was built through decades during the Cold War. So in the beginning of the war, it was a very unfair fight. So Croatian defenders needed to improvise. For example, in the lack of weapons, they put some metal on vehicles like trucks or tractors, so they could have something to fight back.
Meanwhile, the Serbs maintained control of Tito's impenetrable base, although it was located in Croatian territory.
From the underground Željava air base in 1991, there was an air attack on the Croatian village. So the Croatian soldiers fired with machine guns at the attacking MiG-21, and they damaged it and destroyed it.
Tragically, most of the casualties were civilians. Inside Željava Air Base, much of the original operational machinery can still be seen.
The base had 2 power plants inside, and the first smaller one was right next to entrance number 1. And it's actually amazing to see the leftovers and the size of the machinery that was used.
In the deepest recesses of the colossal underground complex lies the heart of Željava. The top-secret headquarters was known as the Vidas Star.
Deep inside the mountain, there was an HQ, the brain of the complex. The rooms around me were kitchen and a cafeteria, doctor, photo developing room, communication interception room, and everything else for a normal functioning of the base.
Despite a huge military advantage, the Serb forces feared losing their assets in Croatia, including control of the airbase. When the Yugoslav People's Army withdrew from the base in 1992, they devised a plan to prevent Croatian forces from seizing it.
The decision from the Yugoslavian army was to completely destroy the runways and the airplane base.
Pre-designated areas were built into the structure with the purpose of being filled with explosives to destroy the base in the event of enemy invasion. The original designers couldn't have imagined its final destruction would come from their own nation being torn apart.
This is the elevator shaft, or what's left of it, leading all the way up to the control tower on top of the mountain.
It's a fuel tank, the only one that survived the explosion.
Today, what's left of the airbase lies scattered across the complex. Many of the aircraft were left abandoned at the site. Due to the number of landmines found inside the tunnels and the extensive explosive damage, the site will likely remain abandoned for years to come. And yet, a complex that was built to be indestructible still remains impossible to destroy. High up in the Cambrian Mountains is the site of one of the most extensive underground mining networks in central Wales.
Many people, even locals, aren't aware of how much secrets are still hidden underground in this valley.
For more than 4,000 years, miners have been drawn to this remote site to unearth valuable metals.
Many hundreds of thousands of tons of lead ore came out from these mountains. We've got mining taking place in this valley right up until the last 100 years.
While this prosperous mine was once the center of a booming industry, it now lies abandoned.
The soil and everything else had fallen in and completely barred entry.
But locals are determined to preserve its legacy. What caused this once flourishing mine to close?
It was a matter of leave no stone unturned to find every ounce of it.
And what does its future hold?
There's still hundreds of miles more of these mines across the region still waiting to be discovered.
Offering some of the most breathtaking landscapes in the UK, the Cambrian Mountains in Wales were formed over 540 million years ago. Within them are hidden treasures, if you know where to look.
So there's much more to this valley than meets the eye on the surface. We've got a hidden world of underground levels, passages, tunnels.
Cymystwyth Mine, one of the most recently excavated, is known for its rich geologic diversity. Its tunnels cover nearly 8 square kilometers. Mining expert Johan Lord is on a mission to explore this forgotten frontier. The walls of the mine's entryway, also referred to as an adit, are full of metal ore deposits that don't rust, such as lead, zinc, and copper.
We are currently standing in one of the many cracks that go through the Earth's crust, known as faults. They serve as sort of escape routes for magma rising from the Earth's core millions of years ago through volcanoes, and this magma, carrying all sorts of minerals, condense and solidify within these cracks in the Earth. And as they cool down and solidify, they form metal ores within these cracks. And these are what are known as the lodes, which the miners then follow.
Miners have been following the veins here for thousands of years.
We've got mining taking place in this valley from over 4,000 years ago, right up until the last 100 years. The mines were first exploited for the ore of copper, about 2100 BC in the early Bronze Age. Moving on to the Roman occupation in the early AD centuries, it was first mined for lead.
Lead was the principal ore mined here from medieval times through to the Industrial Revolution. For a while, the market for lead was so strong that it was more expensive than silver. However, by the 1830s, as mining expanded in other countries, demand for Welsh lead plummeted. Mine owners had to act fast to keep their expensive operations afloat. So they turned their attention from lead to zinc.
In the early 20th century, you had zinc rising to be a very prominent factor as well.
Zinc was predominantly used for brass making and coating metals such as iron and steel to prevent them from rusting.
It was a matter of leave no stone unturned to find every ounce of it, because that deemed how much the miners were paid at the end of the day. And this was one of the last chances which the mine had in a desperate attempt in the early 20th century to encounter new reserves of ore. And the level actually ends right here, with no mineralization at all.
By the 1930s, there was no more mining, and the workings lay abandoned.
They just gave up, they ran out of money, and this was the end of it.
Today, only a few remnants of the mine's former glory remain. Still, mining enthusiasts like Johan have been exploring the abandoned mine for decades, searching for new adits. And after years of searching, Johan might have found one.
My friends and I dug this out recently. It took us about 3 or 4 weeks to dig this particular adit open, pick and shovel work. The entrance to the adit had collapsed over the years. There was a weak timber-braced entrance which had rotted away, and the soil and everything else had fallen in and completely barred entry. So we had to dig down through that collapse in order to break through into the solid rock level which we now have on the other side of that collapse.
Once Johan and his team had cleared the entryway, it was easy to see that their hard work was well worth the effort.
Judging by the items and the rewards that we found in here, it was unlikely that any other explorers had been in here. We have some really good footprints here, so we can actually see the heel prints on this side, the clem as it was called, and all of those individual hobnail marks. So even though it's in fresh-looking mud, this mud has been completely undisturbed for at least 120 years when the last miners walked through this and left their mark. Quite remarkable.
Once miners removed all the natural riches hidden within the walls, they would abandon their equipment, leaving behind artifacts that are just now being uncovered.
This part of the mine closed about 140 years ago. Among the first things that we found was a tally stick, and there's a bunch of X's engraved with a knife onto the top of the stick, counting how many wheelbarrows of ore were taken out of the mine. These are the remains of some explosive boxes. There's actually a miner's boot print still on this plank of wood here.
Today, navigating these tunnels is very different to how it was over a century ago. And what these artifacts tell us about the dangers of mining these narrow tunnels is remarkable.
The box was a dynamite container, 2 scrapers in the middle, and a charger. The scrapers were used to clean the dust out of that shot hole before the naked gunpowder was poured in using the charger. And the charger is a long metal spoon, essentially, in which the naked gunpowder was loaded and it was placed into the back of the shot hole like that. They were later made out of copper or brass, but this one is iron, so this would actually produce sparks, which was yet another large danger to the people who were operating it.
Despite the dangers, mining in 19th century Wales was a lifeline for those who were prepared to endure the horrors of this subterranean world.
There's a very eerie feeling about the artifacts.
Without the technologies of modern mining, little was known about the stability of the mountain or the risk of collapse. Even if the risk was known, materials didn't exist to properly protect the miners in the event of a disaster.
On the heads was a felt tulle, or a hat. This is original to Cumbersmith Mine. And the candle would have been placed, and we can still see a little black smudge there, where it would have been, on a ball of clay on the front of the tulle.
Johan's one-man mission to explore the mines dug deep into the bedrock has uncovered some rare finds.
This area that we're going to next, even fewer people see. It's sort of behind the scenes, if you like, with a bit of a dangerous collapse on the left-hand side here, having to go up and past. But it does open out again on the other side, so that's where we're going next.
Conditions in these deep adits have helped preserve the wood.
This area of the mine is actually held up by some more timbers up there, with several tens of tons of deads or waste rocks stacked up on top of them. What we have the nicest artifact here is this ladder, which would have once been common throughout this mine. Now, surviving sections in such good condition as this are quite rare. This ladder is about 150 feet long, joined together in various places, and about 120 years old. And it would have enabled the miners to walk in the main adit, where I'm standing, and to climb up 3 or 4 levels.
Just walking the drifts was a treacherous business in the 1800s. But workers here also moved tons of rock. Miners had to come up with ingenious solutions to transport heavy ore out of the tunnels.
This was to some extent the nucleus of the mine during its later period. In about 1900, this skipway was built, which is basically an inclined railway going down to the lower levels that served as a main elevator, bringing ore from the bottom levels up to here, and also down from higher up to here as well, where the ore would be loaded into the wagons to be pushed out to the surface. It was actually worked by a compressed air winch sited at the top.
The skipway extends over 90 meters below the valley floor. Miners were stationed on each level, ready to load the wagon, which would then continue on its journey along the skipway.
There's 7 or 8 levels extending 700 feet above us to the top of the mountain. The depth at which we're standing is about 700 feet below surface at this point, and about a quarter of a mile in from the entrance.
Recently, Johan made another monumental discovery.
We are approaching the most productive area of the Cwmystwyth mines, which are the workings on the main vein that was called the Comet Lode, and it's up behind this big pack wall here. This pack wall retains a huge amount of waste material that was gained from those workings, and platforms extending up about 500-600 feet. The wooden hopper here was built into the pack wall with a sliding door behind these two hinges, so that material could be thrown down, piled up behind the door. The door was then opened to direct the material into wagons sitting here, and then all that material then was trammed out over the bridge behind me.
The sheer size of the Comet Lode is hard to fathom.
This is one of the largest excavations on the Comet Lode. When the entire width of the vein is extracted, the chamber that's left behind by all of that material, all of that rock being taken out, is called a stope. And this one in particular extends up for about 200-300 feet in height. So you can see timbers right up there high above us. Above those timbers, that's merely a working platform, and above that is another 500 to 600 feet of workings going right up to the top of the mountain. To see workings on this scale, where men would have hung on chains hundreds of feet above us with one little candle to light their way, is quite spectacular, and worked in this place. Of course, the miners would never have seen all of this in its entirety. They would have seen one or two little candle lights like twinkling stars high above them. They wouldn't have had an idea of the scale or the shape of this cavern in its entirety.
Through exploration, Johan is determined to delve into the miners' past and preserve their memory.
There is no one comprehensive map, there probably never will be, of the 20, maybe even 30 miles of workings in here. There's a huge amount still to explore and still to survey and build up sort of an idea of what we've got going on in here, and hopefully improve our mapping over the years as we continue to explore. There's still hundreds of miles more of these mines across the region still waiting to be discovered.
In Kansas, a decommissioned military bunker lies abandoned, 60 meters below ground. How has this massive silo been repurposed for a new generation?
These were built to be able to withstand up to a 20-kiloton nuclear warhead.
In Cornwall, a 1,000-year-old tin mine is on the verge of making a historic comeback. What cutting-edge discovery has been recently unearthed? And what challenges lie ahead?
The race really is on to find deposits of it across the world.
And in Malta, in the central Mediterranean, an ancient underworld lies forgotten beneath the capital city. Who built this subterranean network? And how has this vital lifeline protected its residents throughout history?
Every single period of human habitation has left its mark underground.
Beneath our feet lie extraordinary subterranean spaces.
We're miles away from civilization down here.
Caves, mines, and networks of tunnels.
The jewel in the crown for underground technology.
Some designed and built by humans. Others formed by nature over millions of years. How were they created and adapted? By whom and why?
If the enemy takes one section, he's not able to stand down there and shoot into the other section.
Throughout history, life underground has captured our imagination.
It creates very frightening but also very beautiful experience.
Now we're taking you further and deeper.
There's all kinds of wild theories about what could be below.
To unearth the mysteries, the secrets, and the wonders of these underground worlds. Below the vast plains of Kansas lies a mysterious military compound buried 60 meters underground. Positioned behind a barbed wire fence and guarded by 24-hour security, this high-tech subterranean structure was once one of the United States' best-kept Cold War secrets.
We recognized that they had the capability of sending a nuclear weapon our way. As you would come down the staircase, first you would come to this entrapment area.
As the threat of war began to diminish in the mid-1960s, the site was shut down, then abandoned. How did engineers create this indestructible complex?
An F5 tornado wouldn't scratch the paint on this place.
And now, more than 50 years after it was decommissioned, how is this Cold War relic being repurposed for the 21st century? Situated north of Topeka, Kansas, surrounded by rolling hills and rich farmland, is a top-secret underground military bunker. Reaching 15 stories below ground, this missile launch facility was part of a strategic air command project during the Cold War. As the Soviet Union appeared to surpass American nuclear capabilities in the late 1950s, the US government moved quickly to reassert its dominance. Central to this deterrent was the development of intercontinental ballistic missiles. The first was Project Atlas, which set out to design, build, test, and deploy long-range missiles as part of the nation's nuclear arsenal. Ballistics technology was evolving rapidly, and these missiles had to be operational as quickly as possible.
The Atlas program all started as a response to Sputnik going up.
Matthew Fulkerson is an expert on the history of Project Atlas.
When the Soviet Union put up a spy satellite, we recognized that they had the capability of sending a nuclear weapon our way. Very rapidly, we started developing our space program and our missile defense systems. They started construction back in 1959. Then it was in operation from 1961 until 65. There were 72 of these missile bases built all across the United States.
And Air Force Thor Able 1 achieved a near-perfect takeoff.
The initial Atlas sites were relatively simple above-ground structures. Soon, to improve blast protection, engineers took a different approach.
Atlas E was a below-ground structure that was semi-hardened. They call that a coffin-style launcher because the missile was stored horizontally in a bunker. Now you had a 400-ton blast door that would move to the side, a crane would erect it, and then it would fire off. But we felt like this was too slow of a system.
As technology progressed, the launch sites became more complex.
In Kansas, there were 12 missile silos that were built around Schilling Air Force Base.
The most advanced of the Atlas series, the Atlas F silo, is one of the strongest structures ever built. Its walls were constructed out of heavily reinforced concrete.
The silo is a steel structure. You've got 3-inch thick rebar and over 600 tons of metal that was put in place. And then concrete was poured down and encapsulated all of that steel structure. And that concrete has a special epoxy resin in it, so it was a much stronger concrete. This was known as a hardened site. It could withstand a nuclear strike within a mile radius.
Unlike its predecessors, the Atlas F missile, armed with a thermonuclear warhead, was designed to be housed in deep, hardened underground silos.
It was stored vertically in a silo. The silo goes down 176 feet deep, and it had 75-ton blast doors that would open up. An elevator would lift it to the surface, and then it would launch off.
The high-security underground complex was spread over 12 floors, with a launch control center connected via a tunnel to the main missile silo.
As you would come down the staircase, first you would come to this, which is known as the entrapment area. You would be buzzed in with electronic locks, and once this door's shut, then you would pick up a phone, look into a camera, and say the password to be able to get in. If you said the right password, the next door would be electronically unlocked and you would be able to go through. After you go through the entrapment door, you would come across these 2 1-ton blast doors. The blast door was made of manganese. It has a higher melting point than regular steel.
In the event the silo was hit by a nuclear strike, engineers devised a clever strategy to maintain its structural integrity. The walls and the floor don't join together. They're entirely separate from each other.
As you can see, there's a gap here, and it was suspended from the ceiling. You see this bracket here? You had a compressed air system which would stabilize the whole floors, so that if a nuclear blast did happen and this entire place was shaking, everything would be safe inside. Even the lights are on springs.
By November 1964, the US government announced that all first-generation ICBMs, including the Atlas, would be retired the following year. In 1965, the Strategic Air Command decommissioned all Atlas F missiles and stripped the launch sites of their salvageable materials. But that wasn't the end for the Atlas silos. Currently, Matthew is overseeing the redevelopment of a former Atlas F missile base. His plan is to turn it into a fully self-sustained facility, which could be used for space colonization training projects.
So this is the launch control desk. Unfortunately, when it was decommissioned, they gutted out the desk completely so that it could never be used again. Ultimately, my goal is to probably cut this out, put in a touchscreen monitor, and digitally recreate what the launch control desk used to look like.
Matthew isn't the only developer looking to take these silos into the 21st century.
Welcome to the survival condo.
The steel and concrete shell of the Atlas F missile silos was designed to withstand a 10-kiloton nuclear explosion. But once technology overtook them, the decommissioned sites were mothballed. 50 years later, the government began selling them to private individuals, and developers jumped at the opportunity.
I originally purchased this particular site in 2008. We built it so that families would have a place protected against a nuclear blast, tornadoes or hurricanes, even things like nerve gases and more deadly man-made things.
Engineer and software developer Larry Hall was looking to establish a luxury subterranean dwelling. The colossal infrastructure of this abandoned Cold War missile silo made it the ideal location.
Once you have a nuclear-hardened structure that you start with, you've got a huge cost advantage. We're starting with a structure that if I had to duplicate would cost about $131 million. Each floor is a little over 2,200 square feet, and there's 15 stories. So this whole facility with the dome that we added over 20,400 square feet gives it a total of 54,000 square feet of protected space.
Just like the original structure, the walls of the silo have been redesigned to protect against disaster.
This outer wall is 18 inches thick, but it's got 45 feet of reinforced concrete and rock stacked outside of it to form a wedge. So a shock wave would approach that wedge, acts like an airfoil, and it takes the blast up and over the facility.
The original silo was required to withstand a nuclear shockwave traveling more than 3,000 kilometers per hour.
If you compare that to the strongest F5 tornado that recorded speeds of 304 miles per hour, an F5 tornado wouldn't scratch the paint on this place.
Evidence of the silo's military past is gone, and the stark concrete underground bunker is now equipped with modern survival gadgets. The 15-story inverted skyscraper has been transformed. Larry worked with a NASA scientist to address the psychological effects that living underground may have on people.
We have high-definition cameras mounted outside the facility that provide a live feed, so you can look to see what time of day it is and what the weather's doing, who's coming and going, but it just connects you.
NASA also inspired the way in which food is supplied and stored so deep underground.
Welcome to Hydroponics Level 4. This is the area where we grow our fresh fruits and vegetables. We can outproduce lettuce 40-to-1 versus soil growth outside. You also get therapy from working with plants, having live things growing around you. People really appreciate it.
Many crucial life support systems have been implemented to make sure people can survive underground. There is a military-grade nuclear, biological, and chemical filtration system that processes more than 50,000 liters of air per minute.
All of the incoming air goes through a series of these 3 gigantic NBC nuclear, biological, and chemical air filters. These filter every known pathogen to man, including things like weaponized nerve gas, like a mustard gas or a chlorine gas.
Once the residents are inside and fully protected, they can unwind by the pool.
It's a saltwater pool. It's got a waterfall and a slide for the kids. It's all computer controlled. There's a computer that literally keeps the chemicals perfect in it. It's all geothermally heated and cooled.
From nuclear bomb shelter to luxury survival condos, this subterranean structure has evolved. Hopefully, the silo will never face a true catastrophe. But just in case, they'll be prepared. Beneath the rolling hills of Cornwall lies an unexpected motherlode in South Crofty Mine. It made its mark several hundred years ago, having brought enormous wealth to Queen Elizabeth I. It's more than 3 kilometers long and 1 kilometer deep. So much valuable metal ore was extracted from here that it was once known as the richest square mile on Earth.
Today's prices, that metal is worth about $2.5 billion.
After more than 400 years in operation, the mine was forced to shut down.
If it had just stayed in business another few years, the mine would still be in production today.
But the foundations laid by those miners are now providing a path to the future.
This humble bit of granite from underneath Cornwall could hold the key to the Green Revolution.
Right now we're in some of the oldest tunnels at South Crofty and date back to the late Elizabethan period.
Mining engineer Owen Mearlop has spent his career exploring the depths of the underground mines and their unique geology.
There's been a mine here for over 400 years. There's a network of around 300 miles of tunnels stretching down as deep as 870 meters.
The mine sits in an area known as the Cornubian Orefield, an area of enormous mineral wealth created by granite and limestone colliding, causing immense heat and pressure, leaving rich veins of minerals. These veins have been worked extensively over the centuries, leaving giant voids in the bedrock.
Here we're standing in what we call a stope, which is where the mineralized vein has been mined out of the ground. So the roof and the floor, we call them the hanging wall and the footwall. Everything in between is mineralized.
In the 1600s, during the early days of the mine, copper was in demand, and South Crofty was full of it.
These tunnels were excavated by hand using sledgehammers to drive holes into the rock, and then those holes were filled with black powder to blast out the rock, and then it was all shoveled into wagons and taken out by hand.
As the miners dug deeper, the water table became a constant challenge.
Elizabethan workings tend to be in the top 50 or 100 meters. They used water wheels or even animals driving pumps to keep the workings free of water.
Undeterred by the rushing water, engineers tackled the problem. And in 1800, water pumps powered by steam engines were developed, allowing the miners to dig deeper and access new, richer veins of ore.
In the early 19th century, the mine was largely mined by hand, but instead of using black powders, we're now using dynamite, which is a much more powerful explosive. The excavations are also a lot larger.
But just as mining techniques improved, the demand for Cornish copper was declining. During the mid-19th century, deposits were found elsewhere in the world, causing the price of copper to fall. Soon, local production plummeted catastrophically. South Crofty had to find a way to stay afloat. Luckily, copper wasn't the only mineral buried underground.
Tin mining started to become much more important. And that was largely driven by the Industrial Revolution and urbanization. They needed things like tin cans to enable people in the cities to have fresh food.
Tin's low melting point makes it extremely workable. And unlike metals such as lead or mercury, it has a low toxicity. Demand for tin peaked by the end of the 19th century.
And around 10 million tons of rock was mined from the ground, containing around 100,000 tons of tin metal. And to put that into context, at today's prices, that metal is worth about $2.5 billion.
But the boom couldn't last forever. And as with copper, cheaper deposits were found overseas. By the end of the 20th century, the British tin industry had gone from boom to bust.
South Crofty Mine had been in operation continuously for around 400 years, up until 1985, when the price of tin literally crashed overnight. Because the mineralization, the tin here in South Crofty is so rich, the mine managed to struggle on, but eventually in 1998, the company decided to close the mine.
Tin's usefulness in the new technological age seemed to falter, but there was light on the horizon. Owen is part of the revitalization team looking to breathe new life into these tunnels.
If it had just stayed in business another few years, The tin price actually rose in the early 2000s, and the mine would still be in production today.
The current challenge is to convince investors that the huge cost needed to get the mine operational again would be worth it in the long run.
We're about 50 metres below surface here where we are at the moment. And in addition to a lot of the surface exploration activities that we're doing in the area, we're also doing underground exploration activities here along with some test mining.
Working alongside Owen, Steve Tarrant is tasked with providing hard evidence of South Crofty's potential.
And where we are now is in what we call one of our load drives. And you can actually see the copper running in this vein here. So this particular vein is running at about 1.5% to 2% copper and about 1% to 1.5% tin. Most underground copper mines in the world would be running sub 0.5% copper, and most underground tin mines in the world would tend to run at less than 1% tin.
The high grade of materials still here makes it commercially viable. Today, tin is used as solder in electronic devices, electric cars, and solar cells. Smartphones alone contain between 1 and 3 grams of tin. But getting to the deposits is an engineering challenge.
One of the most frustrating things is that we know the mineral resources still contained within the mine are there and they are economic to mine at current tin prices. We've got to get the water out first.
The valuable tin deposits at South Crofty Mine now lie out of reach, far below the floodwater. And draining a mine that is flooded is no easy task.
When the mine was operational, they had to pump around 6.5 million litres of water a day just to keep the mine workings dry. After it closed, it was no longer being pumped out, hence why it's filled up with water. And if we want to dewater the mine and get it working again, we've got to pump at a much higher rate than that to get the workings dry again.
Luckily, the 400-year-old mine already has some useful infrastructure in place.
Well, we're currently at the face of what we call the Western Decline, about 120 metres vertically from surface at this point. And that's interesting because the effective water table is about 60 metres above where we are now. And it's kept at that level by a network of what's called adit tunnels. Those adits were put in as long ago as the 1700s.
Drainage adits work by disrupting the capillary action that keeps the water table above sea level, allowing the upper levels of the mine to drain naturally using gravity instead of pumps.
When the mines turned their pumps off, all of those workings slowly filled up, and when the water level in those workings reached adit level, it wouldn't rise any higher. Gravity drainage from all the mine workings keeps most of the operations that we have naturally drained, but it also will serve a very important role in that the treated mine water that we will pump out will be able to be discharged into this adit network and bypass all the urbanised area of before being discharged into the Red River.
The Red River got its name from mineral deposits being flushed out of the mine.
It is an absolutely miserable walk to do this adit. By the last 900 metres, the water's about beard height. When you come out, you are absolutely orange. The water is blood red as well where it comes up.
To combat this issue, Steve and his team plan to build a water treatment plant at the top of the main shaft to sanitize the water.
All of this water that's currently going into that river is untreated, whereas any water that we discharge from South Crofty during dewatering will be treated. The solution to pollution is dilution, and so you actually significantly improve the water quality in the Red River.
Meanwhile, a nearby raw materials company partnering on the project has made some miraculous discoveries in the standing mine water, hundreds of meters beneath the surface.
So this humble bit of granite from underneath Cornwall could hold the key to the UK's energy transition and the Green Revolution.
Dr. Lucy Crane is a geologist spearheading a groundbreaking project.
In Cornwall, the whole county is underlain by this big mass of granite, composed of 3 main families of minerals. We've got this almost translucent grey quartz, then you've got these milky white feldspar minerals, but the ones that we're really interested in are these dark platy minerals. And if you look at them closely, you can almost see that they almost flake off. This is a family of minerals called mica, and in Cornwall, the mica minerals in the granite actually contain significant amounts of lithium, especially when you compare it to other granites around the world.
In the same way the demand for tin has been boosted by the smartphone industry, lithium is now commanding a high price for use in the next generation of batteries.
Lithium is the lightest weight metal, and it's also got a really high charge density. So if you're looking for a battery that's lightweight and portable, then lithium-ion batteries are really great at that. As we're moving towards electric vehicles, then there's this huge step change in global demand for lithium. A typical electric vehicle battery can contain almost 50,000 times the amount of lithium than your smartphone does. So the race really is on to find deposits of it across the world, and also to extract it as responsibly as we possibly can.
Electronics manufacturers are desperately seeking new sources of lithium. The price per ton of lithium today is more than 15 times higher than it was 20 years ago. The key to meeting modern demand could be in the water that's flooding South Crofty.
I want to pull your attention to the hot lode and the south lode. These are mineral-rich seams that they were mining for copper and some tin as well. These mineral-rich seams were plagued by upwelling warm waters. Underneath our feet is where lithium was actually first discovered, in these warm waters. So fast forward to 2021 and here we are looking for it.
The foundations laid by centuries of pioneering miners now appear to have paved a path to the future for this rural corner of England. And what was once tunnelers' trash promises to be tomorrow's treasure. Buried beneath the small Mediterranean island of Malta lies a secret subterranean world. Over millennia, Malta has been the jewel in the crown for many great empires, from the Phoenicians to the Romans, the Arabs, and the British.
Every single period of human habitation left its mark underground.
Located in the geographical center of the Mediterranean Sea, what it lacks in size, it makes up for in location. The tiny island holds a strategic military position, allowing whoever controls it to be the de facto ruler of the Mediterranean Sea. What incredible feats of engineering did architects build to fortify the coveted city?
It was a huge undertaking to create these shelters while bombs rained above.
How did the legendary Knights of Malta establish a medieval city years ahead of its time, paving the way for innovations across the Western world?
These are 200 years older than the Victorian London sewer system.
And why are the Maltese residents known as the Children of the Underground? From prehistoric temples to cities built by knights, the tiny island of Malta is a historic paradise. The island's capital city, Valletta, is one of the smallest hubs of government in Europe. But what it lacks in size, it makes up for in its breathtaking scenery. The streets of Valletta are a tightly packed grid of golden towers. But beneath its large public squares, elegant homes, and grand palaces lies a secret underground world, undetected by many visitors, but intimately known by locals.
The beauty of the city of Valletta, seen from street level, is replicated beneath ground.
Ruben Abella is an expert on the history of the underground spaces that lie below the city.
We are in one of these large underground cisterns built by the Knights of Malta. When you look up at the cistern, you can see how old it is. It is from the early days of the building of this city. in the latter part of the 16th century.
Valletta, guarding one of the deepest harbors in the Mediterranean, is the key to the archipelago, strategically vital to any colonizing power in the region. In 1530, Pope Charles V gave Malta to the Knights of the Order of St. John, also known as the Knights Hospitaller.
The Knights of Malta were Hospitalier knights during the Crusades in Jerusalem, and then they moved to Rhodes, but later were pushed out from Rhodes by the Ottoman fleet and came up to Malta in 1530.
After being pushed out of their two previous bases in Jerusalem and Rhodes off the coast of Turkey, the Knights Hospitaller made Malta their new home and designed the capital city of Valletta. But a highly desirable military outpost brought with it centuries of bloodshed. By 1565, their work was already being put to the test.
Soon after coming to Malta, some 30 years after, the Knights of Malta had to face a great siege.
The neighboring Ottomans sailed into Malta and seized a fort at the edge of the island. Both the Ottomans and the Knights began digging tunnels underneath the fort in an attempt to get a defensive edge. Using pickaxes, hammers, and shovels, the two sides raced each other in the darkness. The Great Siege of Malta continued for nearly 4 months.
The Ottomans outnumbered the Knights. However, the Knights of Malta won the siege and remained renowned for it.
Shortly after they won the battle, the Knights set out to improve Valletta's readiness for future attacks.
Valletta was built on this promontory of higher ground in order to defend the Grand Harbor. They built it with Maltese people, construction of the fortification lines first, and then the division of plots. They built this city in a Renaissance style with the gridiron pattern, which was the ideal city planning at that time.
In an intensely hot and dry climate, a vital part of securing this new city against invaders was access to and the ability to conserve water.
Water was a means of life, so it was important to have water storage in common spaces, in common areas, so that it can be easily retrieved by the people living in the city, even in the case when the city was blockaded during an attack.
In 1566, the first reservoir was built. Soon, the Knights built 12 more cisterns and set out to construct the most advanced water system of its time.
The Order of St. John had built a number of water cisterns, some of them of enormous size. We cannot say the volume at first hand, but they're about 20 meters below ground level. Others are built beneath houses and beneath blocks of buildings. Later on in the 17th century, they brought over water through the construction of an aqueduct due to water shortage on the peninsula.
Initially, these cisterns were only used for water storage, but as the city continued to grow, the system evolved, and soon the subterranean space took on a life of its own. Once the Knights had solved the problem of fresh water, their next task was to address sanitation. The Knights of Malta built a vast sewer system far ahead of any other city at the time.
So these are actually 200 years older than the Victorian London sewer system.
Even after its completion by the Knights, the city continued to evolve, and the residents continued to burrow underground.
Overall, Malta's underground world is really very extensive and fascinating. It is a literal Swiss cheese down here.
Architect Mark Zimmerman runs the NGO Underground Malta.
Imagine that every single period of human habitation, from the Neolithic until today, has left its mark underground.
Towards the end of the 19th century, Maltese officials added another layer to Valletta's secret underworld. a subterranean railway that would link Valletta with Medina, the former capital on the other side of the island.
In 1881, construction work began on a mostly overground line that also included 2 significant tunnels. We're standing in one of the main tunnels here, the one leading from Valletta to this underground terminus. Overall, the line was just 11 kilometers long, with 1.5 kilometers running underground. The first ever underground railway line in the world, the London Metropolitan, had opened in 1863. Malta's railway line followed 20 years after that, and it was quite an engineering feat to create these tunnels.
And how they built a railway through the nation's densely populated capital was truly remarkable.
We need to remember that now we have tunnel boring machines, laser, GPS. Consider that all of this work was carried out only with pickaxe, wicker baskets, and horse cart. So it took a lot of back-breaking work to create this tunnel in a very short time of just 13 months. Apart from digging from each side, there were also several shafts that were dug down so that crews could expand from there and meet each other.
The line ran for nearly 50 years, transporting commuters and goods from Valletta to the suburbs and beyond. By the 1930s, it couldn't compete with automobiles and was shut down. But the tunnels were once again about to take on a new life.
After its closure, several underground sections of the railway were repurposed. First and foremost, the Valletta underground terminus served as a Second World War shelter.
When World War II began in 1939, Malta was under British control. It served as a vital link with Egypt and the Suez Canal. 24 hours after Italy entered the war on the 10th of June 1940, Mussolini's air force launched its first assault on the islands.
The threat of war for Malta had been looming for a while. Nevertheless, the island was very much taken by surprise by these very first and very vicious attacks.
Das Ziel ist erreicht. Unter uns La Valletta auf Malta. Bomben auf den Hafen von La Valletta, Gibraltar und den Suezkanal.
There were very few shelters that existed at the time, and people had to find refuge in cellars and underground vaults where they could find them.
Once again, the people of Malta turned to their underground sanctuary for help.
Over 3,300 air raids from June 1940 to July 1943. And this resulted in a very frantic underground activity of just digging for shelter. It was a huge undertaking to create these shelters over a very short time while bombs rained above. We need to keep in mind that during the London Blitz, there were 57 consecutive days of air raids. Now, we need to compare that to over 150 days of incessant bombings over Malta. It was incredibly intense. It was very, very dangerous. There was such a shortage of food and supplies that the situation really seemed very dismal.
Using simple tools, workers furiously burrowed into the earth.
Even though these workers had nothing but pickaxes and hammers, the Maltese bedrock is made up almost entirely of limestone, which is relatively easily workable. Once the bedrock is exposed to the air, it hardens.
We've got the sewage system passing overhead, just about 3 meters below street level, and then the shelters were actually dug farther below, more than 20 meters below street level.
The design of the new shelters meant people wouldn't get trapped if a bomb hit.
An important thing about World War II shelters is the fact that they don't have one access, but several access points. Collapse happens in one of these entrances, you can still come out from the other entrances.
Most Maltese residents could escape the air raids with their families, but tunnel builders also had to make provisions for the more vulnerable citizens.
Here we are about 12 to 15 meters underground, relatively well sheltered from the war raging above. During these intense air raids that concentrated on the Grand Harbor, on Valletta and on the defenses around this area particularly, this hospital therefore had to be evacuated and people had to be moved to other hospitals around the country. Now, some of these cases were so severe that they couldn't be moved and they had to be treated here on site. And for this reason, this underground hospital was dug in a very short time in 1941, just at the start of the war.
Thanks to Valletta's geology, locals were able to build a fully underground medical facility. It remained a secret for years, even to the residents.
This was a covert facility. Both the Axis forces and the Allies targeted civilians. As such, it would have been known to very few people at the time, and few records exist of it that we can consult today. It was rediscovered more or less accidentally around 2009. Restoration works on the building above revealed a bricked-up doorway and access was restored.
The underground hospital had been carefully planned for its purpose.
This hospital had 4 entrances, 2 relatively wide staircases that allowed for stretchers to be carried down and up again, plus 2 of these narrow spiral staircases in case of an emergency if there had to be an evacuation.
Every function of a normal hospital had to be accommodated within this subterranean network.
As you can tell from the remains of the tiling on the wall, this was an operating theatre. It connected to a prep room on this side, and try to imagine how challenging it would have been to work in here.
The determination and survival skills of the residents was crucial to the war effort, and the British government acknowledged their bravery.
The Maltese population persevered, they held out, they stood their ground, and for their protection of the island, they were awarded the George Cross by King George, which is the highest civilian award for gallantry.
Today, the war rooms have been refurbished and are open to the public, although much of Valletta's underground network remains unexplored. However, for locals, the history of the secret tunnels will never be forgotten. The people of Malta are, truly, the children of the underground. On historic Route 66 lies the entrance to a network of deep caves, the largest dry caverns in North America. But how much more remains undiscovered?
The caves always provide you another new question. We haven't found the dead end yet.
Thousands of kilometers away, this subterranean radar system gave the UK an edge during the Cold War. How did this extensive network keep the country safe from nuclear threats?
It was common knowledge it was here. What actually went on inside was more the secret bit.
And this ancient underground fortress in Eastern Europe provided military and religious protection for hundreds of people. How was this extensive cave city constructed almost 1,000 years ago?
Georgia is seismically quite active.
Beneath our feet lie extraordinary subterranean spaces.
We're miles away from civilization down here.
Caves, mines, and networks of tunnels.
The jewel in the crown for underground technology.
Some designed and built by humans. Others formed by nature over millions of years. How were they created and adapted? By whom and why?
If the enemy takes one section, he's not able to stand down there and shoot into the other section.
Throughout history, life underground has captured our imagination.
It creates very frightening but also very beautiful experience.
Now we're taking you further and deeper.
There's all kinds of wild theories about what could be below.
To unearth the mysteries, the secrets, and the wonders of these underground worlds. In Arizona, just east of the Mojave Desert, lies the entrance to a little-known subterranean world. Descending more than 61 meters into the bedrock is a vast and mysterious cave network, unmapped and largely undiscovered until the 20th century. Predating the Grand Canyon by more than 20 million years, untold treasures are hidden within its walls from across the ages.
During the excavation, a complete skeletal set was found there. He was stupefied to realize he'd found a gold mine.
Their mysteries are still being unraveled.
We'll be hiking in complete darkness with nothing but our headlamps on.
In 1927, a woodcutter named Walter Peck was riding his horse to a poker game when he almost fell into a concealed hole in the ground.
His horse refused to go any further along this trail in the dark on a moonless night. His horse was smart enough not to drop him 225 feet into the ground. Walter came back the next day with a lantern and being lowered in by his buddies, realized he had found a great big cavern. This is the original location that Walter Peck found in 1927. I'm standing right on top of the metal doors that lead down to a series of ladders and switchback stairs that was used all the way until 1962.
As he peered inside, Peck was stunned by how far into the earth he could see. From the time his feet touched the ground, Peck thought he'd struck gold. Eager to start mining and sensing a change in his fortunes, Walter borrowed money to lease the 600 acres of land above the caves.
Walter came down on that first day with his lantern. He got over here to this wall, was stupefied to realize he'd found a gold mine. Turned out he hadn't.
There was no gold in these caves.
All he had was iron oxide and a wonderful, great big giant hole in the ground.
But Peck was just beginning to realize how unique this cavern system would turn out to be.
We're in the halls of gold. It has 90-foot ceilings. There are other big rooms, but they're nowhere near as big as these. It's just a magnificent cathedral-like space.
Understanding what created these magnificent caves reveals something unexpected. While 97% of the world's caves are still in the process of being formed, with water actively cutting new channels through them, this cave system is incredibly unusual. Today, these caves are bone dry, frozen in time, essentially unchanged since the water table dropped millions of years ago. Geologist Paul Jorgensen began studying and mapping the dry caves in 1993.
Grand Canyon Caverns is in the Mississippian limestone, so it puts it about 323 to 360 million years. So it's a very ancient limestone.
During its formation, the limestone cavern was submerged underwater.
The caverns were made from water flowing from down below up and eating away at the limestone and creating the vast chambers over many millions of years.
Volcanic activity released sulfuric acid that swirled among the rocks.
The sulfuric acid was going up the wall here as a column and eroding away the rock, smoothing all of the rough edges, creating these scallops. It's very similar to what you'd have in a beach setting or a stream. This later stuff here was formed as the cave dried out. So the water table dropped, and this other stuff was able to get in as it was what we call an aerial deposition. So there was little tiny particles of moisture that had the calcium in it and was able to stick on here.
Paul's research has revealed some bizarre atmospheric patterns in the cavern's airflow, particularly in an area known as Mystery Hill.
The mystery is to where the air goes in the caverns. We have air exchange from the surface. High pressure blows air in, low pressure the cave breathes out. Today the cave is breathing out because the humidity is high here. We're looking at 60%. Earlier in the day it was at 50%. We're on the top of a hill, there's no water, there's no lakes, no streams. So where's the water coming from? Where's the moisture? That's a really good question. There's all kinds of wild theories about what could be below. It could be a lake or a pond or something that's holding water, so it's a mystery for us. I hope that we break into a sealing passage and we have to get a boat to go across it.
Today, geologists like Paul are still searching for clues within the rock. But back in the early 1900s, Peck was more interested in pulling in the crowds to marvel at the strange subterranean world.
This is the original entrance. From 1927 until about 1936, it was the dope on a rope. They tied a rope around your waist and lowered you down with a lantern. You could explore as far as you wanted to go, but at some point, you yanked on the rope and hopefully they were paying attention and they pulled you up.
Peck was determined not to lose money on his investment, and he devised an even more exciting opportunity to reel in visitors.
In one of Walter's earliest journeys, he found some bones on a ledge about 40 feet down from the natural entrance. Walter, being a marketing genius in a way, quickly decided that those bones must belong to cavemen.
People came from all around to see where cavemen had lived.
The tourist attraction here was absolutely crazy. More sales tax here than the Grand Canyon National Park.
But the bodies weren't early humans, and Peck never really thought they were. So he kept it quiet, but there had been a saddle for a horse lying next to the bones where he'd found them. The remains were later tested and confirmed to be Wallapai Native Americans who had died of flu in the winter of 1918.
It turned out that the Wallapai had used the ledge as a temporary morgue in the winter, and that some remains had been left there.
The caves had actually been known and used by the Wallapai people for centuries.
Wallapai really objected to this route because it went through what they considered a sacred ledge.
The accurate identification of the bodies hurt Peck's publicity. Had Peck's luck ran out? Or could a mysterious change of fortune help him reinvent Grand Canyon Caverns? As the Great Depression of the 1930s took hold all over America, President Franklin D. Roosevelt established the Civilian Conservation Corps, a program to give state-funded work to the millions of unemployed across the U.S. One of their first projects in Arizona was to build a new entrance to the Grand Canyon Caverns. The project was of particular interest to Walter Peck.
Walter said, I really need a better way into my cave. And so they built this fantastic suspension bridge, all of the materials of which are from the building of Hoover Dam. There's still concrete on the side of the boards. The cables are from the dam building itself. It made it a lot easier with ladders and switchback stairs at the top of this for people to come down.
The new entrance meant that more people could enter the cave at a time. Seeing the financial opportunity, Peck upped the prices to 50 cents per person. But the caves never made Peck the millionaire he'd hoped to be. And in 1957, he sold the land to a family with a new vision. After Peck had failed to achieve financial success, new owners, the Ringsby family brought a novel idea to allow visitors to rediscover the forgotten area.
We sealed off this old entrance, and they started the new elevator route.
The addition of the lift allowed tourists to access parts of the caves they never could before.
We're going to go in the entrance, which is our original and natural entrance into our first big room. Welcome to our Chapel of the Ages on the upper level of our caverns.
And for the more adventurous, Chris Cadletts is in charge of leading extreme cavern tours.
We'll be hiking in complete darkness with nothing but our headlamps on,
taking visitors into uncharted sections of the caves.
Wild Tours gives guests the opportunity to go off trail and do some real caving in places where very few people have been before.
Chris takes an active role in the exploration work carried out by geologist Paul Jurgensen.
Seeing how much Paul and the rest of the cavers have found over the past 20 years has really inspired, I think, a whole younger generation of cavers as to how much more there can really be in this cave, you know. Tons of cracks and crannies riddled throughout the entire cave.
The caves always provide you another new question until you get to a total dead end, but we haven't found the dead end yet.
Chris and Paul work with other geologists and cavers to map the rest of the system in the hope of discovering new tunnels.
We're looking to find out where the air goes and why the air comes out back moist again, and that's where the real excitement is.
If we were to find water, we would likely then find life. Life is paired with water, so there's opportunity for new species and all sorts of exciting things.
And life was exactly what was found in 1958 by the Ringsby family.
Right here during the excavation for our stairway, a complete skeletal set was found.
Just as Peck saw a marketing hook with his claims about cave dwellers, the Ringsbys optimistically declared these bones to be from dinosaurs. A whole new visitor center was built, complete with replica dinosaurs adorning the roadway in. But just months later, tests came back confirming that these bones were not from dinosaurs.
She was a 15-foot, 1,500-pound North American ground sloth, and she ruled this area. She was laying here in the dirt right here. She had fallen in the natural entrance, as many other creatures had. After being here about 72 hours, succumbed from dehydration and eventually turned into just skeletal remains.
Once again, the owners of the Grand Canyon Caverns may have oversold what actually lay within.
The claw marks have been there the whole time we were here. They say that Sloth did the claw marks trying to get out, so the story is a very heartfelt tale. But just like some of the other stories here, we think they may have been marketing driven.
The owners neither changed the name from Dinosaur Caves nor got rid of the dinosaur replicas. They continued on with their original story.
This was called Dinosaur Caverns for quite a while in the 1970s when the dinosaurs were very popular. There was a big dinosaur craze around the United States. There were never any dinosaurs here.
John McNulty bought the caverns and the surrounding land in 2000 and decided to keep the dinosaurs as a nod to the caverns' history. John did, however, come up with a few new attractions of his own.
I had a great idea to put a dining spot down here, and I found this spot, which I thought was perfect for it, with our beautiful view of the Hall of the Ages. We don't do any cooking here. Everything is brought down from above from the restaurant and the kitchen. It makes a great place to eat.
And if dining underground isn't enough, the caves offer another one-of-a-kind experience unlike anywhere else in the world.
This is our cavern suite. It's a full mini suite, 64 meters underground. We have 90-foot ceilings, so it's a truly special place. It can be difficult sleeping down here sometimes because you can hear your heartbeat. If we turn off all of our lights here in the cave and all the lights here in the cavern suite, you won't be able to see the hand in front of your face. Within 40 seconds, your brain will be so confused about what's up and what's down that you no longer will be able to walk. You can barely crawl.
The spectacular and unique subterranean marvel of the Grand Canyon Caverns may not be a gold mine, but it is beyond rich in links to our prehistoric past. As nations emerged from a brutal Second World War, they did so in a very different reality, a nuclear world. Across the country, Britain was bolstering itself against a new enemy in a Cold War, and they went below ground.
Nothing had been done like it anywhere in the world.
Dozens of innocuous-looking buildings hide entrances to what were once the nation's most important secret network.
Every day, this was on alert.
Equipped with the latest radar system and large operational bunkers, these lairs were tough enough to withstand a nuclear attack.
And that any radiation that had got in here couldn't get through these doors.
Perched on the Isle of Portland on Britain's south coast is a modest farm cottage overlooking the English Channel.
Portland has been a military island for hundreds of years. Henry VIII actually built Portland Castle to defend Portland Harbor.
It has sustained a military presence ever since. This unassuming farmland was the ideal location for a top-secret Cold War installation, providing around-the-clock surveillance of the skies. And dotted around the countryside are strange, unidentified concrete buildings. To protect the nation from Russian military nuclear threats, the British government developed this advanced air defense radar system, codenamed Rota. Sue Ilsley has run a farm on the land for the last 10 years.
All of these concrete buildings, back in the day of the Rota radar system, would have had rotary radars mounted on the roofs. They're now being used as animal shelters.
Rotor stations were radar lookout posts linked to above-ground equipment for scanning the skies 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
When the Rota radar systems were built around the country, the threat to the UK from the Soviet Union was really real. They wanted an early warning system for nuclear bombs from Russia.
Sue holds the key to one of these vast subterranean military relics lying forgotten deep below her farm.
There's a Rota radar station bunker under the house. Visitors that come to visit us at the farm and visit the animals, they would have no idea what they're actually walking above.
Other than Sue, few people have ventured inside for more than 60 years.
There's no public access to the bunker.
Until today.
First time that I came down here, I just imagined that it wasn't very big. When you get further into the bunker, you'll just see the immense scale. This is the first time anyone's been allowed down to film. These are the blast doors that would have been closed to totally seal off the bunker. This was the main control room. You can imagine people sat at desks with transponders, typewriters, listening for signals, looking at radar screens.
Above ground, the rotor radars scan the sky for approaching threats.
They were connected underground via cables that sent the signals down all the way back to the operations room.
They were dug deep down and disguised above ground so that they didn't become obvious strike targets. 25 rotor stations were built all around the coast of the UK. In Essex, 300 kilometres away, is the site of another secret rotor bunker, and this one had an explosive purpose.
Every day, the Russians were sending their Russian bears over to test our boundaries, to see how quickly we could scramble our aircraft. Every day, this was on alert.
In southeast England, just 20 miles from London, was a top-secret Cold War base.
The Russians had got more H-bombs than anybody else in the world. That tension meant that obviously war was imminent, so there was a sudden panic to try and get a defensive system going.
Its sole purpose was to detect approaching Russian bombers and prevent a nuclear Armageddon. Culverden Hatch was the central rotor station for Greater London and used as a regional government headquarters. If under nuclear attack, the bunker could hold hundreds of military and civilian personnel for up to 3 months. In a compulsory purchase deal, the government bought the 25-acre site from farmer Jim Parish in 1952 to build a 3-story underground defense system.
It was common knowledge it was here. What actually went on inside was more the secret bit. They told the locals that it was an underground water reservoir.
Jim's grandson, Mike Parish, has spent years restoring this rotor station to operational condition. The bunker is built 38 meters underground, and like the Portland bunker, its entrance is through an ordinary-looking house.
The ceiling is 2 foot thick, concrete. All the windows are shuttered with metal shutters and a big metal door. When you're coming down the road and looking up through the trees, you can't even see this. It was fairly secluded. They, of course, got the compound round it. The guards were here. They had Alsatian dogs protecting it.
From within the modest house, the true scale becomes clear.
Here before, you would be quite surprised probably to see this long 120-yard tunnel. It's constructed of concrete, obviously, as the whole of the bunker is.
Engineers designed this immense structure to withstand a 25-kiloton bomb half a kilometre away.
What you see here is the 10-foot thickness of the walls. These steel rods are just reinforcing rods to make the concrete stronger.
But building a structure to survive a nuclear explosion is no easy task.
They put sand and gravel so we shaked if a bomb had gone off rather than be solid. They then put a mesh around the outside to protect the sensitive equipment in here from the electromagnetic pulse, which wipes out anything electrical.
Should a bomb go off, the bunker would absorb the force of the explosion in order to protect the doors.
These are the blast doors. They're quite hefty. They each weigh about the weight of a small family car. The tunnel is done a dog leg, and that's so that the blast coming down it would hit there and revert back and then hit here before putting pressure on the blast doors. This is the main stairwell. You can see that we're about 100 foot underground where we're standing. It's on 3 levels. The bottom level has the communications and the life support. It was deemed to be the safest, being the bottom, so if everything collapsed on it, this would still survive.
Now closed off from the outside world, the rotor operators could get to work watching the skies from under the ground.
This is the plotting floor. There was a 24-foot plotting table here to identify where the Russians were coming in.
The primary threat was the Tupolev Tu-95, codenamed Bear, a large 4-engine turboprop-powered strategic bomber and missile platform.
You had to react quickly. Every day, the Russians were sending their Russian Bears over to test our boundaries, to see how quickly we could scramble our aircraft. Every day, this was on alert.
How the top-secret team tackled their mission was rather surprising.
Triangulation team were fed information from outside radio points, and they would have a table with a bit of string, and they would pull that string out and lay it across that bearing that they'd been given. They'd get another bearing from another radio station, and they'd pull out a bit of string, and hopefully they got a third one. That was where the triangulation was, that's where the aircraft were.
Communication between the 25 rotor stations was of paramount importance.
The teleprinter was the main form of communication. You typed your message, but when it came out the other end, it came out as a message with holes punched. And that was then fed into a reader and printed out.
The communications network connecting the stations across the country was way ahead of its time.
They had a system called the chicken wire system. If you wanted to talk from Horsham up to, say, Preston, well, you do so via Coventry. But if a bomb had gone off on Coventry, well, obviously you could make your way round and still get to the same place.
The prototype communications network would later provide the infrastructure for the early internet.
We had that, the Americans had it, and the Europeans had it. And that's why the World Wide Web was able to get up and running so quickly.
The Cold War became a catalyst for an explosion of technical innovation, with each invention outdoing the last.
The rotor system was built to spot these missiles coming over from Russia, and nothing had been done like it ever before anywhere in the world.
Yet civil defense technology was evolving fast. Faster than the entire rotor project could keep up with the Soviet Union's nuclear capabilities.
Technology overtook the rotor system.
It was the big white elephant of its era.
In the mid-1950s, the more remote rotor outposts like Portland were beyond upgrade, and soon some of these stations were forced to shut down.
The rotor system had a very short life. It was slow and cumbersome by the time the information had been received, then sent it all off to the airfields. The Russians had travelled at 500 miles an hour.
The whole rotor system throughout the country closed down in 1959. That wasn't because of lack of threat from the Cold War, it was because the system just didn't work.
So, what happened to this massive military defense network? What became of the rotor stations that remained? As civil defense technology evolved in the mid-1950s, closed rotor outposts were stripped of their useful machinery, locked up, and forgotten. But not all of the 25 rotor stations were decommissioned. The Kelvedon Hatch station near London was converted into a regional government headquarters and renovated to accommodate 600 people for up to 3 months in the event of a nuclear strike.
This is the London bunker. Had a bomb gone off, central government wouldn't be able to govern. They would have had life and death decisions about their area.
If under attack, engineers had come up with a unique solution to ensure the safety of the occupants.
If there was a nuclear attack, the blast doors would be shut, and the air would then be going into the bunker and maintaining the bunker at a positive pressure, higher pressure than outside. That meant that any radiation that had got in here couldn't get through these doors because obviously it's being repelled by the higher pressure.
Engineers also designed a way to ensure that the people inside had access to clean air after a nuclear blast.
The fresh air is coming through an air vent behind us there, and normally that fan over there is going, and that then pumps the fresh air into the bunker. If the bomb had gone off, though, then that fan would have been shut off, and this one here switched on, and this one is connected to the nuclear, biological and chemical filters.
Industrial-scale systems, combined with hundreds of people in a confined space, meant engineers needed to solve the problem of regulating the temperature.
If you had 600 odd people down in the bunker, each producing a kilowatt of heat an hour, it would obviously, when we're shut down, get very, very hot. So it was important that the air was kept chilled. The fresh air goes through more filters, and then it goes through here a very fine mist of water. And that not only scrubs the air for any radiation dust that may have got in, but also is cooling it.
Not only was the bunker designed to keep people safe, but it was also equipped to meet basic human needs.
This is one of the dormitories. 400 to 600 people down here. Obviously you've got 600, 3 shifts, you need 200 beds. And so they used the hot bed system, just like you do in submarines. One man got out and the next man got straight in.
Sleeping wasn't the only necessity that had to be planned for. What happened when nature called?
Below this concrete floor there is a large tank that all the sewage flows into, and the compressor keeps the tank full of pressured air. When the little tank is full of sewage, it triggers the thing and it blows it up the pipe there, marked DS, dirty sewage, and that then blows it to the top of the bunker, where it then runs down by gravity into the bespoke sewage fields.
Mammoth underground bunkers like Portland and Calverton Hatch were the height of technical engineering at their conception. Today, rotor stations are unique reminders of the threat of global annihilation that the Cold War created for more than 3 decades. Deep in the Caucasus Mountains of Georgia in Eastern Europe looms an enormous network of artificial caves and tunnels. Nearly 1,000 years old and reaching 19 stories high, Vardzia is an enormous complex, carved entirely by hand during Georgia's Golden Age. What secrets does this labyrinth still hold? What disastrous events led to its abandonment?
1/3 of the caves were totally collapsed and a lot of people died.
And who has now moved into the hidden passageways that make up this imposing fortress? In the late 12th century, as most of Western Europe languished through medieval times, the nation of Georgia was coming of age. Previously a fractured and divided series of small territories, they had been united into a single kingdom. Georgia was in a unique position, located at the crossroads of Europe and Asia. It served as the eastern edge of the Christian world, and it needed robust defenses to protect its country and its faith. So their ruler and founder, King George III, ordered an outpost to be built on the southeast edge of the country, at a site where cave dwellings had existed since the 5th century on the Kura River.
All of these rocks and basically this region of Georgia is of volcanic origin.
The Caucasus Mountains run the length of the northern Georgian border, from the Black Sea in the west to the Caspian Sea in the east. The same tectonic fault line that created the Caucasus Range also deposited ash and minerals, forming 2 types of rock, hard breccia on top and soft volcanic tuff.
You can clearly see the different layers of rock which creates this cliff. They were formed by different eruptions during the millions of years, layering one on top of each other.
Misha Alashvili is a geophysicist studying the structure and stability of Vardzia.
You can see this more reddish, light-colored central layer in which the caves are carved. This is soft layer. Clearly, our ancestors, they knew that this is the best type of the rock into which you can carve.
Residents of the Kura Valley had begun carving living spaces into the soft tuff of these cliffs as early as the 5th century BC. 1,600 years later, rather than look for an entirely new site, the decision was made to expand the existing caves into an impregnable religious and defensive fortress. Tiko Maisaradze is a historian specializing in Vardzia and the geopolitical era during which it was built.
In 12th century, in this city, they had every necessity for living condition, high inaccessible rock, the excellent building qualities of their rock, and presence of the drinking water here.
The founder and ruler of the newly unified country, King George III, took a handful of scattered caves and expanded it into a 400-room network of underground passageways for both military and religious purposes. When King George died, supervision of construction fell to his daughter, Tamar. Tamar became an influential and celebrated ruler, recorded in Georgian history as King Tamar the Great. Her first task as ruler was to construct the huge cavernous church of Dormition in the center of the complex.
Here we have a frescoes of King Tamar and her father. King Tamar is 18 years old. She also have a model of this church on her hands. That means that she is the builder of the church.
King Tamar expanded the number of churches and turned the eastern half of the complex into a monastery.
Approximately 700 monks began to live here, and Vardzia became very important religious center for our country.
The community of religious and military residents was bustling, and the ability to support this many people was of utmost importance.
The inner part of Vardzia was mostly used for storage the supply of the food. This hall was used to keep the crops inside, for example, wheat, corn, and so on. We are in a pharmacy. This is one of the special rooms of Vardzia. Scientists found remains of herbs here. In deepest part of the city, they needed a ventilation system, so they cut a huge tunnel into the rocks to have enough oxygen into the caves.
When it came to providing fresh water for the complex, the architects didn't have to worry.
In the deepest part of Vardzia, we have a spring, which is considered holy and magical because nobody knows from where that it's coming. It doesn't matter it's really cold or it's hot, the amount of the water is unchangeable. 50 liters is coming every day. Local people believe that this is the holy water and it can make people's wishes true.
Vardzia in the 12th and 13th centuries would have been largely invisible to passing armies. Only a handful of rooms would have looked out onto the valley below. Most of the complex was fully underground.
Right now we are behind the main church of the Vardzia. And as you can see, it's a really large cave into which few walls of the church were built. Other walls are carved into the rock. It shows that Vardzia is a mixture of the natural and man-made monument.
By the 13th century, Vardzia was a bustling underground metropolis. But after 300 years, this thriving military and religious community would meet an unlikely end. Its modern-day appearance provides a clue to its ultimate downfall.
Georgia is seismically quite active, and especially this part of the Georgia where we are right now. River Mtquari, which just goes in front of the Vardzia, it follows the major tectonic fault. The historical earthquake of 13th century destroyed Vardzia very heavily. It's really sad to imagine the destruction which happened here due to the earthquake. At least 1/3 of the caves were totally collapsed and a lot of people died.
The earthquake wiped out most of the citadel, leaving many of the surviving rooms in the complex exposed. The monks continued to live here for another century, but further political upheaval led to the site being abandoned for several hundred years, until an unlikely rescuer came to the city's aid.
In the beginning of the 20th century, the monument was really bad shape, and it was basically rediscovered during the Soviet period.
Georgia was a vital member of the Soviet bloc. Recognizing the cultural importance of Vardzia, Soviet archaeologists began restoring its remains.
You can see remnants of that period. You can see these huge concrete walls in the center of the Vardzia, another one down there.
Despite the best efforts, Vardzia continued to crumble.
At the end of the 20th century, problems with Wardzia again accumulated that it was really urgent to start addressing those problems.
Misha and his team are now using modern techniques, such as rock bolts and wire mesh, to ensure that Wardzia doesn't deteriorate further.
Right on top of the cliff, there is a huge mountain slope, and there are special water collecting channels diverting water out of this part of the cliff, so it's not affecting the caves and the historical part of the monument.
Most of the site is stable for now, but making sure it stays that way is Misha's biggest challenge.
Strong earthquakes are one of the main threats to Wardzia. Another risk, it's a process of natural weathering and erosion of the rocks. Dramatic temperature changes, which shrinks and expands the rock. Water which gets into the pore of the rock, it gets frozen and causes a deformation of the rock. We end up with a slow but permanent process of the destruction.
Wardzia once again faces threats from many directions.
Machine is okay, the sensor is moving.
But Misha and his team have the latest monitoring technology available, including a ground radar system.
This is one of the main components of the Wardzia monitoring network. It's a ground-based radar which does scanning of the Wardzia cliff, and we are detecting any displacement on the cliff in a range of the millimeters. Any of these red or blue spots are showing either positive or negative displacement. Working on developing the early warning system. In case any significant displacement, the radar should be issuing a special alarm.
The team has sufficiently stabilized the rock for Wardzia's monks to live here again. Geophysicists like these are hopeful that ongoing research will allow future generations to continue learning about Georgia's rich history in this magnificent structure. Beneath this picturesque city in northern Italy lies an ancient, unexpected world of tunnels and caves. Who built this intricate subterranean maze? And why have locals kept it a secret until now?
Now we have an enormous amount of remains of bones. More than 5,000 pieces have been recovered.
Hundreds of kilometers away, in central England, lie the remains of a vast prehistoric cave system with a dark past. What mysteries still linger below the surface?
Fewer people have been through these passages than have walked on the moon.
And hidden more than 40 meters below Kansas City, Missouri, an enormous limestone mine has been transformed into a modern-day metropolis. What new purpose does this underground complex serve?
That was the aha moment that this could be something other than just a mining operation.
Beneath our feet lie extraordinary subterranean spaces.
We're miles away from civilization down here.
Caves, mines, and networks of tunnels.
The jewel in the crown for underground technology.
Some designed and built by humans. Others formed by nature over millions of years. How were they created and adapted? By whom and why?
If the enemy takes one section, he's not able to stand down there and shoot into the other section.
Throughout history, life underground has captured our imagination.
It creates a very frightening but also very beautiful experience.
Now we're taking you further and deeper.
There's all kinds of wild theories about what could be below.
To unearth the mysteries, the secrets, and the wonders of these underground worlds. In the scenic Italian region of Umbria, an unprecedented landslide unveiled a hidden world beneath the modern town of Orvieto. A network of tunnel entrances in the bedrock that spanned the entire city and stretched more than 90 meters below. What were these tunnels that had suddenly appeared?
We are very close to the edge of the cliff.
Who built them?
They were on a natural fortress.
And what do they reveal about the city's subterranean past?
Cups that were imported from Athens.
In 1978, after the unexpected landslide, residents of Orvieto were taken by surprise. Over 1,200 passageways, grottos, and galleries were unearthed, revealing evidence of a long-forgotten civilization. Even today, the tunnels are being explored. Archaeologist Claudio Bizzarri is currently excavating the tunnel system.
Here we are, inside of this amazing site.
Findings prove the tunnels were built in the 5th century BC, predating the Romans.
We have vases, we have tiles, we have animal bones. We have so many different things that allow us, like, to open a window on the Etruscan city of Orvieto.
Orvieto's beginnings could be traced back over 3,000 years, when the Etruscan civilization controlled this part of Italy. Ruling for nearly 1,000 years, this powerful civilization was driven by commerce. Their formidable army raided neighboring regions, bringing back valuable goods. Modern-day Orvieto was a major city-state in its time.
Its name was Vesna, and it was among the 12 important cities that developed in Etruria.
Defending these cities was of paramount importance, so they were strategically built on elevated land. What was then known as Vesna was built on porous volcanic rock called tuff.
The location is just amazing. Up on this big, huge crag of volcanic rock, which allowed them to control the entire area without any threat of being conquered. They were on a natural fortress.
The volcanic rock was a strong building material, capable of supporting the weight of a city, yet soft and easy to dig through. But the tuff did have one weakness.
Being volcanic rock doesn't have any kind of spring water facilities, so they had to find their own way.
The resourceful Etruscans devised a brilliant system for making sure they always had easy access to water.
One were cisterns underneath the houses, which would gather the water when it rained, using the roof as collectors. The other one was vertical shafts.
Digging vertical shafts required hammering through 90 meters of volcanic tuff.
Vertical shafts, a vertical perforation of the entire layer of volcanic rock until they hit into the Pliocenic clay, which is down below, and being clay, it's impermeable, so the water stays at that level.
The hand-built cisterns and wells were key to the success of the Etruscans' Vesna. The constant source of fresh water and the city's high elevation meant it was able to resist attacks for centuries. Yet war did come knocking on their door. The fledgling Roman state was already the dominant power on the Italian peninsula, and many other cities had fallen to their might. General Quintus Fabius Maximus marched his legions on the ancient city, but it was impregnable. The unrelenting Roman forces camped at the foot of the walls, stopping all supplies, and waited for the citizens to surrender.
These structures, vertical shafts, are the ones that allowed the Etruscans to resist under the siege of the Roman legions.
For 2 years, the Etruscans lived here, behind these city walls, surviving on what they could grow and their clever water system.
Just 2 years just using rainwater. So they had to find another way of getting the water resources. And this is probably how they did it. On the long sides is this vertical shaft. There are footholds that would have been used to move up and down without the use of any type of ladder or any kind of structure.
The wells were likely the key to the Etruscans' success. But after 2 years of lying in wait, the Romans attacked and broke through.
They had to surrender, and the entire population of Orvieto lost the great fortress that they had before, and they were moved to a new location.
Seeing its value as an impenetrable city, Orvieto, destroyed in the battle, was rebuilt by the Romans. The ingenious underground system was forgotten for hundreds of years, until the Middle Ages, when locals found a way to bring this subterranean world back to life.
In the Middle Ages, they're reusing some already existing areas, and they're making new ones.
These additions included wells and cisterns, but also cellars, grottos, and galleries. Some spaces contained kilns, furnaces, and storage structures.
Where we are right now, it's a mill, and they produced olive oil in this area.
Basalt, a volcanic stone, was used to crush the olives.
They would be vertical on these platforms, moved by animal power, and they would reduce the olives into a pulp that was then removed from the milling area and brought into the press. And that's where you got the pure olive oil that is so famous.
The oil was very versatile, and the Romans found many uses for it.
It was used for ointments. It was used, for example, for lighting. You know, a lot of the lamps were fueled with olive oil.
Then times changed once again. With the Roman Empire a distant memory, the Holy Roman Empire now ruled the land. In 1527, Emperor Charles V and Pope Clement VII were locked in a bitter power struggle. The emperor's forces sacked Rome, and Pope Clement fled the city. He headed straight for Orvieto, planning to hide out there until the danger passed. While in exile, he ordered the refurbishment of Orvieto's underground well network, in the process increasing the water supply and adding new wells in case the emperor lay siege to the city. One of these new wells, built in 1527, is famously known as the Well of St. Patrick. But this isn't your average well. It was one of the most innovative engineering masterpieces of its time. Historian Christina De Angelis has studied this structure extensively.
We are very close to the edge of the cliff. There was not that much space to dig. The architect was planning a very special structure for the well. 2 staircases wrapped one on top of each other, with 248 steps.
Peeking out from the highest part of the cliff, it's a staggering 61 meters deep and 14 meters wide. At the time of the well's design, the architect-engineer Antonio da San Gallo the Younger modeled it off the newly constructed Bramante staircase at the Vatican, which allowed for traffic to flow in 2 directions. With dual staircases, one on top of the other, it went all the way from the top to the water at the bottom. One staircase was for descending and the other for ascending.
To collect the water, usually during the past we're using pack animals. The reason why there are 2 staircases is because people outside, they can make a kind of line going down and exit, they have not to wait for the animals in the way back.
Antonio da San Gallo cleverly designed the well so that natural light would be cast on the staircases.
He planned a system of 72 windows connected with the ramps. That big round window on top was giving light to each window around the steps.
Overall, Pope Clement commissioned a total of 2 wells and 4 cisterns while he sought refuge in the city.
The wells are St. Patrick, where we are at the moment, and the other one Pozzo della Cava.
The location of the remaining 2 cisterns is a centuries-old mystery. After barely a year of exile in the city, Pope Clement VII returned to Rome in 1528. Orvieto no longer needed to serve as a stronghold, and the tunnels were abandoned for several more centuries. But in the mid-20th century, conflict was once again on Orvieto's doorstep. And soon, the subterranean tunnels that once served as ancient water cisterns and olive presses were about to serve an entirely new purpose. Beginning with the Etruscan civilization and continuing through the Renaissance, the subterranean maze that lies below the Italian town of Orvieto grew to include more than 1,200 interlocking tunnels. By the mid-20th century, the Orvieto Underground evolved yet again. This time, it was employed by its citizens as a hiding place during World War II, while under threat of British attack.
The people of Orvieto had to find shelter in the underground spaces of the city itself. This is one of them. You see it has a seat on the side so people could rest a little bit. It has 2 different entrances. Just in case one of them got bombed, you could exit the other one.
Target, motor transport near Castellana. Each plane in the formation carries 2 500-pound bombs and drops during the run.
After more than 3,000 years, it seemed as though the city, unable to protect itself from the skies, was facing its darkest hour.
The British commander was approaching from the area of Viterbo. In Orvieto, we had the bishop and the German commander.
Both the Roman Catholic bishop and German commander were united in their appreciation of Orvieto's beauty.
This triggered them both to write to the English commander a request. Can Orvieto be acknowledged as an open city?
In rare cases, an open city would be declared, which would spare a town from being destroyed.
Fortunately, the English commanders thought that it was a very good idea. The approaching English troops would wait outside until the German troops would move outside, and then they would come in. So no destruction on top of the city.
Orvieto's tunnels had once again come to the city's rescue and to the aid of its citizens. Today, archaeologists continue to excavate these extraordinary tunnels, piecing together the rich and diverse history of this part of Italy.
Here we are now in a deposit for the archaeological materials that came from the cave. We have drinking cups that were imported from Athens. This is part of a kylix, which is a drinking cup for the banquet, that were used also among the Etruscans. And you see 2 beautifully rendered male figures on the inside of the cup. We also have the decoration of the roofs of the Etruscan buildings of the 5th century BCE. You see you have a marvelous decoration, perfectly preserved, on a piece of tile. And then we have an enormous amount of remains of bones. More than 5,000 pieces have been recovered. They gave us the opportunity to understand what kind of diet the Etruscans of that period followed. Most of them are pigs. A good amount is goat and sheep.
The city of Orvieto has provided historians with some of the most complete timelines of the history of Italy and has played host to some of the most pivotal moments. And all because the Etruscans saw a need to start digging, beginning one of the richest city history anywhere in the world. Carved into the scenic hills of the Peak District National Park is the largest natural cave entrance in the British Isles. Upon entering this eerie subterranean lair, There's evidence of people mining its natural treasures since Roman times. Within the Peak Cavern are remnants of a once thriving community.
Over 100 people live within the entrance to the cave.
And clues to a dark past.
This was the biggest criminal hub in the northwest of Great Britain.
Could these deep, dark passages lead to the gates of hell?
This is what gives the cavern its name, the Devil's Arse.
And how many more mysterious passages and chambers lie undiscovered in this underground labyrinth? Spanning over 1,200 square kilometers, the Peak District in central England is home to one of the most spectacular natural caves in the world.
We are at the entrance of Peak Cavern, the largest natural cavern entrance in the whole of Great Britain.
Chris Hanley, a local expert, is fascinated by this extraordinary cave system and its legendary origins.
I first came here probably in my teens. We'd heard of this mysterious place with its devil connotations. So as we walked up here and saw it's just an absolutely majestic cavernous space.
Before it was called Peak Cavern, the caves were known as the Devil's Arse because of the sound that emanates from within.
The noise is created when we have a lot of surface rain. This chamber floods way past my head height, and as the water recedes back down through that hole, the cave air comes out and bubbles through the water, which gives a very, very large flatulent sound. I've heard the noise for the very first time. It was like huge. When the wind is right and it's blowing down the gorge, you can actually hear the Devil's Arse flatulence maybe up to 10 miles away. This is what gives the cavern its name, the Devil's Arse. It's the endpoint of 17 tributaries from the surrounding hillsides.
For some, however, the strange noises that come from the depths of the cave weren't a deterrent. In fact, some locals took advantage of this demonic subterranean sound.
And the further you went into the earth, the closer you were to hell.
The caves were famous across the country, and a host of myths and tall tales grew around them. According to legend, in the 16th century, the cave was a popular meeting spot for local thieves.
In the 1500s, bandits used the Devil's Arse to their advantage. It would have been the devil himself making such a noise as to keep anybody away. The bandits were very clever, and they knew exactly how to play the peasants. They wore fancy, exotic clothing. They were masters of close-up magic and palmistry and fortune-telling, and they had an air of mystery about them.
They led people to believe the devil was inside this mammoth cavern.
Stories that the further you went into the earth, the closer you were to hell, worked perfectly to keep them safe from prying eyes. In the 1500s, this was probably the biggest criminal hub in the northwest of Great Britain.
From the depths of the cavern, the bandits enjoyed the fruits of their ill-gotten gains. They called this area the Gates of Hell.
This is the Devil's Dining Room. There was an annual beggar's banquet here. They would have been roasting sheep and hogs and that type of thing. Plenty of food and drink. Apparently one year when they actually did this, the devil actually did come up from the cellar into the dining room, and in return for the hospitality, granted them eternal life.
By the 18th and 19th centuries, the region was a hotbed for lead mining, and soon, more people began moving in.
You got over 100 people living and working within the entrance to the cave.
Barry Jarvis is an expert on the area.
In the Castleton area, literally any hole in the ground was a lead mine, so consequently, they needed a lot of rope.
over 200 lead mines had been opened within the region surrounding Peak Cavern. And every mine needed huge amounts of rope for hoisting men in and ore out.
Ropes were made out in the fields, which is great on a summer's day, but when it rains, it starts to rot and it's no good for its intended purpose.
Most of the mines were owned by wealthy landowner and aristocrat, the Duke of Devonshire, and he came up with the perfect solution.
The Duke allowed the rope makers to move into the cavern entrance to live and work free of charge, provided at all times there was a master rope maker and an apprentice on site. It was a family industry and the whole family was involved. They had to build these rope walks, they had to excavate the entrance to the cave, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4 rope walks.
A rope walk is a long, flat area where ropes are wound and braided, and the cathedral-like space inside Peak Cavern offered shelter from the elements. Even though the living conditions weren't exactly ideal, the rope makers made the best of their new home. They built cottages, stables, and even an inn.
This is one of the last remaining cottages. This, unbelievably, is a house that would have been home to 8 people. It's absolutely tiny. They stayed here for 300 years, even in these conditions. Everything they needed to make a living was here within the cave.
By the Victorian times, word of the massive caves spread, and soon they became a tourist attraction for the English elite.
We had the likes of Lord Byron, Daniel Defoe, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. They'd heard stories of the Devil's Cave, so they would come up the gorge and have a peer in. And of course, the rope makers very soon figured out that they could earn extra income by taking these rich people further into the cavern.
They had to lie down in what was known as a coffin boat to get through the tight tunnels.
They would push them through a hole in a boat, and then they would all stand in here. And once everybody was assembled in here, they would let off gunpowder in the crevices of the rocks, and you can see the scorch marks here, which was a little bit of theatre back in the day.
Yet some visitors required a little more room to navigate these narrow spaces, and the locals were willing to make accommodations for special guests. In 1880, the caverns were renamed to appeal to their most famous visitor yet, Her Majesty Queen Victoria. Henceforth, it was known as Peak Cavern, and the locals went out of their way to make sure she had a comfortable trip.
Queen Victoria was a rather large monarch, so there was no way she could fit through that hole in a little lead mining boat. So the lead miners very generously mined this bit of a passage out for her, and that's how it gets its name, Queen Victoria's Passage.
Queen Victoria's Passage was not the only man-made tunnel. Given the extensive natural resources in the area, miners were often excavating the hard limestone in search of new underground riches. In 1770, after lead mining around Peak Cavern proved to be lucrative, its owners saw an ambitious new opportunity. In an effort for miners to access fresh seams of lead, the Speedwell Tunnel was created a kilometer away by redirecting underground rivers and extending the passageways that ran below Peak Cavern.
So we're now in Speedwell Cavern, which is an old 18th century lead mine.
John Harrison's grandfather bought Speedwell in the 1930s, and it's been owned by his family ever since.
So the rock that the mine is driven through is limestone, carboniferous limestone, which means it's about 340, 350 million years old. It's incredibly hard, and they were using black gunpowder to blast through it, driving shot holes with crowbars and sledgehammers. It was, nothing was automated.
Blasting a tunnel over 150 meters underground was an incredible feat of engineering. Miners were working below the water table, so torrents of water would often flood the tunnel following a blast. Faced with the enormous challenge of how to minimize the high water pressure, the miners came up with an ingenious solution. They created a canalway, which boats could float on to carry the heavy loads out of the mine.
We're standing in the bottomless pit chamber. It's a huge vertical chamber. The top of it is right up there, 90 meters or so above our heads. This is entirely natural, formed by the action of water dissolving out the softer minerals. So we have limestone on either side, but in the middle, a vertical vein of fluorspar and originally lead that you can trace right the way around the chamber.
But the path ahead of them was treacherous. A massive 30-meter drop to an underground lake.
So the miners built this platform and originally built it as an aqueduct so the boats could continue their journey straight across unhindered to enable them to continue into the far reaches of the mine.
But today, the underground labyrinth serves a very different purpose.
For me, this is where it gets interesting. The mains lighting stops and we do some real caving.
Expert caver Mark Macaulay has been visiting the subterranean passages for the last 10 years.
This is Peak Speedwell system. Colostomy crawl is pretty much as it sounds. Crawling through, hands and knees, in mud.
Cavers are always at the mercy of nature in this subterranean labyrinth. The water levels are constantly rising and falling. A passage can be safe 1 minute and a death trap the next.
The water that we can hear is the mainstream passage through the Peak system, and it goes underneath the show cave. If you can't hear that water, it means there's too much water flow going through, and the water level is starting to rise. On a wet day, the water will rise all the way up this slide and go through the show cave.
If cavers can't evacuate the passages fast enough, they could be trapped by rising water.
There's 2 food dumps, big watertight plastic bins that have got water, food and sleeping bags inside. So you can stay there until the water levels go down, or if they're not going to go down for a week or more, the divers will come in and get you out.
These impressive passages have been formed purely by the force of the water eroding the limestone.
And we're into the wild cave. Originally, this area was a coral reef. And there is a fossil of the coral. These muddy puddles are known as the wallows. This is the tube. This passage was formed when it was completely underwater. So underwater passages tend to be circular. This is the main streamway for Peak Cavern, with more or less vertical walls.
Mark and his fellow cavers are discovering new passages all the time.
In the neighbouring Speedwell system, we've uncovered 80 metres of new passage. Fewer people have been through these passages than have walked on the moon. Digging it out by hand and moving the mud away, there's likely to be miles of new passage in there.
Despite being located deep below the Peak District, this massive subterranean system has shaped the lives of those above ground for centuries. Intrigued by its mysteries, cavers like Mark continue to believe these subterranean passages will lead to new discoveries. Beneath the scenic bluffs overlooking the Missouri River, Kansas City is hiding a secret. In underground caves left behind by years of limestone mining is the site of a one-of-a-kind complex. From movie reels and coffee beans to high-tech data storage, this 6 million square meter underground fortress is an economic hub.
Mother Nature built our ceilings and built our floors. Then we divide them and create unique spaces for our customers.
How did engineers convert this abandoned mine into a massive subterranean metropolis? What is life like for hundreds of people working beneath the surface?
What's awesome is the underground allows for climate control.
And what does the future hold for this sprawling subterranean city? Hidden from view, hundreds of people are escaping city life and heading for the hills. Inside the hills, that is. In 1945, miners began extracting a 270-million-year-old limestone deposit called Bethany Falls. Structural engineer Mike Bell now oversees the development and management of this space.
Right here, you can see what the original limestone looks like before we paint it. So the strata we're in here was about 270 million years ago. So here's the limestone. This is the shale, and then the Middle Creek is the next ledge of limestone. So it goes Bethany Falls, shale, Middle Creek, and then there's another shale level, and then it just keeps kind of going from there. So that'll all get painted white, pillar that is. And then over here, we've got, this is another 200,000 square feet that we'll build out. So right now we're excavating the shale. We're gonna let the underground kind of what we call breathe. It just kind of adjust. It's got to reshift the stresses and the pressures from above.
With the heavy lifting already completed by the miners, developers determined that underground construction would be less expensive than erecting a normal industrial building on the surface. The mining process conveniently left 3-meter square pillars 12 meters apart, an ideal layout for new office space.
And early on, you can see pillars were random in fashion. And then there became the point in time, and you can see a semicircular shape right here. That was the aha moment that this could be something other than just a mining operation. We then changed the mining style from a random pillar method to a standard grid, what we call the Rumen pillar method. Every 65 feet, we put a pillar, 25 feet wide by 25 feet wide, and it goes for 2 miles.
Since the first tenants moved in, the underground business complex has grown in more ways than was originally anticipated.
Okay, right now we're walking through Subtropolis, a brand new building that we're getting ready to lease to tenants.
Aura Reynolds oversees all aspects of development here.
The way we build a building is we build it by rooms. So you've got 4 pillars. They're 25 foot, roughly square, and you have 40 feet in between. But you've got the dock doors, you've got drive-in doors. It's really just like a surface building turned on its side. Mother Nature built our ceilings and built our floors. Then we have pillars, and all we need to do is divide them and create unique spaces.
While life underground may sound limiting, people have found many ways to customize the space to their needs. Inside this high-volume printing company are several 35-meter-long industrial printing presses running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For this company, the constant low humidity is a game changer.
This is an 8-color 40-inch offset press, so it will lay down 4 colors, dry the ink, turn the sheet over, lay down 4 more colors, and produce some of the highest quality print you can ever see. So one of the nice things about being in the underground is we can control the humidity easily. Paper is like a sponge, so it allows us to keep the right temperature, the right humidity, so that we get great ink adhesion as we're printing.
For work normally done outdoors, one of the benefits of operating in a controlled environment is the ability to conduct business rain or shine, a crucial factor for this vehicle upfitting company.
If we were outside right now and we needed to work on these vans, We would have to warm them up, let them thaw, then bring them into the facility, and they're still going to have ice and snow on them, so then you have a safety hazard because you got wet floors. So this is ideal for us.
What companies quickly learned is the temperature underground doesn't vary.
The temperature in this room is somewhere around 70 degrees, 55% relative humidity. That's the ideal storage temperature for green coffee.
This food distributor has benefited from the stable climate for more than 20 years.
We have well over 100,000 square feet of unroasted coffee. We've got coffee from all over the world: Brazil, Colombia, Peru, Ethiopia. In these temperature conditions, it doesn't degrade at all. And then right through these doors is a cooler built into the cave.
It's in the huge cooler unit that the advantages of being underground really become clear.
Once the evaporators cool the rocks, it takes much less energy to keep the space cold. I mean, once these rocks get to a temperature, it just, it kind of radiates and takes less energy. The energy savings in the underground for the coolers could be as much as 50%.
The stable temperature isn't just ideal for storing food. It's also perfect for the motion picture archive industry.
We are a record storage company. The movie industry is our crown jewel. We archive for them for many, many years. We've got about 200,000 different titles and reels here in Kansas City. Being underground here helps us to store the material. We save a lot of energy because of the stable temperature. We don't have to air condition or heat. I will say, when you're shutting down at the end of the night and you shut down all the lights, it's really dark, so you can't even see the hand in front of your face. It is pretty creepy walking down the aisles, exiting the building alone. Hear those noises in the background, but I've never seen anything move, so that's a positive thing.
But regardless of whether you're above or below ground, one industry requires the highest level of security. And conducting business inside a mountain is about as safe as you can get. This data security company has very strict requirements for their office space.
We host the most sensitive data, the most mission-critical applications and workloads for highly regulated organizations in our regions. These cages also go underfloor, so no one can climb under the floor and up. Cameras, they're motion activated.
For a company whose business is to keep data protected, a former limestone mine is the perfect place for their headquarters.
So underground gives us three key benefits. One is that the environmentals are very consistent and they're much easier to control. Things like data center, temperature, humidity, those are very important things to kind of keep in check. Secondly, we're protected from nature, the natural hazardous kind of events like tornadoes, which allows us to keep our customers' mission-critical workloads up more often. On more than one occasion, living in the Midwest, there's been, the tornado warnings even sitting right on top of us, yet we're down here not really worried about it. In fact, this is the place we go.
For all the merits of the vast underground space, it, like any other space, requires maintenance in order to remain functional.
The pillars over time, concrete cracks. It's a material that contracts over time. We'll actually rip the shotcrete off and redo it, put new mesh up, put new rebar, then paint it.
The maintenance of the facility is important, but not as critical as making sure the whole structure doesn't collapse. A team carefully monitors every fraction of an inch of movement in the bedrock.
I'm measuring a floor-to-ceiling point. I have over 400. I measure every month. It takes about a week to do it, and I'm using an densimeter pole that measures in 1,000th of an inch. Every point has its own setting recorded in the book. I look in the book to see what the setting is, then I do that setting. So the difference between when I recorded last time is 1/1000th of an inch. So hardly anything. So, which is what we want to see. And we do this every month to monitor the stability of the underground. One of the things that's very important in the underground is safety. So we take it very seriously, and that's why we take so much time every month to make sure everybody's safe under here.
The mine is rock solid, and at the far end of the complex, beyond the refurbishment and the lights, are the freshly excavated limestone caverns, just as the present-day miners leave them.
This is essentially the mine. This is what it looks like before we do anything. I mean, the amazing thing is this was all under the ocean at one point. This right here is the center of the room, and every room is marked on a grid. This is 82 north, 1 east. You know exactly the room that you're in based upon the center of the room, and every room has that. So as you go along, if you do get lost, take the flashlight, look above the center of the room, you'll get the grid and know exactly where you're at. It would take you about 1.1 miles to reach the end from where we're standing right now. We've built out about 6.7 million square feet of industrial space. So we got another mile to go, another 7 million square feet. When you go to the way back, if you didn't have that light, it's dark. It's time to head back to 8600.
With 10% of Kansas City's industrial operations now underground, could this subterranean city pave the way for underground working environments around the world? Only time will tell. Beneath this historic Cincinnati neighborhood lies a forgotten underworld.
We found tunnels that have been sealed up for over 100 years.
What does this vast subterranean maze reveal about the city's past? Thousands of miles away, overlooking the Baltic Sea, a secret underground Danish fortress carved into a cliffside. What pivotal role did this concealed stronghold play during the Cold War?
This really is on the front line.
And located just below this major waterway in Liverpool lies one of the UK's most significant engineering achievements.
Nobody had seen anything of this scale before.
Beneath our feet lie extraordinary subterranean spaces.
We're miles away from civilization down here.
Caves, mines, and networks of tunnels.
The jewel in the crown for underground technology.
Some designed and built by humans. Others formed by nature over millions of years. How were they created and adapted? By whom and why?
If the enemy takes one section, he's not able to stand down there and shoot into the other section.
Throughout history, life underground has captured our imagination.
It creates a very frightening but also very beautiful experience.
Now we're taking you further and deeper.
There's all kinds of wild theories about what could be below.
To unearth the mysteries, the secrets, and the wonders of these underground worlds. Lurking beneath downtown Cincinnati are remnants of Ohio's best-kept secrets. 9 meters below the streets is a network of abandoned tunnels and caverns, revealing the rich history of the neighborhood above.
The magic of Cincinnati is right down these steps.
Who built this underground labyrinth and why was it abandoned?
All of this industry and all of this culture starts to collapse all at once.
How are the tunnels now being revived?
Being able to get a piece of living history, it just fills me with joy.
For decades, Cincinnati has been a thriving metropolis above ground. But what makes this historic city unique is what's hidden below. In the 1830s and 40s, hundreds of thousands of German refugees fled to the United States, hoping for a life free from repression and inequality. In Cincinnati, they settled in the historic Over-the-Rhine district, and they brought with them their most treasured product, beer.
The United States is often referred to as a nation of immigrants.
Julie Carpenter is an architectural historian specializing in the region's illustrious past.
By the time Over the Rhine was fully developed, the neighborhood was between 60 and 75% German. You see a lot of buildings that have German language on them. What we know as Republic Street today was originally called Bremen.
Cincinnati already had an established brewing industry, but the newest residents added something distinctly German.
For as long as there have been people in Cincinnati, people have been brewing beer. The earliest breweries were run by English, Irish, Scottish, and they were making traditional English-style beers, ales, and porters.
While the English breweries remained above ground, the German ones relied on subterranean chambers to craft their innovative concoctions.
So we're walking into the fermentation level of the Jackson Brewery.
Mike Morgan is Cincinnati's resident beer expert.
This room looks huge and cavernous now, but it would have been packed with fermenting beer in the 1800s. Huge wooden vats going up and down both sides of it. The only real difference between a lager and an ale is that lager yeast requires cool temperatures to ferment, and ale yeast ferments at room temperature.
At their peak, nearly 35 breweries were producing more than 150 million liters of lager per year. As demand grew, local business owners had to dig additional tunnels and cellars to accommodate production.
All of these lagering cellars have 2 levels. And on the upper level, they would ferment the beer. And on the lower level, they would age it. The Jackson Brewery that we're in right now, it was one of those breweries that was part of kind of a big lager explosion in brewing here in Cincinnati that started, in the 1850s.
Most of the beer was consumed locally, but soon the German lager's popularity was spreading far beyond the city limits.
It was sending a lot of what was made here down to New Orleans. So if you went to the French Quarter, good chance was it came from right here in these lagering cellars.
Demand for lager increased exponentially. Over the Rhine and the city of Cincinnati experienced an economic boom. So much so, the city earned its nickname as the beer capital of the world. But building cellars large enough to house not just fermentation tanks, but also thousands of barrels of the finished product was no easy task in the 1850s.
The magic of beer in Cincinnati is right down these steps.
Steve Hampton works for an organization dedicated to revitalizing the brewing district.
So we're 30 feet underground in the Crown Brewery cellars. They use arch stone construction. They use stone floors. And were typically built by very specialized contractors, cellar diggers. It was very hard to do, 30, 40 feet underground. You were in the middle of a dense urban neighborhood where there were people working and living and playing literally right next to you.
But brewers soon realized that their underground recipe for success had a lethal side effect. Fermentation produces significant amounts of carbon dioxide. Built-up CO2 would not only make these tunnels off-limits for people, it would also starve the fermenting process of oxygen and slow or even stop the production of beer.
They built these series of ventilation shafts. They look like fireplaces, but they're actually ventilation shafts that led out to the street in conjunction with the vent shafts at the top. And so with a series of metal doors on the outside, they could actually use the natural stack effect and let the warm air out of this space and keep fresh air in here.
Ventilation solved the carbon dioxide problem, but keeping the cellars cold enough for the lager fermentation process needed further innovation.
Early on, they would use ice that they would harvest from the lakes and the rivers and the canals and literally cut that in blocks, pack it away with the barrels of beer down here.
There's a lot of cons to ice. It's expensive, it's unpredictable, it also melts, and that creates all sorts of problems. So they started using artificial refrigeration as soon as that was possible. And when they did, there would have been lines crisscrossing through here, and it was ammonia that was run through those lines.
While the early brewers had addressed the temperature issue, they unknowingly introduced another complication.
Ammonia remains a very effective coolant. We don't use it today because it will kill you.
They would oftentimes have ammonia leaks from the cooling systems that would kill draft horses. It could even overcome the workers down here.
Coolant leaks were just one of the many dangers facing workers in Cincinnati's underground breweries.
They were often at risk of being injured by rolling kegs or kegs falling down, massive kegs of a couple 100 pounds each, breaking legs and ankles. Beer was part of your pay, and so often you were drinking while you were on the job, and so drinking and old cellars weren't always the most conducive to safety, and so we had a lot of accidents that way.
As Cincinnati approached the end of the 19th century, the popularity of lager showed no signs of slowing. And as building techniques improved, so bigger and bigger cellars could be created.
So we're in what remains of the original Hoodlepult brewery. And this doesn't look like the typical cellars. It's not this arched stone that we see in the earlier cellars. It would have been here originally, but as breweries grew and changed, they modified the brewery as they needed to. So they converted this structure to steel and concrete. There's other parts of the brewery that are cast iron, brick arches in between those. So you really see a lot of variety as these breweries continue to grow and evolve.
As the breweries continued to boom, they managed to adapt and prosper. But by the turn of the century, global upheaval was about to cast a dark shadow over Cincinnati's beer-making industry.
All of this industry and all of this culture, it really all starts to collapse all at once.
In the 19th century, innovations in beer making required breweries to undergo major upgrades. Cincinnati was at the forefront of these changes.
Pasteurization in 1864, that's a big deal. You don't have to consume it immediately without it spoiling. We then get into technology around steel. So we go from wooden vats to big metal tanks that are easier to clean and get the bacteria out of. And we also start to see revolutions in glass. And then in 1892, we have the Crown bottle cap.
Despite these investments, society was changing, and the industry was in for a rude awakening.
A few things happen that actually wind up wrecking the original culture of Over the Rhine. The United States enters World War I in 1917. When that happens, all of that Germanness that made Over the Rhine such a unique European-feeling place, that all becomes bad. So that's really the first blow. Prohibition goes into effect nationally in 1920. And so all of this industry and all of this culture, it really all starts to collapse all at once.
By 1918, laws were passed forcing breweries to shut down, and for many years after, things looked bleak for the over-the-Rhine district. Some beer makers tried to survive by brewing illegally, but police raids crushed most efforts. Soon, Cincinnati breweries were almost a thing of the past. Now, decades later, there has been a recent drive to revive the area. Combined with a new popularity for high-quality craft beer, the over-the-Rhine district is being brought back to life. Breweries are reopening, and the community is once again embracing its vibrant past. As the tunnels and cellars get renovated, unexpected discoveries have been made.
We found a new access to tunnels that have been sealed up for over 100 years here in Cincinnati.
Brett Coleman Baker is a chemical engineer turned craft brewer now operating in over-the-Rhine. He's found an unusual use for the decaying contents of the cellars.
These tunnels were discovered 3-4 years ago when the new tenants bought the building. They punched this hole out, and what did they discover besides a massive pile of rubble and a big freaking hole in the ground? Get your lights on. It's a little dark down here. So, this is the F&JA Link Brewery lager tunnels. Look at this. What we have here is the top of a barrel. You let it ferment, then you let it lager, which is aging.
Brett realized that the original wooden fermenting tanks could still be harboring life in their timbers.
Yeast lives up to 1 inch deep in wood. There's a really good chance that this yeast has sporulated, which means that it is in a hard shell, and it can basically just hibernate for as long as it wants in that until it gets dropped into liquid conducive to its growth. So we're talking sugar, we're talking nutrients.
Brett took swabs from the Link Brewery as soon as he was able to get in and sent them off to a lab in Chicago.
We're gonna scrape into it a little bit. We don't need to go deep, we just need to go deep enough to avoid any mold spores. We want yeast, which is a fungus, but we want the good fungus, not the bad fungus. We're gonna swab the tip, 1 swab. Now it doesn't look like we got anything to the naked eye, but that doesn't matter because we just need a tiny little spore that you're not even gonna see. We're gonna dip it into our jar, seal it back up, and hopefully get something good out of it. And we're done. Hopefully, we caught some yeast.
Of 100 swabs taken, 1 successfully picked up spores of brewer's yeast, tiny microorganisms that had survived in the barrels for over a century.
Being able to get a piece of living history that survived from before Prohibition here in Cincinnati is just, it just fills me with joy.
The yeast spores were grown under controlled lab conditions and returned to Brett to create a brand new 100-year-old beer. Today, craft breweries are on the rise across the UK and the US. But in Cincinnati, it's more than a trend. It's a tradition that dates back more than 150 years. On the south coast of Denmark, overlooking the Baltic Sea, is a cliff face hiding both military and prehistoric mysteries.
We're ready if you decide to attack us.
Carved directly into the rock is an impenetrable fortress with more than a mile of underground passageways, tough enough to withstand a nuclear bomb.
Shockwaves from a nuclear blast would be deflected.
As the Cold War escalated, this base was equipped with the latest technology, built to be right on the front line.
Science with special forces climbed up the cliff outside.
In the late 1940s, Denmark was reeling from the impact of the Second World War. It had only recently been liberated from Nazi control, and the country desperately wanted to rebuild. But just as one war ended, another was beginning. As political and military tensions grew between the East and the West, NATO called upon Denmark to play a major role in the Cold War as the first line of defense from Russia's Red Banner fleet.
Denmark was sometimes called the guardian of the Baltic. Usually people just say the cork in the Baltic, because Baltic is kind of like the bubble, and there's these really narrow straits you have to get out of the Baltic.
Iben Bjørnsen is a historian and curator at the Stensfort Museum. She works to preserve the memory of the crucial role played by this cork in the Baltic.
In 1949, Denmark joined NATO, and with that it was solidified in a future war. The enemy would be the Soviet Union. The Soviet Baltic fleet was their main fleet. In a war, they would have to move that fleet through the Danish Straits and out into the open sea. So the purpose of Stensfort was to close off the Sound. Denmark's task was to hold the cork in and prevent the entire Baltic fleet from coming out into the Atlantic. That was a pretty important task.
All-out war could erupt at any moment, and there was nothing protecting Denmark from the enemy. The Stensfort would be the first to know about an imminent attack, and it would be their job to alert the world.
Sometimes for British, but especially Americans, for them the actual battlefield in a war was something far away. You have the enemy right there. This really is on the front line of the Cold War, but also would be on the front line of an actual war.
Stensfort was intentionally constructed so the Danish could not only see an attack starting, but potentially have a chance to intervene.
You would have sea mines sort of covering this stretch of water, and then you would have the big guns. Now, these two guns were to support the minefields and shoot down the minesweepers, which would be sent in advance. Denmark alone would not stand a chance against the Soviet fleet. The task for Denmark within NATO was to hold the line for long enough for reinforcement to come from the west.
Building a subterranean fortress capable of withstanding the first strikes of enemy aggression was crucial. But unlike other Cold War military complexes, Stensfort had one huge advantage.
Fire!
Strategically located on Denmark's southern coast, the Stensfort was in prime position to monitor the Baltic Sea during the Cold War. Any maritime vessel, friend or foe, passed under its watchful eye. No expense was spared in building the fort.
With all the tunnels and nooks and crannies, it's 1.7 kilometers. It's built in two nearly identical sections to support the two big guns on the surface, each section supporting one gun.
An attack was considered so likely that when building the fort, the tunnel layout was designed with a breach in mind.
Where we're standing now, you can see the hallway, it makes sort of a little bend or a little break. And that's because if the enemy takes one section, he's not able to stand down there and shoot into the other section.
What was unique to Stensfort, in comparison to other military bases around the world, is that its existence wasn't classified. NATO wanted the communists to know it was there.
The Russians were also supposed to know that we had a military installation waiting for them here, pointing out towards the Baltic, and we're ready if you decide to attack us.
When determining where to locate their cork in the Baltic, Denmark chose this site for several reasons. Possibly the most important is that it could withstand a nuclear blast.
Fire!
Answers to how and why can be found 66 million years ago.
You can see it has different layers of limestone, flint, limestone, flint.
Dr. Jesper Milan has spent his career studying the geology of Stensford. The rock formations along this coast are unique in their specific makeup, and it was no mistake that this was the location selected for the construction of Stensford.
The limestone is quite porous and flexible, and the flint is very solid, like glass. So that makes a sandwich construction that actually makes it a very, very strong cliffside. And the idea was that the shock waves from a nuclear blast would be deflected by these sandwich layers here, and that should bomb-proof the Stevns fortress.
The impact resistance of the rock is the result of several fortuitous stages in its evolution.
If you see it from a distance, we can see the layers are curving. They're curving in big mound-like structures. That's actually the old shape of the seafloor 66 million years ago. All the white chalk here, the skeletal remains of tiny, tiny animals that lived on the seafloor at that time. And then they died, the skeletons collapsed, new grew on top of them, more skeletons collapsed, forming big, big layers of limestone through time. The flint layers are actually very, very interesting. They are composed of tiny needles from sponges, the most unlikely animal to form a solid rock. These sponges had a skeleton of glass needles, and when they died, the glass needles dissolved and crystallized in the seafloor, forming these big layers of flint.
If the fortress was under nuclear attack, the alternating layers would behave like a mattress, gradually bending, absorbing, and dissipating the shockwaves. Should war strike Stensford, the base had to remain operational. This required it to be equipped with the very latest in surveillance technology.
And this is the heart of the underground. If war broke out, you would have your operations center down here. This was really top-of-the-line electronic surveillance gear in the 80s. Red ships are Warsaw Pact ships, of course. The blue ships are our own NATO ships. The green ships are civilian, and the white ships are unidentified. This is where you would have your overview of all traffic going through the sound.
Throughout the Cold War, there were times when tensions nearly boiled over into full-on conflict.
During some of the major crises, this place went into high alert, which means lockdown. Cuban Missile Crisis was one. You had people down here for a week and a half. Hungary, 1956 was another, and Czechoslovakia, 1968 was another. You would have the order clear fort, which means everyone is underground. You don't get radio signals down here, you didn't get newspapers, so they would just basically receive no news. I imagine that would have been quite scary.
Despite the depth of the fortress, there were risks inside and out, none more so than the Russian Navy, who remained unnervingly close.
We were very close out there. Sometimes you could spit on the deck, actually.
Visible to all the world, Stensford was constantly under threat during the Cold War. Troops stationed here knew that should war break out, they would likely be the very first Russian target.
I was here in the beginning of the 80s. My job down here was as electronic technician, maintain all the electronic equipment, radars.
Brian Hector Sorensen is a retired naval officer who served at Stensford.
In the beginning, I was some years at the Danish torpedo boats. We were very close out there. The Russians, sometimes you could spit on the deck, actually. So it was a very tense situation sometimes. The Polish crisis started when I was here.
The Polish crisis began in 1981 with a worker uprising and threatened the communist stronghold in the country. As the Soviet Union planned a military intervention, naval activity greatly increased right on Denmark's doorstep.
Rumors that the Russians had put a bottle of vodka in the foxhole outside. Also said that there are signs with us special forces had climbed up the cliff outside.
Stensford went into lockdown in anticipation of an attack.
It escalated and Russian ships coming in the waters around Poland. Standing here by the bunks for the people in the operational room. In case of a hot situation, the fort could be closed down for 30 days. People in the fort could not come out and were forced to sleep here.
During the lockdown, food and water had to be readily available and a secure power supply maintained.
If war were to break out, you knew that relatively fast the main power lines would be cut. The fort is built to be self-sufficient for 3 months. That's why you had your emergency generator, and that runs on diesel oil.
The troops below ground were on constant alert.
This room was where I was normally stationed when I was on duty, when in shooting exercises and in a hot situation. This room is the radio room. It was a restricted area where only cleared people were allowed for security reasons. You could say this room is the heart of the Stevens Fort. This is where everything is controlled. 30 people was on duty all time down here.
One of the most important jobs was operating the formidable cannons aimed at the narrow passes of the Orison Strait.
This is the ammunition magazine. Here we have carrying the grenades with a fuse, 6 at a time, 6 each minute. Different types of grenades, about 500 of them.
The guns had a colossal range, but they needed to be fired accurately if they were to be effective. It was a multi-step process.
This room is the heart of the artillery system. It's mechanical, it's an analog mechanical computer. There's no electronics in it. And all the basic data is put in by these handles. Then I use to calculate the trace of the grenade.
Inside the gun, you could have a crew of 18 people in here. Here we have the main gunner, and then you would have people manning sort of each side. This is actually the main barrel. Down here, you can climb all the way down to the underground.
With the threat of the Cold War and nuclear warfare looming over Stensford, it was fitting that during construction, scientists discovered this site was no stranger to devastation.
This tiny clay layer here contains an element called iridium, which is extremely rare on the Earth. But this layer here contains more than 60 times the amount of iridium that could normally occur on Earth. That caused the scientists who studied it to suggest that Earth was hit by a big asteroid. They calculated it must have been around 10 kilometers in diameter. That's bigger than Mount Everest. And that hit the Earth 66 million years ago. In Denmark, we call this layer the fish clay because they found the fish skeletons in it. The fish clay contains the dust that engulfed the Earth when the asteroid hit and blocked out the sunlight, causing a global nuclear winter and caused a big mass extinction. Dinosaurs and more than half of the life on Earth became extinct.
Thankfully, the Cold War never escalated to the point that the Stensford's powerful defenses had to be put into action. By the early 90s, the Soviet Union collapsed. And without an enemy to defend against, the fort was eventually closed in 2000. Its role now is to serve as a memory of the Cold War on a front line that few knew about. The cliffs surrounding the fortress are evidence of one extinction event. The fortress itself, evidence of an extinction event avoided. In the northwest of England lies the city of Liverpool. Beneath the Mersey River is one of the greatest man-made engineering achievements of the 20th century. Over 2.3 kilometers long, it was unprecedented for its time.
Nobody had seen anything of this scale before.
Prior to being known as the home of the Beatles, the global port of Liverpool was experiencing growing pains. Traveling from one side of the Mersey to the other required ferries and lots of time. The growing popularity of cars meant people needed a quicker way to do business, and engineers had the answer.
It's all done by hand-picked, small explosives.
So how did the tunnel's designers figure out how to beat the river at its own game?
It was very, very difficult to control the groundwater.
For centuries, ships transporting goods across the world have navigated the River Mersey into the port of Liverpool. The river was also a vital means of moving goods and people locally.
In the early 1900s, everything had to come across by ferry, people, livestock, horses and carts.
But by the 1920s, use of motor vehicles was increasing exponentially, and engineers searched for a solution to a new phenomenon called a traffic jam. In 1922 alone, 640,000 cars trying to get from Liverpool across the Mersey to Birkenhead caused chaos.
The traffic was building up either side of the river, and something had to be done.
Local engineers got to work, attempting to solve a problem that no one in the world had successfully done yet. Sir Archibald Salvage, one of the city's engineers at the time, appointed a committee to tackle the infrastructure problem. The committee proposed two options: build a bridge or dig a tunnel.
The bridge was a really expensive option compared to a tunnel. They also knew, having come out of the First World War, that a bridge across the river would be a target for enemy bombers.
After several years of debate, the committee voted for a tunnel. The next challenge was to find an engineering genius who could build it. Determined to keep the traffic flowing freely into the city of Liverpool, Salvage asked the government for financial support to build the tunnel.
Chancellor of the Exchequer was Winston Churchill, when they agreed to fund it to the tune of £2.5 million. Sir Archibald Salvage appointed Sir Basil Mott, who was one of the real titans of British engineering at the time, to lead on the project.
Sir Basil Mott had overseen some of the country's largest engineering feats, including bridges over the Thames and installing the first escalators into London's underground. But nothing would surpass the enormous engineering challenge he was about to face.
If there's some joint or fault of the lock, the water can come through that joint, so it can make some severe damage or severe failure of the tunnel.
In the early 20th century, England was just learning how to deal with a new phenomenon called traffic. In Liverpool, engineers were attempting to combat this problem by building an underwater tunnel on a scale that had never been attempted before. Dr. Hyun Jun Seo of the University of Liverpool has worked on some of the UK's biggest tunneling projects.
Underground water excavation is very difficult. 100 years ago, it was very difficult to control the groundwater. Under the river, the soil or rock condition is much softer. So during the tunneling, the water pressure control is one of the important parts.
The plan was to build a 2.3-kilometer tunnel under the River Mersey. But with no modern equipment at their disposal, the excavation alone was a dangerous undertaking.
This tunnel was all dug by hand, 1,700 men working on it at its peak, and it's all done by hand-picked, small explosives.
Engineers decided to start with 2 exploratory pilot tunnels on each side of the river to make sure conditions were safe to continue digging. The goal was for the 2 tunnels to eventually meet in the middle.
To accurately meet in the middle, they had a depth measuring stick, which they would shine the light across to the next depth measuring stick and make sure that they were coming out at the same level each time.
After 3 years of back-breaking work, On April the 3rd, 1928, the two teams met under the river.
When they met in the middle, they were less than an inch out. So it was very accurate work back then.
Even though the pilot tunnels were a success, plans called for the main tunnels to be enlarged, meaning tunnelers had to dig both up and down. And soon, only a meter of rock stood between the workers and the raging river above. Modern underground construction uses boring machines to seal the tunnels as they go. But workers in the early 20th century had rudimentary technology to keep the mighty river Mersey at bay. More than 1.1 million tons of rock needed to be excavated and removed. Experimentation was necessary to find the best solution to waterproof the walls.
We make a borehole and we take a sample and we know all the ground condition before the tunnel construction, like underground mapping. However, 100 years ago, they don't know the ground condition very well.
Workers installed 100,000 cast iron linings, weighing more than 63,000 tons, all by hand to support the tunnel.
If there's some joint or fault of the lock, the water can come through that joint, so it can make some severe damage or severe failure of the tunnel.
But water wasn't the only issue engineers had to deal with. In the early 20th century, lead engineer Sir Basil Mott's groundbreaking designs for the Mersey Tunnel had managed to protect the tunnel and its crew from the river. His next challenge was to rid the tunnel of lethal exhaust fumes. Combustion engines were passing under the Mersey at a rate of 4,000 per hour. The risk of a catastrophic disaster was high. Sir Basil Mott needed to devise an ingenious plan, or this airflow issue could threaten the entire project. Using a mixture of longitudinal and transverse ventilation, they designed a unique system to vent toxic fumes from the tunnel.
The air is now coming down from the fresh air fan, and it comes down the shaft and it meets these walls. These walls we call our banana walls because they're curved.
The longitudinal system funneled air along channels running parallel to the road. It was then diverted away and the air filtered.
The air's come round the corner along this air invert. To get it on the road deck, you've got this series of holes on the underside. So the air travels up through those, hits a U-shaped structure which sends it off across the road deck at about exhaust level.
The transverse ventilation used a system of ducts in the walls and ceilings to inject air and remove exhaust gases.
The fresh air comes through under the pavement. That air pushes the polluted air through that exhaust duct.
To sustain this system over a 2.5-kilometer underwater tunnel required serious power, capable of delivering 71,000 cubic meters of fresh air every minute, and withdrawing the same amount.
This huge fan, it's 28 feet wide, weighs 25 tons. It can actually create a wind speed of about 36 miles an hour. The building had to be built around them because of the sheer size of them.
Having overcome this mammoth undertaking, on the 18th of July 1934, the tunnel was officially opened by King George VI.
This tunnel was actually described as the 8th wonder of the world when it opened because nothing had been built on this scale before. People came on holiday to Liverpool just to drive through the tunnel because they'd never experienced driving underwater before.
Not only was it deemed the longest and largest tunnel ever attempted beneath a major body of water, it was by far the most modern and technologically advanced. 2 underwater junctions would service 4 lanes of traffic under the Mersey, between 2 entry and exit points on either side of the river.
The Mersey tunnels is a 24-hour operation. It never sleeps.
Today, Liverpool has a dedicated team to maintain this massive underwater transit system. Paul Heaton is one of the engineers taking on this crucial role.
The workmanship back in the 1920s and 1930s of the original builders of the tunnel was fantastic. It's left us with a really good structure to maintain.
Yet the power of the river surrounding the tunnel is relentless, and every day, water leaks through.
Underneath us now is a huge sump. It spans the width of the Queensway Tunnel. This pump manages to pump out 145 metres cube of water every minute, pushed out by the pump into the main sewers in Birkenhead.
If these pumps fail, disaster will likely follow.
The water would fill up the sumps and it would actually fill up these rooms. We wouldn't have a tunnel because it would be underwater.
But a lot has changed since the tunnel first opened. During its first year, nearly 2 million vehicles passed through. Today, 12.8 million vehicles travel safely through the Mersey Tunnel every year. This groundbreaking tunnel is key to the economic success of the area. The ambition and engineering prowess of the early 20th century builders who dared to tame the Mersey is nothing short of inspiring and remains truly impressive by 21st century standards. A laboratory buried more than a kilometer beneath South Dakota is at the forefront of major scientific research. Why is this subterranean facility considered a gold mine among researchers?
And coming underground, we're trying to understand the deepest mysteries in the universe today.
Hidden under a London suburb, a labyrinth of tunnels with an incredible story to tell. How has its purpose morphed over the past 100 years? And what legendary covert operation was conducted here in World War II?
The Germans knew something was here. He fed them lie after lie.
And in Copenhagen, this vast subterranean space once helped save the lives of millions in the 19th century. Now, over 150 years later, why are people suddenly lining up to get inside?
You sail into the darkness where nothing can escape, not even the light can escape.
Beneath our feet lie extraordinary subterranean spaces.
We're miles away from civilization down here.
Caves, mines, and networks of tunnels.
The jewel in the crown for underground technology.
Some designed and built by humans. Others formed by nature over millions of years. How were they created and adapted? By whom and why?
If the enemy takes one section, he's not able to stand down there and shoot into the other section.
Throughout history, life underground has captured our imagination.
It creates very frightening but also very beautiful experience.
Now we're taking you further and deeper.
There's all kinds of wild theories about what could be below.
To unearth the mysteries, the secrets, and the wonders of these underground worlds. Located 15,000 meters under the Black Hills of South Dakota, scientists are unearthing answers to the most fundamental questions about our existence.
We're hiding a mile underground at this low level.
But before this world-leading research laboratory began investigating the mysteries of the universe, it was known as the Homestake Mine, one of the largest gold mines in the world.
This mine was the cutting edge of its time.
What technological advancements did engineers achieve over 125 years ago that keep it operating today?
There's a lot of difficult engineering that goes into creating a space like this.
And how close are scientists to making an earth-shattering breakthrough? Prospectors once flocked to Lead City, with their picks in tow on the hunt for precious metal. But times changed, and Lead is now better known for groundbreaking research into particle physics. Its transition from the Homestake Gold Mine to the Sanford Underground Research Facility, or SURF, was rather surprising. In the 1960s, Dr. Ray Davis, a chemist from Brookhaven National Laboratory, identified the mine as the ideal location to establish his solar neutrino experiment. Once referred to as ghost particles, these elusive neutrinos originate from the sun during the nuclear fusion process. Mark Hanhart is an experiment support scientist in Lead and has followed Davis's research.
So if you were to take every atom in the universe, so I'm talking about every atom in your body, every atom in the world, every atom in the galaxy, and break them down into the protons and the neutrons and the electrons, the number of neutrinos in the universe would still outnumber those by 1 billion to 1.
The trouble is, they're almost impossible to detect.
A neutrino doesn't have an electric charge. It doesn't couple to the electromagnetic field, so it passes through normal matter. Passes through you and me. It passes through even the mile of rock that we have overhead. And they're incredibly, incredibly hard to detect.
And the only way to find them was to go underground.
Ray Davis came up with the brilliant idea of coming underground to block out cosmic rays, to study the reactions that take place inside the sun.
By going underground, Davis was able to avoid cosmic ray interactions that could affect his results.
And that's something that you can't do on the surface, because the surface is constantly bombarded with cosmic rays coming from the sun, from the upper atmosphere, from intergalactic sources, also coming from cell towers, radio towers. Even human beings put off a level of radioactivity. They would overwhelm the signals that we're trying to pick up with these incredibly sensitive detectors. So our entire goal in coming underground is to escape all the noise on the surface.
When Ray Davis first started working on his experiment, Homestake was still an active mine.
Getting down here meant that he had to fit the schedule of the mine itself. He had to be down here when they were blasting in areas that were not too far away.
Davis came up with a clever way to search for neutrinos using a chemical compound similar to dry cleaning fluid.
Now we're in the lower Davis cavern. This is the same space that Ray Davis started installing his equipment in 1965.
Davis set up a large tank of chlorine-rich liquid in the hope that some of the neutrinos would interact with some of the chlorine atoms and form argon atoms. By counting the argon atoms, the number of neutrinos coming from the sun could be detected. However, an interesting thing happened when Davis searched for those solar neutrinos. Only about 1/3 of the predicted number were detected. This anomaly became known as the solar neutrino problem. Ultimately, Davis's experiment was considered a major scientific breakthrough, and he was awarded the Nobel Prize for identifying different flavors or types of neutrinos.
His experiment was incredibly successful. It introduced one of the most important and lasting mysteries in physics.
But long before the scientists made their home here, The mining industry created the groundwork for everything that would eventually become possible. During the 1870s, prospectors arrived ready to make their fortune in the Black Hills gold rush.
The Homestake Mine became one of the longest enduring gold mines and oldest gold mine listed on the New York Stock Exchange.
David Vardaman is a former Homestake miner who now works at the Sanford Underground Research Facility.
45 years ago, as a college student, I went to work for Homestake Mining Company. We had just reached the 8,000 foot level, and my area of responsibility was the mapping and geologic control and identifying locations of ore in the deep underground for the Homestake Mine.
But working 2.5 kilometers underground is no easy task.
The 8,000 foot level is 132 degrees Fahrenheit rock temperatures. So it's a lot of challenges on ventilation, hoisting, personnel, equipment, you name it. This mine was the cutting edge of its time.
Over 125 years, miners pulled more than 40 million ounces of gold from the mine. A seemingly limitless amount of riches was buried in the ground, just waiting to be unearthed. But in 2002, that limit was reached, and the mine was forced to close because of high production costs. But it was not forgotten. 5 years later, new life was resurfacing at Homestake Mine. But instead of hunting for gold, advocates for underground science were determined to shed light on one of the biggest mysteries in the universe. After over a century of lucrative gold production, the Homestake Mine in South Dakota took on a whole new purpose. In 2007, the Homestake Mine transitioned into a dedicated underground research lab called the Sanford Underground Research Facility, or SURF, designed to answer some of the universe's biggest mysteries. Above ground, the original mining equipment is still operating and is currently the main mode of transportation in and out of the lab.
When one cage is going down, the other one is coming up. 77,000 pounds worth of weight that this hoist mechanism is pulling up. This is a vintage piece of hoist gear. You will not see these running other than in museums. Yet here it has been rebuilt, maintained to support science, cutting-edge science with 1930 vintage technology.
Now, a new kind of mining is taking place.
We're looking to understand certain properties of the neutrino that make them really important to our story for how we came to be in the universe. We're trying to understand if neutrinos are their own antiparticles. And if they are, that would explain a big chunk of what's missing from the current Big Bang theory.
Even though dark matter makes up nearly 85% of all matter in the universe, we don't really know much about it. What we do know is that it exists, based on the impact it has on the universe.
We notice things like gravitational lensing, which is areas in the universe where we have intense gravity that actually bends light, according to Einstein's general theory of relativity, but we don't see the mass that's there in order to generate that gravity. We don't see what's actually bending the light.
Some researchers believe the leading candidate for a dark matter particle is a WIMP, a weakly interacting massive particle. Because WIMPs interact so weakly with ordinary matter, they are extremely hard to detect.
Even though we don't know what a WIMP is exactly, because we've never seen one, we do know, based on the properties that we've derived from what dark matter does in the universe, what that fingerprint should look like.
In a series of experiments, SURF attempted to prove the existence of WIMPs. In 2012, they installed the Large Underground Xenon, or LUX experiment. The detector is filled with xenon, a cool, dense liquid chemical, which is surrounded by sensors. The sensors can detect tiny flashes of light and electrical charges emitted if a WIMP collides with a xenon atom.
And the idea is that as dark matter passes through the Earth, and it passes through this lab, and it passes through you and me, and it passes through our detector, 1 out of a billion times, one of those particles is going to interact with the nucleus of a xenon atom, which is the heart of our detector.
Unfortunately, after 4 years, Lux was unable to detect any WIMPs. However, its high levels of insulation meant it was recognized as the quietest detector in the world.
We were more sensitive while we were running than any other dark matter experiment on the Earth. So we didn't see anything, but we didn't see it better than anyone's never not seen it before.
But SURF didn't give up. The facility upgraded and replaced Lux with the Lux Zeppelin, or LZ project, in 2016, aiming to identify WIMPs.
We've taken all the lessons we learned from running Lux and made it into something so much more incredibly complex, so much more bulletproof.
Lux Zeppelin's different systems need to run in harmony.
We have a lot of data acquisitions and electronic systems that are designed specifically for taking the data from the detector and making it something that we can analyze a lot more easily. We have to have a lot of these subsystems created by collaboration universities around the world. They then ship those systems to us, and we very carefully bring them underground, and then we have to marry them all together.
Piecing together the puzzle is just the beginning. For this highly advanced equipment to work properly, these machines need to be clean on a molecular level.
There's a lot of stuff that is radioactive that we could accidentally introduce to the experiments, including dust, which often contains uranium and thorium, which are radioactive elements.
HEPA filters purify the air that comes from the surface. This ensures the campus itself is a super clean area. To keep the researchers from contaminating the highly sensitive experiments, they must dress for the occasion.
So this room is a clean room. Extremely clean environment, hence we've sealed ourselves into these suits because you're shedding particles, you're shedding skin, you're shedding hair, you're shedding dust. So you want to keep everything inside, plus a mask and the hood to keep all the particles that come out when you talk.
Research scientist Cabot Ann Christopherson is used to working in restricted conditions.
We actually do all the assembly for the experiment inside the glove box, which is even cleaner.
The particle count inside a glove box is typically 0, creating the cleanest, deepest underground workspace on Earth. The conditions are strictly controlled.
No humidity, no oxygen, only nitrogen, which, prevents corrosion. We're hiding a mile underground at this low level. Plus, we've surrounded ourselves with low radiation concrete, and then the rock naturally is low radiation for this area in South Dakota.
SURF is now taking part in the largest neutrino project ever, DUNE, or Deep Underground Neutrino Experiment. It's designed to investigate how neutrinos automatically change as they travel, becoming a different type of neutrino or flavor every few hundred kilometers. These will be giant steps for science and could drastically revolutionize tomorrow's energy, environmental, medical, and industrial processes.
The DUNE is made up of more than 1,000 scientists spread over more than 175 different institutions in over 60 countries.
Project manager Joshua Wilhite is overseeing construction in South Dakota. Nearly 750,000 tons of rock will be excavated from the underground cavern, making way for a new scientific facility. Massive machines drill into the rock, and explosives are then inserted in a specific pattern calculated by computer. Heavy blast doors protect the workers from the powerful explosions needed to clear the rock. A major challenge facing engineers is how to remove thousands of tons of debris from a building site a kilometer below the surface.
Right now I'm standing on top of what's called conveyor CV04. We need to transport this rock from the crushing system on out to the open cut.
400 tons of rock can be transported every hour.
We're moving a total of a little over 800,000 tons of rock for this project, which sounds like a big number, but when you compare that to what the gold mine used to do, it's less than 1 year of production for the gold mine.
After the chambers have been excavated, the Mammoth systems need to be installed deep below the ground.
Every single piece of material that goes into building the experiment is going to pass through this little shaft. And I say little, this is 5 feet wide and about 13 feet deep. That's it. That's all the space we've got.
At Fermilab, near Chicago, a new particle accelerator will send the laboratory's high-energy beam of neutrinos 13,000 kilometers through the Earth from Illinois to South Dakota.
We are in a sweet spot of distance from Fermilab to study neutrino oscillations. And that's how neutrinos actually change flavors as they travel through time and space. We're exactly one oscillation between flavors away from Fermilab here.
Searching for particles that are nearly undetectable requires extremely powerful equipment.
The biggest part is actually excavating these large caverns. And when I say large, these are 65 feet wide, 90 feet tall, and almost 500 feet long for the detectors. And these are unprecedented at this depth in the world.
The neutrinos will then be intercepted at surf by massive vats of supercooled liquid called cryostats. Once installed, each of the 4 giant cryostats will contain 10,000 tons of liquid argon, which needs to be kept below minus 185 degrees. This former gold mine has already played host to some of the most extraordinary science of the modern era. But the ambition and vision of this new experiment is nothing short of inspiring. Once Dune is fully operational, the world's scientific community will be watching.
I think that Ray Davis would be thrilled at the idea that what he started in 1965 has turned into this massive underground laboratory for studying the deepest mysteries that we know of in the universe today.
Buried 30 meters below this quiet London suburb is a vast subterranean world, steeped in both history
Flint could be sold to gunsmiths to make muskets and pistols.
And mystery.
These 9 ledges are believed to have been sacrificial altars.
How did the tunnels evolve into one of Britain's best-kept military secrets?
The Germans knew something was here. He fed them lie after lie.
It grew to 15,000 people at the height of the Blitz, like an underground town.
For centuries, humans have been exploring the depths of Chislehurst Caves. 30 meters below the bustling suburb of Chislehurst itself, stretching for 36 kilometers, these tunnels and caverns are entirely man-made and were initially constructed to mine flint deposits within the London chalk layers. Historians have been debating their origins for years.
Some people believe that these tunnels go even further back to Roman times and even the Druids.
According to legend, the first phase of the caves was created by members of the Druids, an ancient Celtic culture.
This particular part of the cave system is known as the middle section, or the Druid section.
In 1903, one man set out on a quest to uncover the cave's true story. During the Victorian era, Dr. William Nichols produced several theories about who carved out this subterranean space, including one that supported the Druid claim.
The Druids of the Celtic people, they were the lawmakers and givers. They were the doctors of sorts, or shamans, if you will. They were a polytheistic religion. They worshipped many gods. We're going a long way back, 3,000 to 4,000 years old.
Although there are few written accounts on Druids, historians believe their religion involved the natural world and its powers.
In front of us is a ledge, and it's one of 9 ledges at Chislehurst Caves. These 9 ledges are believed to have been sacrificial altars used by the Druids. But this 9th altar, this is where Dr. Nichols believed human sacrifice took place.
Another one of Dr. Nichols' theories was that the extensive mine tunnels could have also been built by the Romans.
This painting depicts how Dr. William Nichols believed that the Romans removed chalk in the ancient times.
Dr. Nichols' claims generated a lot of public debate, and soon the caves drew in many curious Victorian tourists looking for evidence.
People used to come down here looking for Roman remains.
But the reality turned out to be quite different from Dr. Nichols' tales. The first mention of the Chislehurst Caves was found in medieval documents dating to the middle of the 13th century. The charter mentions that the caves were mined for chalk and flint.
We're in one of the earliest sets of tunnels left from the ancient mining.
Archaeologist Rod Laguerre is an expert on the history of this subterranean world and its geology.
Chalk is comprised of millions and millions and millions of tiny, tiny fossilized sea creatures. They've died, went to the bottom of the sea, and slowly it built up this sludge, which eventually solidified and became chalk. This one probably started just about the turn of the 17th century.
Laguerre has studied the style of excavation and the markings on the chalk walls to accurately date them.
At some point, while the mine was being dug, somebody left their mark on the walls here. There are dates from 1727 and 1737.
He has been cautious not to misinterpret the origins of the tunnels like the more sensational Dr. Nichols.
Now, graffiti is a bit difficult because you can put anything on the wall at any time. For instance, in one part of the mine, somebody has found 1066 William, which is perhaps a little dubious. But the style of the letters here is about correct for that time. Just simple hand tools. You can see where the mark's been left by the miner hitting the pick here and pulling away the chalk. It's much wider at the base than the normal picks that we get today. One of the things that you can date the tunnels with is the pick marks.
Excavating chalk required an advanced level of engineering expertise.
Chalk is relatively soft, quite easy to dig. That leaves some problems in that if you're not careful, if you don't dig it properly, the roof is liable to fall in on you, which is a bad idea.
These early miners had a foolproof plan.
Towards the roof, the wall is arched in to take the load off the roof. The bottom, it also arches in, which gives a very strong profile, so the roof stays up.
While Dr. Nichols' writings from the Victorian era describe the chalk platforms as serving mystical purposes, Rod believes they were far more functional.
He said that these platforms were Druids' altars. They have a much more practical application. If you imagine that I'm an old miner with a pickaxe in my hand, I cannot reach the roof. The miner would be on the platform where he could cut away with his pick, then cut the bench back 2 or 3 metres, always leaving a space to stand on so the tunnel could be driven forward.
The chalk that was extracted for this system of underground tunnels had 2 very distinct uses.
The earliest reason man dug chalk out of the ground was for agriculture. If the subsoil was acidic, then an application of crushed chalk on it, which is alkaline, combat the acid, and the crops would grow better.
By the 1700s, a new use for chalk had been found and demand was growing fast.
It was used for building, to make lime mortar. Before the days you could buy cement, You had to make your own by mixing lime, sand, etc. to make lime mortar.
From the 1700s, many of the local suburbs of London were built with chalk from Chislehurst. Miners also found another resource buried within the cave wall.
You'll notice large bands of flint, these black lumps which are in the wall. To the miners, initially they were a pain in the bum because when you hit them, they shattered and sent off sharp bits out.
However, the resourceful miners found a profitable use for the flint.
They could be sold to gunsmiths to make gun flints, the old muskets and pistols.
By the early 20th century, the tunnels took on a completely new role and embraced a covert way of life. When World War II broke out in 1939, locals burrowed into Chislehurst caves and used them as an emergency shelter, including the family of the current owner, Jim Gardner.
The public took over and set up home down here. Some of the caves were totally furnished. There were double beds and wardrobes and chest of drawers.
For more than 8 months, nearly 15,000 people from East London made the caves their home. As the German Air Force dropped bombs from above, the residents were building an entire city below the ground. By the peak of the Blitz, the caves had electricity, running water, and an air ventilation system. There was also a fully operational hospital.
There was a fear that with a large number of people concentrated underground that there would be contagious diseases and severe illness. But there were no serious diseases, no serious outbreaks of anything.
Soon, Chislehurst contained so many amenities, the tunnels became known as the Chislehurst Hotel.
This was the largest of 4 canteens which were operated throughout the war. Tea then was almost sacred. A hot cup of tea was the answer to everybody's problems. There were shops built, a library, church, various offices.
There was also a system for identifying potential attacks.
The main entrance, there was a big sign coloured green, amber and red. And if it was green, then fine, you could go in and out. If it was amber, there was a possibility of an air raid just about to commence. And if it was red, nobody went out.
During the final stages of World War II, Chislehurst Caves played their most covert and famous role to date, when a Spanish spy served as a double agent. Juan Pujol Garcia, codenamed Garbo, made history when he orchestrated one of the most successful operations against Nazi Germany.
He worked for the UK government, MI5, but every single thing he told the Germans was a lie.
Previously, during World War I, munitions from the nearby Woolwich Arsenal were stored in Chislehurst Caves. By World War II, they no longer served that purpose. But nevertheless, Garbo planted this lie with the Nazis to deceive them.
The Germans knew something was here because of World War I. Garbo used that same story in World War II to misdirect them.
The true genius of Garbo's lie was that the caves couldn't be detected from above ground, so the Germans never really knew where the alleged weapons were stored, which kept the subterranean refugees safe from harm.
You can't see any of this from an aerial view. Where would the Germans bomb? They had no idea where it was, how large it was, how many tunnels there were, or where they actually went.
Several major victories are due to Garbo's success as a double agent. The first of these were the Operation Torch landings in North Africa on November the 8th, 1942. The Allied forces planned to invade with Dwight D. Eisenhower as Supreme Commander. Prior to the mission, Garbo sent a coded letter through the mail to German intelligence with all the details of the operation. However, he cleverly sent it out, knowing it would arrive after the operation on November the 8th.
And it built his credibility with the Germans. And the Germans would believe just about anything
He even fooled them about the D-Day landings.
When he told them that D-Day was actually happening in a different place along the coast of France, they believed him.
This is the day for which free people long have waited. This is D-Day.
By the 1960s, the caves evolved once again from a secret military bunker into an unlikely concert venue.
Rock bands started to perform like The Who, the Yardbirds, the Kinks, Jimi Hendrix, David Bowie, Mick Jagger and the Stones. Some of the names of the bands are on the walls here. We've got T-Rex on this side. On the other side, we've got Toto. We've got the Trogs. A piece of rock and roll history.
Today, the colorful history of Chislehurst Caves is still very much alive. Who knows what the future may hold for this legendary subterranean tunnel system? The best may still be yet to come. Concealed beneath the streets of Copenhagen, Denmark, lies a shadowy underground world.
When you flow into the darkness here, it creates sort of a very frightening but also very beautiful experience.
This massive subterranean network helped bring an end to a devastating epidemic that threatened the city.
Copenhagen was a time bomb waiting to happen.
Yet today, these cryptic spaces have taken on a completely new function.
It was full of water until about 40 years ago, when somebody remembered that these cisterns were here.
What techniques did the engineers use over a century ago that allowed the caverns to stand the test of time? And what amazing scientific discoveries were recently unearthed here?
It's quite strange to think that a beautiful place like this was never intended for anyone to see.
Located deep beneath Copenhagen's bustling city streets is a massive subterranean cavern, hidden away from daylight. Today, over 1 million people call this vibrant city home. But in the 1800s, Copenhagen looked very different.
Copenhagen was more like a medieval town than a city on the verge of modernity. It was a time bomb waiting to happen. Infrastructure was extremely poor. The sewers were just small canals in the sides of the streets.
Thomas Rees Jensen is an expert on the history of this site.
In the 1850s, around 150,000 people lived in Copenhagen, and they all lived inside the old fortification system, approximately 2 square miles.
Before this underground space was modernized, Copenhagen had some major water problems.
Clean drinking water was pumped in from the lakes surrounding Copenhagen, just a few hundred meters away. Human waste, along with animal waste and even industrial waste, would all be gathered in these open sewers and just flow away.
The 19th century water systems were leaking into each other. Drinking water into wastewater, and wastewater contaminating the drinking water. By 1853, with the water heavily polluted, a catastrophic epidemic claimed the lives of more than 4,700 residents.
Cholera's disease had spread throughout Europe. It reached Copenhagen during the summer month when it was at the warmest, and you can imagine the smells in the city.
The epidemic spread like wildfire across the densely packed city.
Throughout just a couple of months, almost 5,000 people died in Copenhagen. If you compare it to the population of the time, 150,000 people, that is about 1 out of 30 people, a really high death rate.
The city needed to come up with a plan to create a new drinking water system, and fast. So, a decision was made to build a network of underground reservoirs large enough to store clean water.
The entire system of water infrastructure in Copenhagen was built in only 2 years, between the years of 1856 to 1858. The cisterns would provide drinking water for up to 2 days for the entire city of Copenhagen back then.
Originally, the reservoir was an open pool of water. But to minimize the chances of pollution and infection, engineers decided to make a few upgrades in 1889.
The place consists of 3 equally large spaces. The columns down here, all 280 of them, are built with bricks. Between them you have these massive arches, and then on top of that, the roof above us is a concrete cast with a capacity of up to 4 million gallons of water. It's quite a big mystery why the place was built the way it was. When we have engineers visiting us today, they say that the structure is way too strong than what it needed to be. We have to keep in mind, though, that the techniques used were fairly new when the structure was built, so I guess they would rather be safe than sorry.
Due in part to the skills implemented by the cisterns engineers, the cholera outbreak was stopped in its tracks.
From the 1850s, cholera was never a problem in Copenhagen. So the cisterns and the greater infrastructure of water had proved itself to work.
By the 20th century, as new water purification techniques developed and modern water storage facilities were built, the vast underground cisterns were no longer needed. That's when the space began to take on a life of its own.
That creates sort of a very frightening but also very beautiful experience.
By 1933, the city of Copenhagen had completely stopped using the once life-saving cistern. In 1981, they were drained and abandoned. 15 years later, the cisterns quenched a new thirst for scientific exploration.
I actually vividly remember seeing the first photo that was in a newspaper when somebody remembered that these cisterns were here and reopened them and brought up these photos of these absolutely amazing structures.
Professor Minnick Rosing is a geologist at Copenhagen University and perhaps an unlikely advocate for this underground lair.
It's a wonderful place because we don't have such places in Denmark at all.
Given its flat terrain and proximity to water, Denmark isn't commonly known for its geological discoveries. But when the cisternen was converted into a museum in 1996, a remarkable find was made. And soon, geologists started paying attention.
It was full of water until about 40 years ago when it was emptied, and it's beautiful because it's a piece of almost geology.
Stalagmites and stalactites have begun forming here, just like they do in caves around the world. But here, the timeline for growth is much faster.
We know when the water was drained out of the cisterns, and these things could not have formed when it was full of water. So you can see one of these things is almost like a tree upside down, and inside it will have a structure like tree rings. So if you put it under the microscope, you would see layers formed through this past 40 years.
And it's not just geologists who are experiencing the perks of this cavernous world.
This is not a place that an art curator would normally work.
Astrid Lecoeur is a curator at the Cisternen. She's seen firsthand the ups and downs this environment has on the art.
Well, to work here is a challenge, to put it mildly. It's not at all what you think of as a normal art gallery space. Normally you work with white walls and a lot of light and climate control. Down here you have humidity just below 100% and there's no daylight.
Despite the unusual setting, many artists have created inspired installations with a strong focus on the atmosphere being its canvas. Thomas Saraceno, an Argentinian artist responsible for the latest exhibition, has taken that to heart and has changed even how guests move around in the space.
This exhibition is very different from other art exhibitions because you have to experience this from a boat. You sail into the darkness, and the title of the exhibition is Event Horizon, which is the rim of the black holes in the universe where nothing can escape, not even the light can escape. It creates sort of very frightening but also very beautiful experience.
This installation required the reflooding of the cisterns, and what was revealed afterwards was unlike anything Professor Rosing had seen before.
Water that's standing here is rich in carbon dioxide, and the water coming in from below is rich in calcium, and these two things have basically met the love of their life and formed the limestone when they met.
The new formations, called helictites, are rare calcifications, similar to those on the ceilings and floors of the cistern.
Geology has one fundamental rule that we let us guide by, and that we say the present is a key to the past. So to understand things that happened in Earth's past history, we have to see them unfold themselves in the present.
Whether through artistic creation or scientific observation, the cisterns continue to broaden the minds of those who visit. Deep in the Welsh mountains is the entrance to a giant subterranean network created by 200 years of mining. How has it been transformed for modern-day use?
You get the thrill of being underground that is so alien to most people.
In Israel, more than 1,000 caves make up an ancient underground labyrinth. What secrets are just being revealed, and what still remains below?
We were actually the first people to enter into that room in 2,000 years.
And thousands of kilometers away in the US, carved into the hills beneath this West Virginia hotel, lies a top-secret Cold War bunker. For nearly 30 years, this military fortress was kept hidden from the world, until its cover was shockingly blown.
It was no longer deniable. We're closing down the bunker. Beneath our feet lie extraordinary subterranean spaces.
We're miles away from civilization down here.
Caves, mines, and networks of tunnels.
The jewel in the crown for underground technology.
Some designed and built by humans. Others formed by nature over millions of years. How were they created and adapted? By whom and why?
If the enemy takes one section, he's not able to stand down there and shoot into the other section.
Throughout history, life underground has captured our imagination.
It creates very frightening but also very beautiful experience.
Now we're taking you further and deeper.
There's all kinds of wild theories about what could be below.
To unearth the mysteries, the secrets, and the wonders of these underground worlds. Hiding at the base of a 400-meter mountain lies the entrance to Coomorthen Mine, one of the deepest places in the United Kingdom.
Down here in the bowels of the earth, you have no idea what it's doing outside.
During the peak of the Industrial Revolution, these pitch-black passages in Wales were dug by hand. Slate from this mine was exported globally.
They were going as far as Australia, all over the world.
Coomorthen shut down in the 1990s after the cost of slate mining became unsustainable. So why now are their voices once again ringing in these forgotten tunnels?
We wanted to keep it as authentic as possible.
How has a long, harmonious history of humans working with the land been revived to bring new life here? In the 1800s, the rapid growth of the Industrial Revolution drove people from rural country homes towards cities. This expansion fueled a housing boom, putting Welsh slate for roofing in high demand.
The slate roof, you could guarantee it for well over 100 years.
At its peak, slate mining in Wales employed 17,000 people and produced 500,000 tons per year. Coomorthen in North Wales was one of the most prolific slate mines in the region.
It's one of the renowned slates in the world.
Pred Hughes worked in slate mines here for 25 years and is now part of Coomorthen's revival.
The slate runs in my veins. Its history, its texture, the whole lot. I just love it. We are looking at the mountain here. Believe it or not, it's a hollow mountain going down 15 levels, going up 14 levels, and it's all because of the Ordovician slate that lies within this mountain. What we are about to do now is head for Lake Level, one of the main entrances into Coomorthen mine. That's where all the men entered to head down to their working chambers.
During this time, the mine went through a period of heavy underground excavation.
250 men would walk down there in the mornings. And the poor sods that worked down in the lower levels, they had a long walk to reach their work.
Coomorthen's vertical shafts reached so high and so deep that you could fit both the Eiffel Tower and the Statue of Liberty on top of one another.
This is a crucial part of the mine because here we are looking down the backbone of the mine. 1,383 feet below ground.
Advances in technology allowed miners to burrow deeper into the mountain, yet progress doesn't come without risk. And by the late 19th century, that progress was tested.
This was the stairway to hell. But as you can see, this has come under a little bit of an accident and is wedged between the floor and the roof.
Situated outside a small town in Wales lies one of the world's largest slate mines. What makes it so remarkable is the distinctive geology surrounding it. About 450 million years ago, this entire region was underwater, and the oceanic sediment formed this hard slate.
This slate, it's a very fine sediment that's been compressed and it splits into a very fine, smooth, ribbon roofing slate. It's one of the renowned slates in the world.
The unique properties of the rock here also made it ideal for mining.
Gravity basically is with you. Because of the angle of the slate, it lays on about 42, 45 degrees.
During the 1800s, slate production was on the rise, and Coomorthen slate miners were expected to keep up with demand. To extract the slate from the mountain, miners came up with an explosive solution: gunpowder.
They would have filled the hole up with black powder up to there.
But the hole for the powder had to be cut by hand.
It's called a jumper. You would twist it and throw it into the hole. And of course, the force of that would chip away the hole and it would bounce back or jump back into your hand. Thus the name, the jumper. Every chamber would only be 2 men. These 2 men would fire a big block, taken out on a trolley, maybe 2, 3, even 4 wagons, about 1.5 tons each. So in total, you're talking 9 tons you would haul up on one go.
Although advances in technology sped up the mining process, some of these engineering upgrades created new obstacles.
It created much more dust. And of course, the dust from the slates is silica, so they would breathe in the dust and give them silicosis on the lung. It was horrendous.
By the late 1800s, the miners had dug nearly 250 meters below sea level, more than 400 meters below the mountain top. However, in 1884, a major underground collapse caused half the mine to flood and temporarily close down.
We're on G floor, and this is the lowest point we'll get to. Because as you can see down there, it's flooded 9 floors down into the bottom of the Q floor. One thing about being down here and that water rising, that's the only clue you have. That is probably horrendous weather outside. That water is on the rise. We're not in too much danger.
Many companies attempted to restore the mine to pre-flood working order. It remained in use until the end of the 20th century, eventually closing its doors for good in 1997. Much of the original machinery was abandoned.
There's so much artifacts left here. They were just shut shop and just left quite a lot of stuff.
But even though the mine is now closed, it hasn't been forgotten. How are the tunnels and shafts, once the pride of Carmarthen, being transformed to draw crowds? A new generation of thrill-seekers is heading back down underground to explore the wonders of the abandoned Carmarthen mine.
It really is a real adventure. So it's a good day out.
Mike Griffiths is part of a local company that has turned this old industrial site into an extreme adventure course.
It's all fairly white-knuckle activities. We've got climbs, zip wires, traverses, abseils. We've got a big free fall, which involves people stepping off the ledge, plummeting into the abyss. It's what we call kind of authentic adventure because everybody's clipped into the safety system, but there is still that element of danger. We wanted to keep it as authentic as possible. You get the thrill of being underground in this environment that is so alien to most people. And you get the history of the place and a feel for how it was when the miners worked underground here.
It's taken veterans and newcomers alike to reimagine this space.
It's quite emotional in a way after working almost 25 years in the slate industry here in Festiniog.
Yeah, a bit slippy here, Fred. Building the route was challenging, to say the least. What we were aiming to do was try and get into areas of the mine that nobody had really been in before. So we had this vision of lots of zip wires, such as the one you can see here that heads across to little islands. Nobody had been on them for over 100 years.
Despite the challenging environment, in many ways, the old mine is perfect for this new purpose.
The architecture of the slate mine lends itself really well to what we do. The 42-degree angle of the slate kind of creates an angle that's a tough climb, but just about doable. The fact that the quarrymen blasted away the floors of each chamber, creating these vast caverns, means that these huge spaces are just great to build humongous climbs through. There's a good example of one behind me that we've vaulted all the way up to the roof that you can see up there, and this one disappears off around the corner in that direction.
This intense course isn't for the novice adventurer.
This is one of the most dangerous areas of the mine that we'll pass through on one of our trips. We're absolutely fine where we're standing now, but if I shine my torch behind me here, you can see on the far side of this chamber that there has been a big collapse at some point in the past. Chances are it won't move again, but it might move in a year or two. You just never know.
Mike and his colleagues were blown away by the popularity of the mine, as visitors flocked to get a taste of the danger and the history.
If they were to do something wrong, they could potentially fall 40 or 50 meters.
Far from being claustrophobic, visitors wanted more of this underworld. So what did Mike do to give the ultimate cave experience? What extra level of ingenuity is powering its new lease of life?
We are at the deepest accessible point in Comorthin now, and for those who can make it this far, we've got an extra special treat that I'm going to show you now. Follow me.
The climbing and abseiling naturally ends at the bottom of the mine, the lowest point. Cavers would usually then begin the long climb back up to the entrance. But Mike had a better idea.
Welcome to the deepest underground accommodation in the world.
Mike and his team have spent months constructing 6 cabins at the very lowest point of Coomortham Mine, where cavers can spend the night in the dark, damp bottom of the pit.
We're miles away from civilization down here, and it's somewhere that you don't need to worry about noisy neighbors, that's for sure.
Guests will be given a comfortable bed to sleep in, but that's all.
This isn't luxury, but it's about as close as you can get at the bottom of a slate mine.
Mike and the team have always felt the need to honor not just the history of the mine, but the history of the mountain. They vowed early on to limit any damage to the surrounding environment as much as they could. These cabins do have electricity, but it's provided by the mine itself.
There's a lot of water down here that's all flowed down through the mine. An enormous effort was made when Comorthin was being worked to pump all of the water out. Since Comorthin has closed down, nature's kind of taken over again, and the water that was once pumped out is now flowing down into the mountain through this turbine, which generates power for our accommodation.
Converting this area for their guests has been no simple task.
It's been great, but don't get me wrong, it's been tough.
Every single supply and tool has been brought down by hand across the very same 8-hour journey the visitors must negotiate.
I'm going to go over to the left a bit.
Yeah. It has taken Mike and Pratt almost 8 months to get the cabins built, and they are not quite done yet.
I dread to think how many kilograms of equipment and timber and tools and everything that we've brought down here. It has been really tough.
Thankfully, Mike, we've only got 2 loads left after this one, after the hundreds that we carried down here.
It's probably come quite close to having broken me, but we've managed to sort of fight on through and get most of it completed now. My back's thanking me for that.
What the old quarrymen would say if they was to see this, probably tell us all that we're all mad.
Former miner Pred is proud of the mine's reinvention.
If you would have asked me 10 years ago, 5 years ago, that I would be building these accommodation in an old quarryman's chamber, it would be unbelievable. It's really nice, you know, bringing life back into these empty voids. But after doing it, they look good. They really look good.
Spanning 2,150 acres. This UNESCO World Heritage Site in Israel marks an area which has been home to a multitude of civilizations, beginning some 3,000 years ago.
Jews, Edomites, Phoenicians, Egyptians all lived here.
This land was mentioned throughout the Bible.
This site was destroyed many times and built all over again.
Yet below ground, a spectacular timeline has been preserved.
There are more caves to excavate, maybe even 10,000.
What do these ancient caves tell us of the lost civilizations that once called these lands their home? This location in southern Israel is one of the most extensive archaeological sites in the world. In the region known as the Shephelah, or Judean lowlands, this area has for centuries been a crossroads for travelers moving north and south, east and west, between Europe, Africa, and Asia. Covering an area of 25,000 square kilometers, the Bet Guvrin National Park encompasses the remains of the town of Maresha. The biblical 6-acre tell, or ancient mound of Maresha, is the oldest site in the park and was built to defend against marauding Egyptian pharaohs.
This site was destroyed many times and built all over again.
Haji Yohanan is an archaeologist and expert in the site's ancient inhabitants.
Maresha is cited as a fortified city that was built by Rehavam, king of Judea. He managed to defend it from the Egyptian pharaoh Shishak, who came to conquer this city and didn't succeed.
Ancient Maresha enjoyed its most successful period of peace and prosperity during the 3rd and 2nd centuries BCE.
Maresha was a cosmopolitan center. It was an economic magnet.
We are right now in ancient Maresha, a city mentioned 4 times in the biblical text.
Archaeologist and director of the Maresha project, Dr. Ian Stern, is an expert on the region's rich history.
This was a city that, at its peak, contained close to 10,000 people. Jews, Edomites, Phoenicians, Egyptians, all sorts of people mixed here, lived, thrived, traded, and brought their various cultures basically to shine in a city like this.
And while this region has a tumultuous history dating back over 2,000 years, its geology tells its own unique story. The land under Bet Guvrin Maresha is unusual.
The geology of the region basically has about 1.5 meters of very hard rock called Nari. But if one could penetrate with their iron tools about 1.5 meters down, they came to a very soft rock called kirton, which is like chalk. Once they hit the chalk level, they belled out. Belling out allowed them to create a quarry.
Among the many caves in the area, the park contains over 800 bell-shaped caves. Many are linked together via underground tunnels. The largest bell caves are on the east side of the park and were initially excavated for chalk.
You can see here the beginning of the quarrying of new bricks. In actuality, they would have now, the next step would have been to carve away here and bring another brick out. Here's one typical brick, but if we look at the wall over here, one can see that they went line by line. These bricks were taken out and they were used to build their homes on the surface.
The soft chalk made it easy for inhabitants to hollow out subterranean facilities. Thousands of them.
Once they had built their homes, they then had a hollow space underground. It could then be converted into rooms that had a functional value. Cool and comfortable in the summertime, and it is basically dry in the winter, which means everything inside here is preserved very well. This complex here has over 30 interconnecting rooms.
Soon, the people of Maresha realized the caves they dug in the limestone rock could serve another purpose, one that would supply the town's inhabitants with a vital human necessity. By the 3rd to 2nd centuries BCE, the town of Maresha had become a sprawling Hellenistic settlement. But what makes it unique is what lies below ground. During this era, the people of Maresha dug caves in the limestone rock not only to quarry chalk to build homes, but also to hollow out subterranean facilities like this water cistern.
Maresha is located in an arid area where water is definitely needed. The large caves were used partially as a water cistern. The chalk is watertight. They were draining the roofs of the buildings on top and then drained into the water cistern. The water cisterns were full And in this arid area, you have to accumulate large amount of water in order to hold through the summer.
In the years that followed, and as the city's needs evolved, the quarries were converted into baths, tombs, and places of worship. Among the most remarkable caves in the park are the burial caves excavated when the city was under Greek rule and named Sidon. They are known as the Painted Caves.
This burial cave, called the Apollopones cave, Apollopones was the head of the Sidonian community. This person believed in the Greek mythology because Phoenix symbolized the life after death. Apollopones, as the head of the family, was buried in this chamber. He was one of the richest person in this city. You can see that by the very nice paintings on the wall. When we walk around, we'll see the chambers where people were buried. Their corpses were laid over here. After a year, when the remains are only bones, you collect the bones and make room for the other deceased. The only deceased that is left in his place is the head of the family, Apollopones.
The caves were also used for the living. And some of the most magnificent caves are the columbaria, used to house and harvest turtle dove.
Doves were highly praised for their eggs, their meat, and for their droppings.
The doves and their droppings, which were used as fertilizer, were highly sought after.
It was also very important for sacrifice in the Jewish and the pagan cultures. So we're in the middle of the Columbaria caves. It is 60 feet long, 30 feet wide, and 20 feet high. This Columbaria is one of the biggest that we have in Maresha. The niche that are carved into the chalk, starting at 9 feet, in order to prevent predators getting to the doves inside the niche. The doves were the most precious things in this cave. The caves contains about 2,000 niche all over.
Hellenistic Maresha fell in 167 BCE during the Maccabean revolt. The region has always been a prized territory and considered worth fighting for because it's a crossroads for people traveling between Europe, Africa, and Asia. In 40 AD, King Herod attacked and wiped Maresha from the map and replaced it with the newly built Bet Guvrin. 60 years later, Rome made its mark on the region when General Vespasian invaded, slaying an estimated 10,000 people. Haji has studied the area's volatile history in detail.
Despite the fighting and killing, the people of this country lived on. A small militia of Jewish rebels just sat inside hiding caves. The hiding caves were carved into places where the Roman couldn't enter.
Confined to the narrow tunnels, these resistance fighters battled on.
This is a place for living and surprising the Roman legionnaires that were looking for the rebels.
Roman military prowess eventually dislodged this rebel militia.
The Romans take them out by using smoke. Just imagine living inside those tunnels.
In 135 AD, Emperor Severus renamed Bet Guvrin the City of the Free.
A Roman amphitheater was built in the 2nd century AD to hold gladiator wars, to amuse the Roman legions who were left here after the suppression of the Bar Kokhba revolt.
After the fall of the Roman Empire, Bet Guvrin changed hands several more times. The caves of Bet Guvrin and Maresha have been a treasure trove for archaeologists for more than 100 years. Among those man-made subterranean structures is a site known today as the Maze Caves, a system of 31 interconnected caves which were used as dwellings when the Greeks ruled during the Hellenistic period.
we discovered an opening, and that was quite exciting because we were actually the first people to enter into that room in 2,000 years.
But it has only been recently that serious excavation has begun. There are more than 1,200 acres to explore here, so archaeologists have employed a tactic seen in no other excavation site around the globe. They use the help of volunteers.
Without exaggeration, hundreds of thousands of people have participated in this program. A number of those people actually continue to excavate or work on the pottery restoration as well as the registration. It is giving us such valuable information about the economy, about iconography, about styles, and even about the ethnic makeup of the city. We discovered a series of 7 new rooms. Within one of those rooms was an archive that contained 1,027 sealings. Sealings are clay that were stamped, and they would have been attached to documents, papyri, of 2 millennia ago. On these sealings, the images that we found were gods and goddesses, including Athena, including Hercules, erotic scenes as well. It is the largest private archive ever to be discovered in Israel.
These hidden underground treasures give us a truly unique insight into life in this region over 2,000 years ago. This magnificent site may have already gained worldwide recognition for its remarkable subterranean history, but the extraordinary story of Bet Gavrin is far from over.
It will take us years to process all of the material that we have there. Incredible insight into life in Marisha from 2,000 years ago.
The area that's known as the Land of 1,000 Caves. We believe that there are more caves to excavate, maybe even 10,000 caves in this area.
Hidden underneath this palatial West Virginia hotel is the site of one of America's most closely guarded Cold War secrets. In the event of a nuclear attack, this vast subterranean bunker was designed to provide more than 1,000 people with enough water and food to survive for 60 days.
I walked by it thousands of times and never thought, oh, there's an 18-ton blast door behind there.
How was construction kept confidential from the people living and working in the hotel above?
One of the techniques they used to keep it secret was hiding it in plain sight.
And how was its cover suddenly and shockingly blown?
The bunker was really sort of prepared for everything except this.
At the height of the Cold War, the threat of nuclear Armageddon sent the world into a panic. Fearing an invasion could happen at any moment, both the Soviet Union and the United States built up their military capabilities, constructed vast nuclear arsenals, and in the event of a national emergency, built secret underground bunkers. Spread over 11,000 acres of sprawling West Virginia hills, the Greenbrier Resort was an unlikely yet perfect location.
From the mid-1800s on, the Greenbrier has really been a fashionable place to visit.
Cam Huffman is Director of Public Relations at the resort.
Politicians, actors, actresses were visiting, and 5 U.S. presidents visited here even before the Civil War. It's a mark of society if you get to come and stay at the Greenbrier, and it's still that way.
The hotel's involvement in the Cold War efforts began in 1955. The U.S. government had tasked the Army Corps of Engineers with scouting locations for a subterranean bunker where members of Congress could safely shelter in the event of a nuclear attack. Having already served as a military hospital during World War II, the Greenbrier was ultimately selected because of its proximity to Washington, D.C., and prior relationship with the U.S. government. Constructing the bunker codenamed Project Greek Island, was a huge undertaking.
People in the military and in the government were thinking it's a question of when there's a war. These two superpowers are going to be sending bombers across the ocean, and Washington would be a primary target.
Bob Conti has worked at the Greenbrier Resort for over 40 years and is an expert on its rich history.
The government drew what they called the Federal Arc. So within 300 miles of Washington, D.C., was a series of emergency relocation centers. It wasn't really a matter of protecting certain individuals. It was a matter of keeping the constitutional framework of our government. So you're going to move the leadership of the federal government to these facilities. Congress here, the executive branch to another facility, the Defense Department to another facility. They would stay in contact with one another, and they would provide continuity of government. It was really an audacious idea.
Construction on the bunker began in 1958. To keep their plans under wraps, the resort came up with a cover story that they were adding on a new wing to the hotel.
The Greenbrier at the time didn't have air conditioning, and we're kind of at a time in history where air conditioning was becoming popular and needed in hotels such as the Greenbrier. So they were able to build the West Virginia wing and use the story that they needed rooms that had air conditioning, so it worked out perfectly.
Neither the hotel staff nor the locals caught on to the real reason behind this major addition.
People knew that there was a construction project going on. It was just what was beneath that people didn't know about. One of the techniques they used to keep it secret was hiding it in plain sight. With the building of the West Virginia wing, the architect of the Capitol, who was responsible for building all the buildings in Washington, D.C., was actually supervising this project in the building of the bunker.
Construction of the new wing provided the perfect cover for the real work that was being done 20 meters below.
They built a wall around it so that people couldn't see exactly what was going on.
At 11,000 square meters, the two-level facility was roughly the size of 2 football pitches stacked one on top of the other.
The bunker is basically a giant concrete box that has 2-foot thick concrete walls reinforced with steel all the way around it. It's buried under 20 feet of earth. It took 50,000 tons of concrete to build it all. It obviously took a massive crew to build the whole thing.
The Greenbrier bunker was built to accommodate 1,100 people, 435 representatives, 100 senators, and all the associated support staff. This was no small task.
The bunker, for all intents and purposes, is a giant concrete 112,000 square foot box. And it's vulnerable at the entrances and exits. So thus you need to have blast doors to protect those openings. This is an 18-ton blast door. This is where the hotel meets the bunker. Now, you can't have an 18-ton blast door sitting in the middle of your hotel without raising suspicions. What you're looking at here is just a cover door that fit right over this. In the 30 years that this bunker was sitting here, I walked by it thousands of times and never thought, oh, I bet that's a cover door and there's an 18-ton blast door behind there.
The bunker was part of a larger continuity of government program. In the event of an international crisis, the entire property would be used as a meeting place for members of government.
This is called Governor's Hall right here. Meetings were held here frequently. There are 435 seats here, 435 members of the House of Representatives. There would be meetings here, there would be deliberations on legislations, they'd be taking votes here, and it would continue to function as Congress.
Down the corridor is a second room that could accommodate up to 100 people.
This would have been the Senate side. All this was aimed to provide continuity of government to the American population in the face of a catastrophic war.
During the Cold War, in the event of a nuclear attack, the United States Congress would be taken 20 meters below ground, under the Greenbrier Hotel. To ensure Congress could communicate with the military and what remained of the public, the necessary technology was put into place.
1,300 telephone lines running into this underground facility.
In contrast to the resort's premier accommodations, the bunker wasn't outfitted with five-star amenities. The dormitories consisted of 18 rooms, each built to house 60 people in metal bunk beds.
These are some of the bunk beds that were installed in the bunker back in the early 1960s. There were 1,100 beds. The dormitories took up about 30% of the whole square footage. For all those years, every member of Congress had a bed assigned to him.
In the event of a nuclear attack, how did this underground fortress maintain a constant state of operational readiness? After members of the government had walked the long entrance tunnel, each person would have to pass through the decontamination chamber before being allowed access to the bunker itself.
So you would take all your clothing off, you would just put it right down in here because it's contaminated. There are a series of shower nozzles. It's a matter of high pressure, good water. Wash any contamination that would have attached to your body. Pass through these doors, and it's time to get a new set of clothing. Good old U.S. Army fatigues. And then you walk directly into the bunker proper.
Among its other features, the bunker had a kitchen stocked with enough food and water to last for 60 days.
So we're entering the cafeteria. Who knew that back behind their closet was this cafeteria?
It also had a medical clinic equipped with a state-of-the-art operating room, a dental unit, and 12 beds, as well as a fully stocked pharmacy, while guns, straitjackets, and riot gear were in place if needed. The bunker also had its own secure water supply and 3 separate generators, each capable of powering the bunker on its own.
All this was fueled by oil. Every Wednesday night for 30 years, they fired up these generators here. They did this in the middle of the night.
For 3 decades, the Greenbrier bunker was maintained in both a constant state of operational readiness and complete secrecy.
Members of the Greenbrier staff, they were the plumbers and the electricians and the air conditioning guys. They were cleared. They had signed non-disclosure agreements. We're pretty stiff, you know. I mean, you sign one of these things and it tells you right above your signature how long you're going to be in jail and how big the fine is going to be. So people were pretty serious about not talking about this, but at all times, this had to be available to the Congress of the United States.
Having worked here throughout the 70s and 80s, Bob's experience show how every day hundreds of people came within inches of the US government's top secret operations.
This was the office of Forsyth Associates, our audio-visual consultant. They repaired televisions. And one of the little perks of working here was you could bring your television. You would come in here, Chuck and Bob were here, you'd shoot the breeze with them.
But Chuck and Bob would both have been government employees. Their job was not to fix TVs, but to guard the bunker and keep it ready at a moment's notice.
Unbeknownst to me and everybody else, that this was the dividing line between the overt part of the facility and the covert part of the facility.
The bunker remained a complete secret to the outside world for more than 30 years. Then, in April 1992, reporter Ted Gupp, who had been investigating the rumors about the Greenbrier for several years, finally persuaded someone to talk.
When he arrived here, he actually had a map of the facility and where all the rooms were, an accurate map. So once he showed that, it was pretty clear that he had some good sources. They spent quite a bit of time at the Washington Post, should they publish this story, and finally it was decided that they did not think that this would affect national security, so they went ahead with the story.
Ted Gupp's article contained explicit details of the classified bunker, and the government reacted immediately.
It was no longer deniable. The next day, the Speaker of the House, Tom Foley, announced, "We're closing down the bunker."
In the 3 years following the article's publication, the legal relationship between the Greenbrier and the government was dissolved.
The bunker was really sort of prepared for everything except an article in the Washington Post. There really wasn't a plan for how to shut this down.
Equipment from inside the bunker was removed and transferred to other government properties. And on the 1st of August, 1995, the bunker officially became the property of the Greenbrier.
The very first thing we started doing was giving tours.
Serving as a tour guide, Bob immediately got full access to the areas that had been hidden away for more than 30 years.
To say the least, I'm peeing in my pants. I'm pretty excited, you know. I'm gonna actually see this bunker. We walk through those doors there and we go into the kitchen. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, this looks like a high school cafeteria kitchen. This is the secret bunker I've been hearing about for years. I mean, it was right here. It was right next to this exhibit hall where I've been 1,000 times.
Today, the Greenbrier offers a unique and quite terrifying reminder of how close the world came to nuclear war. And what life could have been like for those chosen few, sheltering deep below a post-apocalyptic world. A mysterious underground tunnel system lies below an ancient city in southwest England.
It's got quite a lot of medieval graffiti on it.
What was its purpose, and how has it evolved over time? Thousands of miles away in Vermont, a subterranean city that's rock solid. How has this mine stayed at the forefront of its industry for over a century?
We just pulled out of there 34 tons of select Olympian white.
And buried under the tiny country of Moldova in Eastern Europe is a massive underground city stocked with barrels of liquid gold.
They are considered to be the most expensive wines from the whole world.
Beneath our feet lie extraordinary subterranean spaces.
We're miles away from civilization down here.
Caves, mines, and networks of tunnels.
The jewel in the crown for underground technology.
Some designed and built by humans. Others formed by nature over millions of years. How were they created and adapted? By whom and why?
If the enemy takes one section, he's not able to stand down there and shoot into the other section.
Throughout history, life underground has captured our imagination.
It creates very frightening but also very beautiful experience.
Now we're taking you further and deeper.
There's all kinds of wild theories about what could be below.
To unearth the mysteries, the secrets, and the wonders of these underground worlds. Beneath the modern-day city of Exeter in southwest England lies a hidden world of medieval engineering.
There's no escaping it. It's an impressive affair.
Spanning nearly 500 meters across the city, this network of ancient underground passages provided locals with access to a vital natural resource. How did this ambitious infrastructure project help save lives during one of the deadliest epidemics in history?
A terrifying disease is sweeping across Europe.
And how is the system evolving for the future?
There's modern bricks and concrete adjacent to a passage which dates from the 14th century.
Buried 6 meters under the bustling streets of Exeter are the remains of a network of tunnels with a fascinating story to tell.
You'd never believe that in this unpromising setting there actually is a very fascinating medieval world tucked away out of view.
Accessed through an unassuming entrance, this maze of passages stretches right across the city.
Just as we come through here into the first bit of the passages is a really interesting stretch.
Archaeologist John Allen is an expert on the city's ancient subterranean tunnel system.
This is a little bridge underneath the medieval street. The street itself is all gone, of course, but you can see here that they've made special effort to build a vault, which is made with these blocks. They're very nicely finished with a fine chisel.
Before this impressive system was built, Exeter's water supply came from natural springs at the surface, allowing early inhabitants to establish a settlement. But by the Middle Ages, supplying Exeter with fresh water became a huge logistical challenge. Professor Mark Stoyle is an expert on the region's rich history and evolving infrastructure.
During the 1100s, the cathedral first decided to build a gravity flow aqueduct. And it's partly for prestige, but it's also, of course, because these great monastic houses and cathedrals needed a lot of water for ritual purposes. They also needed them to supply the senior clergy with piped water of their own, which was great luxury.
By the 12th century, as the city's population increased, so had the need for clean water. The church enlisted engineers to search for a new source of water in the nearby city of St. Sidwell.
The earliest pipe system did indeed just line a deep trench under the ground. Water was brought into the city from springs which lay outside the city walls, underneath the walls, where it would be distributed from public fountains.
The springs brought water into the city via lead pipes buried under the ground. But pumping the water from St. Sidwell's uphill to the cathedral was a challenge. So the medieval engineers installed a siphon system, similar to those used by the ancient Greeks, Egyptians, and Romans. Siphons allow water to be drawn upwards without the use of pumps. A combination of gravity and atmospheric pressure forced the water through the lead pipes as they climbed uphill. By 1346, construction began on Exeter's first underground section, known as the Cathedral Passage.
This length of passage was built by cut and cover. You'd first dig the trench, and then you'd line the bottom of it with stone and build up walls in the bottom. Then you'd need to build a vault, which you'd do with wooden sentry, and once that had set, you'd then backfill.
These passageways were carefully constructed. First, lead pipes were laid along the floor. Then the space was covered with vaulting stones and filled in. Manholes were also constructed along the route, allowing easy access for the medieval plumbers.
You can see the footholes at the bottom of a square manhole, which rises up, and we're about 5 meters deep here.
Even though the Cathedral Passage delivered clean water to Exeter's clergy, it wasn't nearly enough to supply the rest of the population.
The town councillors were very anxious to secure a water supply of their own, rather than to simply piggyback on the cathedral system.
From the scant supply designated for the public, the wealthy were allowed to have water piped directly into their homes. For everyone else, the water that remained was dispensed through a public fountain known as the Great Conduit, located in the centre of the city.
They also had lots of deep wells, which they called tie pits. Those became increasingly polluted by human effluent and so forth.
By the 15th century, in response to the public outcry, a second underground water system was built, large enough to serve the entire city population.
We're in a structure which is now called the East Gate Chamber, and this is the earliest part of the city passages in Exeter. Behind me here, you can see the foundations of the old Exeter East Gate. If we look up here Just above me, we can see the original medieval door which gave access to that chamber that we think was probably built in about the year 1420. And you can see a set of stone steps leading down into the chamber itself.
Today, local historians and underground enthusiasts like Mark are still uncovering new finds.
It's actually the original medieval housing for the lead pipe of the city aqueduct. And so when the pipe emerged from this little chamber, it did so through this big square stone, which has this beautiful hole in the middle. It's got quite a lot of medieval graffiti on it.
The siphon system was expanded over the next few hundred years.
During the reign of Henry VIII, the system was expanded to Carfax, the great central crossroads of the city, where a splendid ornate fountain was erected from which all of the citizens could come to collect their water.
Despite the political turmoil during this time, the underground tunnels lying below the city survived for centuries, largely intact. However, in the 1600s, during the English Civil War, Exeter's precious water supply was compromised.
The ruling authorities in Exeter decided to declare on the side of Parliament and to turn the city essentially into a fortified stronghold.
Residents of Exeter grew concerned that the opposition forces would sneak into the tunnels and either cut off the critical water supply or gain access into the city.
They feared that it was possible that royalist conspirators might get into these vaults and somehow use them either to blow up the East Gate itself or to force a passage into the city underground.
The lead pipes were removed to be cast into bullets, and the passageways were filled with debris.
The conduit houses, the banks on which the pipes ran were broken up and destroyed. The trapdoors were broken up and burnt for firewood. By the time the city surrendered in 1646 and the parliamentarian troops marched in, Exeter's systems of public water supply had been effectively destroyed.
After the war ended, the vital water system was repaired and restored. By the 19th century, the underground network saw yet more change when a deadly epidemic wreaked havoc on the city. In the fall of 1831, cholera was spreading like wildfire across Europe, and Exeter's officials began to prepare the city for the disease, if and when it arrived.
A terrifying disease, cholera, was sweeping across Europe. The citizens of Exeter, like people in cities and towns all over England, knew that it was heading towards them.
Once the connection was made between unsanitary water and cholera, the Board of Health acted fast and commissioned local engineer James Goldsworthy to make some updates to the passages.
Goldsworthy went right back to basics. He went back to the well heads from where the water was brought. He sort of re-edified them.
To improve water flow, they changed the position of the pipes.
They dug the floor of the passages much deeper in order to allow the pipes to be laid lower down. You can see here, this is a section where the original floor would probably have been about here at the passage. It's been substantially cut away to make the trench much deeper.
By this time, engineers had learned that lead pipes could cause poisoning. So Goldsworthy replaced them with cast iron ones.
The whole shape of the passages has changed to more like a coffin shape. This is a result of Goldsworthy's work. The top of the passage is still Tudor work, but the bottom is very much 19th century, and that's why it's got such a different profile to the initial medieval sections.
The passages continued to supply water to the city until 1857, when one of the wells was damaged during the construction of Exeter's railway. By 1901, the passages had been abandoned, but not forgotten. Nearly 700 years after they were originally built, the tunnels were repurposed to serve a new function.
In 1942, Exeter suffered terrible damage following Baedeker raid, a blitz, and a lot of the medieval city was lost in the centre, and the sites were cleared.
Hitler was enraged by the Royal Air Force's bombing of historic German cities. So he decided to launch a series of raids on some of England's most beautiful but strategic towns. Exeter was one of the first to be hit. 2 nights of intensive bombing left the city devastated. Some had taken shelter in the tunnels, but above ground, the city was annihilated and 265 people were killed. Following these fateful nights, much of the city was rebuilt, and by the end of the war, the underground tunnel network was rediscovered. Dave Adcock is part of a team tasked with protecting the tunnels while the city undergoes new construction above.
It was important that we preserve this scheduled ancient monument to make sure no damage happens. The developers had to follow certain rules and regulations in relation to protecting the passages, but you can see there's modern bricks and concrete adjacent to a passage which dates from the 14th century.
Striking a balance between preserving the old city below ground while developing a modern one above is no easy feat.
The area where we are now is actually incredibly fragile, and we're very close to the surface. So it was important throughout the development that no damage happened to here. It was protected, we had vibration monitors, we had a full structural survey, and also just above here we had crash pads, so during the demolition no damage occurred to the passages.
The constant monitoring of the passages over the years has thrown up some mysterious anomalies.
Generally, the passages are dry, but as you can see here, particularly after rain, water will percolate through the street level down to here. As you can see, it's dripping. But also sometimes there'll be dripping and puddles when there hasn't been any rain. We're not really sure why that is, but we suspect that behind the vaulting and the passages that there may be sort of voids or old basements. We don't really know.
What other hidden mysteries still linger under Exeter? That remains to be seen. An unexpected natural wonder is hiding 2.5 kilometers under Vermont. Carved into the Dorset Mountains is the entrance to a mine shaft that's been in use for over 100 years. How did this area become one of the largest suppliers of the world's most recognizable building material?
He used his political influence to ensure that marble was used on the United States Supreme Court.
How has modern technology played a role in producing this coveted rock form?
Don't forget you got another quarry above here.
And how long can these mountains keep providing a building material that never seems to go out of style? Marble is one of the oldest and most beautiful stones on the market, and it's just as popular today as it was thousands of years ago. 3 of the 7 wonders of the ancient world were made from the stone. The Temple of Artemis at Ephesus, the lighthouse at Alexandria, and the mausoleum at Halicarnassus were all built from the finest marble. This classic rock form remains a symbol of opulence and luxury throughout the world, and this quarry in Vermont has lots of it. While the entrance to the mine has been used for over a century, a lot has changed since 1902. Keith Millard is the quarry manager.
About 140 metric tons of marble is removed each day from this mine. We only save about 70 metric ton of it. The rest of it is thrown over the bank because of quality, cracks, just because of defection in the stone.
The marble vein is located at the base of the mountain. forcing the original miners to dig through the middle of the landmass to extract the precious mineral.
The purpose of the quarry being underground is you can never cost-effectively move the overburden. Overburden here might be 150 feet. Down the bottom of the quarry is almost 700 feet. By the time you move the overburden, it wouldn't be cost-effective to quarry this marble. Quarrying methods up until 1970, everything was drilled and blasted and taken out with cables and derricks. From 1970 on, they're using heavy equipment to remove marble from the earth. Things are cut with chainsaws, diamond segments, diamond blades, makes things more efficient. So the original tunnel is cut through the mountain with what we call a mobile gallery saw. The mobile gallery saw is able to move all around in here. It comes up, puts the first horizontal cut in, the second horizontal, the third horizontal, and then the top. So you can see this blade, it's 2 meters deep, putting a cut down through the mountain. Basically, you got diamond segments, so the blade can come down through the wall.
Due to the hardness of diamonds, this abrasion technique cuts through marble almost effortlessly.
So the diamonds grind that limestone up into small fragments, basically turns it into mud. After that, put water bag cushions in the blocks, we'll blow them up and we'll break the blocks off, and then come in with a loader and pick them out one at a time with the loader.
Marble is difficult to mine.
Got it.
In contrast to mining for metal ore, where pulling out rock fragments is standard practice, marble has to be extracted in the largest possible unbroken blocks for maximum value.
After the original tunnel is made with a gallery saw, you have a nice hole and an open floor. We come back with this Fantini floor saw. This saw has a 6-meter bar on it, which swings down into these cuts and slices these into blocks. After they're cut into blocks, we wrap a wire around them, wire saw the bottom off. Then the block is free from the mountain.
The solid blocks of marble, destined for consumer use, require some heavy lifting.
We're bringing a 50-ton excavator in, and he's going to reach up and he's going to tip that layer right over. When you're tipping it over, go easy. All right, it's all right. Easy.
Vermont is often associated with pure white marble, and Danby Quarries is considered the finest in the world. The huge, heavy marble blocks are difficult to move.
These beds run on about a 45-degree angle, so we're taking this and we're following that bed. So we're going to cut it here, we're going to put a square on it, we're going to cut it over here. We're trying to separate these dark colors so we can get all this white right here. Probably 40 inches, and then when we're all said and done, we'll have a nice square block.
Another remarkable characteristic of Vermont marble is its veining. Luca is the general manager of the quarry and a geologist by trade.
This makes unique this quarry. In the same marble deposit, we have 10 different layers. This variation in the veining is a consequence of several metamorphic phases.
The rock begins as limestone, then, through the metamorphic process, changes into hardened, more luxurious marble over millions of years.
This veining, from south going to north, we have Maryland behind us and Quebec in that direction.
The rock here is part of an ancient continental shelf that extended up the eastern side of the North American continent.
The Shelburne Formation, it's a very well-known marble formation, marble deposit. It's dated from the beginning of the sedimentary process, the 600 million years ago, when ancient living organism in a marine environment died, making it a huge deposit of calcium carbonate limestone.
Vermont marble has played a key role in building America since the early 19th century, and it would be difficult to find a significant building or monument that doesn't have Vermont marble somewhere in it. Peter Pravulovich is the director of Danby Quarry and has studied its history extensively.
Our quarry spans 3/4 of a mile north to south and roughly 600 feet east to west. So we're now in one of the older sections of the mine. The quarry was originally opened in 1850s. In 1880s is when Vermont Marble Company took over and most of the production started.
Over time, demand grew for the versatile and attractive building material. By the early 19th century, the residents of Vermont were convinced that marble was the key to growing their economy.
Companies started popping up along the marble belt and producing different types of marble and having their own shops. The shops included cutting the blocks, polishing the pieces, and shipping them to other locations.
But mining back then wasn't the same as it is today. Before modern equipment and safety gear, these caverns were hot, uncomfortable, and dangerous. In fact, the industry didn't truly take off until the innovations of one man changed Danby from a boutique quarry operation into a global marble powerhouse.
In 1880, many of the entrepreneurs sort of joined forces and created one large company. It was known as Vermont Marble Company. It was headed by Redfield Proctor. They became one of the largest corporations in the United States and one of the world's largest marble companies.
Redfield Proctor used his business success to propel his political career, serving as governor of Vermont and even Secretary of War under President Benjamin Harrison.
He used his political influence to ensure that marble from quarries in Vermont was used on many of the federal buildings around the country. Some of the more notable structures that were constructed using Vermont marble are United States Supreme Court, New York Public Library, the Arlington National Cemetery, as well as many more.
Making sure they can continue quarrying this timeless building material requires miners to maintain the safety of this space.
So the room and pillar method has been around since the early 1900s. Most of the pillars are about every 40 feet apart. You're creating structure to support the ceiling. And don't forget, you got another quarry above here. So a lot of these pillars are stacked one on top of each other from one quarry to the other quarry.
The positioning of the pillars is vital to the structural integrity of the mine, and the site designers are meticulous in their excavation planning.
3D mapping helps us understand where to chase the vein through the mountain. They are able to tell us within 1 inch of where we are structurally, from lining piers up from one quarry to the other, to where do we want to drill my phone line? Where do I want to put my emergency things in? So it helps us in many things because it's so precise and lets us know to the inch exactly where we are.
This environment can be unforgiving if you make one full step.
We just pulled out of there 34 tons of select Olympian white. No cracks in it, beautiful block. That'll be flipped up and then cut across the vein, and then it'll be made into slabs, sent out for kitchen countertops. You could go for Arlington headstones, depends on what it is, whether it's got any cracks or feathers in it.
But it's not just the quantity and quality of rock buried inside this mountain that makes this marble unique. It's what's operating hundreds of feet below it. Since it began operating in 1903, the marble mined in this Vermont quarry has been considered some of the best in the world. The mine encompasses various layers, each with different characteristics, allowing operators to extract more than 10 different types of marble. But even though Danby marble has been used in the construction of famous buildings all over the world, what few people know is that hundreds of feet under the ground, inside the same quarry walls where marble is extracted, there is a fully operational production facility.
In the early 2000s, we started creating a factory inside of the voids that have been quarried in the past to start producing our own material into slabs and cut to size material.
So this is a block that was just removed from the Brook Quarry. We're bringing it up, weighs about 65,000 pounds. So what he's doing is he's trying to get that block very nice and square on there so we get every slab that we can out of this block. Right now they're mixing mortar. They put it underneath the block so when the gang saw blades go down through, the slabs can't shift or move side to side in the gang saw cart, and it'll hold them upright after they're all cut into 2 cm slabs. All right, guys, go ahead, put the cables around it, pick it up, bring it down, put it on the car.
To cut the marble into blocks, the quarry workers use a giant cutting machine that operates just like a bread slicer.
So basically these blades, back and forth, slice this block into 3 cm slabs. These are diamond segments that are soldered onto these blades that actually cut through this marble. The purpose of the water keeps the gang saw blades, the diamond gang saw blades, when they're going through the marble, keeps them cool. Otherwise they'll heat up and break.
Due to its clean appearance, this marble is a popular countertop option, and these thin slabs will be shipped around the world for use in luxury kitchens.
So we just separated about 60,000 pounds of slabs right there. Putting wedges in there to make sure they don't tip or slam back together. So we brought this block in, it weighed about 45,000 pounds, put it in the gang saw, cut it into 39 3 cm slabs, made beautiful Eureka slabs. They weigh about 1,100 pounds apiece.
All of the finishing touches are done in this cavern, and the final stage is grinding down the rough mined surfaces and polishing the slabs to a high shine.
They'll be brought from here over and put on this auto loader, set on and gone to go through the polish line, and they'll be ready for sale.
Advances in technology and efficiency at Danby Quarry have allowed miners to continue producing this coveted mineral for over a century. And the world's love of marble hasn't slowed. It is still the stone of choice for any opulent building. For these reasons, the quarry is likely to survive into the next decades, or possibly centuries. Blanketed by the rolling hillsides of Moldova lies a world hidden from sight. 120 kilometers of winding tunnels and mazes, more than 60 meters underground, contain the secret to the country's success.
For Moldovan people, wine is a part of our life.
Rich in history and geology, this massive subterranean city is unlike any place in the world. But it would take decades before this region could distance itself from the Eastern Bloc and come into their own.
It was a very difficult period for our winemakers.
How does the unique geology of these caverns contribute to the thriving wine production?
It doesn't matter what season is outside. Inside the cellar is always 12, 14 degrees.
What caused the nation's most successful industry to come to the brink of disaster?
That's why in that period, a large part of our vineyards was destroyed.
And how did Moldova's most flourishing product make an epic comeback? Tucked away between Romania and Ukraine is the nation of Moldova. And more than 25% of the country's population is involved in wine production. Rich soils and vine-covered hills can be found at every turn, and its sunny slopes contain the ideal conditions for growing grapes.
Our country is a small one, but we have the same climate like French region, which is well known by winemakers. That's why we are blessed to make good wines very special wine, and the same quality, why not better than French.
But before this region was known internationally for its wine, it extracted another precious commodity from the ground, one that helped build the Moldova we see today. The land in this area of Moldova was formed 12 million years ago, during the Miocene period, when it was under the ocean. A reef rich with organisms thrived, leaving behind deep reserves of limestone.
We are inside of Krikova mine. This mine produces limestones that used in construction in Chisinau city and nearest area.
Igor Nicoara is an expert on the region's geology and its mining history.
On this wall we see results of industrial extraction of limestones. Production in a mine of limestone started in 15th century. Some people come here, obtain stone and use for construction in local area, also in Chisinau.
The vast 120-kilometer network of Krikova caves was originally created by centuries of mining.
Here we can see some boreholes that help to detailed geological prospection of rocks. We see different kinds of limestones, but for industrial production it's very important to have same quality of rock.
This method of horizontal excavation through galleries and rooms was invented in Moldova.
Where we want to connect two different galleries, it's important to know if they have quality of rocks.
This method was used because the best limestone vein was at a certain depth and was only 20 meters from top to bottom.
If we go a little deeper, quality of limestones change. If we go a little higher, also changed. For limestones, we must have especially density. It must be enough resistant to prepare with soil. If it's a little higher density, we destroy soil.
Thanks to the tunnels left behind by centuries of limestone mining, Moldova's wine industry was able to grow exponentially. Once the major producer of wine for the Russians, the country was running out of room to store its precious export. Creative winemakers ventured underground into some abandoned limestone mine tunnels and found the perfect environment in which to store their libations.
It doesn't matter what season is outside. Inside the cellar is always 12, 14 degrees.
Temperatures in Krikova's subterranean network do not fluctuate, and 12 to 14 degrees is the temperature for wine aging and storing. Natalia Solari is an expert on the nation's wine industry.
The humidity here in the cellar it is sometimes about 97 or 98%. That means that here we have wonderful conditions for storing the wine.
The science of wine aging all comes down to where it's stored. Storing wines in humid conditions helps prevent the cork from drying out, which could allow oxygen to enter the bottle and oxidize the wine. At the winery, over 7 million gallons of wine are stored in oak barrels.
We have oak in our country, but the quality of the oak is not so high. We import the oak barrels from different countries, from France, Spain, Italy, and some of them from the United States of America.
The chemical processes that occur in the oak barrels give the wine a fuller body and more complex taste. But the most remarkable impact the oak barrels made was during World War II, and it had nothing to do with wine at all. Jewish citizens, fearing for their lives, fled to the tunnels and hid from the Nazis in the oak barrels. Eventually, the tunnels would come to serve a livelier purpose, when, in 1952, Stalin ordered for 5 tasting halls to be added to Krikova's subterranean network. During this time, the site became a key destination for all official delegations to the USSR. They also received a visit from the first man in space, Yuri Gagarin.
This hall was called Gagarin's Hall in his honor. Gagarin got lost in our cellar, stayed here for 1 day, and wrote us a letter in which he said that for him it was easier to go in space than to go out from our cellar, because he really got lost here.
The tunnels are home to some of the world's finest wines. Storing these vintage wines requires specialist methods. One vintage wine of note is a dessert wine called Easter Jerusalem, produced in 1902.
They produced around 400 bottles of wine. Some of those bottles of wines, they were opened then, drunk, some of them just disappeared. There are only 1 bottle of wine in the whole world which is keeping here in our national collection.
Shockingly, the most valuable collection currently stored here belonged to Hermann Goering, Commander-in-Chief of Hitler's Air Force.
After the Second World War, all the bottles from Goering collection, they were confiscated by Russian army. The bottles were shipped in Russia, where Russian soldiers had drunk, remaining around 4,000 bottles of wine. They are considered to be the most expensive wines from the whole world.
By the mid-1980s, Moldova's wine industry surprisingly fell victim to a country in crisis, when an unexpected change in policy turned the tide for these skilled winemakers. In the mid-1980s, Soviet President Mikhail Gorbachev attempted to curb alcohol abuse by launching a partial prohibition campaign, and it took a toll on the Moldovan winemakers. 1/3 of vineyards were forced to close.
Our Moldovan wine production was affected by anti-alcoholic order from 1985. That's why in that period, large part of our vineyards was destroyed.
In 1991, Moldova gained her independence, and over the next 2 decades, wine production began to grow again, with Russia still its major consumer. But in 2006, Russia issued an embargo that sent the smaller country into yet another crisis.
Our industry was put down about 75–80%. It was a very difficult period for our winemakers.
With the embargo, the Moldovan wine industry had to rethink its game plan. Losing Russia meant they had to turn to other markets.
It was a lesson to produce better wines and to occupy our wines in other places, in other countries.
Although the embargo was lifted, today Moldova has future-proofed itself and exports to 50 countries across Asia, Western Europe, and the US.
Now we can say that Russia, it's only about 10% of our export in our country, and a biggest part, the 19%, it's in other countries of the world. Moldova is the 11th largest production of wine in Europe, about 2 billion hectoliters of wine.
Some of the wine produced here is world-leading in its class.
Here we are at the sparkling wine factory, and this is the deepest point in our cellar because here we are around 100 meters down.
The sparkling wine is made using the French champenoise method.
The first alcoholic fermentation took place in big stainless tanks.
The alcohol is then bottled, and a liquid solution containing yeast and sugar called liqueur de tirage is added.
The second alcoholic fermentation, and the most important stage, because we'll transform a still wine into an effervescent one, into sparkling.
During fermentation, Sugar consumes all the yeast, producing alcohol and carbon dioxide. Trapped inside the bottle, it forms bubbles. The bottles are then placed upside down to ensure all the sediment gradually accumulates in the neck of the bottle.
Every 2 days, all the bottles that we have here, they are turned by hand under an angle of 45 degrees.
A team of workers rotates as many as 35,000 bottles of the sparkling wine every day.
In 8-10 weeks, the bottle will change the angle and the sediments from inside the tube, so they will be collected here on the crown caps.
The sediment is then frozen, cooled to minus 25 degrees Celsius, and removed in the disgorgement process.
The crown caps, they will be just popped out under the high pressure, which exists already in the bottle of sparkling wine.
Now Moldova's wine industry is thriving, and the Craiova cellars continue to grow. At the far end of the caverns, miners are still extracting limestone, which means more and more space will become available for winemaking in the future.